Admiralty's main convoy code, Naval Cipher Number 3, earlier in the war, and was reading increasingly large tranches of that traffic themselves. By early 1942, as more British messages were being read more quickly, Dönitz could begin to counter some of the Allied defensive routing schemes. The result was a race between codebreakers on both sides to see who could react more quickly. Neither party suspected that a compromise of their code systems had occurred. As useful as code-breaking was, there is a marked difference between having good intel and being able to translate it into actionable results on the battlefield, a theme that would resonate with the Allies in North Africa and the Pacific as well throughout the year. While things were improving for the British and Canadian navies on the northern seaways, matters still hung very much in the balance. More escorts were coming into service, but modern sonars, radars, and direction-finding gear were still in short supply and unevenly distributed, with the Canadians frequently getting older equipment. In particular, the British Admiralty had been slow in sending its Type 271 centimeter wavelength radar and high-frequency direction-finding HFDF gear to the other side of the Atlantic. As well, many of the RN-RCN escort groups had by now developed a common doctrinal approach to convoy screening, sets of tactical responses to submarine attacks, including well-practiced canned maneuvers such as Artichoke and Raspberry. The Canadians were not yet as consistently tactically proficient. It wasn't difficult to see why. The RCN had exploded in size immediately before the start of the war, going from a handful of modern ships and a mere 1,550 full-time and reserve personnel in January 1939 to suddenly manning dozens of ships with thousands of new men. Many of them didn't know stem from stern, and there was a minimal cadre of experienced sailors to season them. Training facilities ashore for drilling and seasoning the incoming waves of raw recruits were in short supply, as were proper maintenance facilities for all the new ships. The Canadians were as energetic and eager to please as a pack of husky pups. But amid the pressure to get as many escorts to sea as possible, the Canadians frequently sent their ships out before their crews were ready, meaning they were left learning on the job. The result was that the Royal Navy, whose own professionalism was the product of centuries of naval supremacy, was often appalled by what it saw as a lack of discipline and training on the part of the Canadians. They viewed the Americans similarly and felt that when it came to anti-submarine warfare, both forces had a tendency to over-focus on prosecuting enemy submarines in preference to keeping station on their convoys. For their part, the Canadians were just as frustrated with having been forced into action by their cross-Atlantic cousins without proper training and equipment, and then having the RN look down their noses at them. To put the situation colloquially, one Canadian skipper noted, invoking the almost holy word of Canada's national pastime, "It is as though we were attempting to play against a professional hockey team with a collection of individuals who had not even learned to skate." Matters were made worse by the fact that the Canadians had taken upon themselves almost sole responsibility for escorting the much more vulnerable slow convoys, SC, because the RCN lacked warships capable of escorting faster groups. These lumbering formations were much harder to protect, with their merchantmen being at least 30% more likely to be torpedoed. Guarding these plotting herds would prove a heavy lift for the unseasoned RCN. The Allies weren't the only ones feeling the strain of having too few warships, of course. Dönitz kicked off Paukenschlag with just a handful of submarines. While the total number of U-boats under his command had been edging up, many of the boats produced during the winter of 1941 through 42 were still locked in the Baltic ice, which had been exceptionally heavy that year. The losses in time on station due to the abnormal ice pack, nearly 5,000 operational days according to one post-war study, may by themselves have resulted in the survival of 850,000 tons of Allied shipping during the first 3 quarters of 1942. This was an enormous figure. Other boats were still training. The result was that on 1 January 1942, only 64 German submarines were in the Atlantic. Of these, 14 were unavailable or not combat ready. America's shores lay more than 3,000 miles from Dernitz's French bases. The prevailing wisdom had it that the shorter-range Type 7 boats simply couldn't make it that far, meaning Dernitz could only use Type 9 boats for his American scheme, of which he had just 19. A mere 5 were detailed for Paukenschlag. However, additional Type 7s were sent to the east coast of Canada as part of the same effort. Those 5 Type 9s were capable of raising plenty of hell. Hartigan went on to be the high scorer for the first wave, sinking 7 ships off the U.S. coast and another 2 on his return voyage. By the time he returned to Lorient on 9 February, he had bagged 53,164 tons. The other 4 Type 9s combined to raise the group's total to 27 ships of 165,267 tons. Hundreds of Allied merchant mariners lost their lives. Meanwhile, the Type 7s that ventured into Canadian waters fared reasonably well, although the going was much tougher. The weather was obscenely bad, with raging storms, heavy seas, and fog. Canadian airborne patrols were stronger too, and several boats came under attack. German torpedo failures likewise added to the misery of the U-boat men and lowered their totals. U-552's Eric Topp, the skipper who had sunk the Reuben James back in October and already a leading ace, managed to sink only 3 vessels for 13 torpedoes expended due to various misfires. He returned to Lorient in a fury. All totaled, the Canadian boats accounted for 18 ships of 85,400 tons. This was actually respectable, given the conditions under which the boats were operating. The convoy routes to England weren't safe either. Convoy ON-53 lost 5 ships during a week's worth of isolated tracks off Newfoundland, one of them belonging to the returning Hartigan. The same thing occurred to ON-55 and ON-56 later in January, as U-boats picked off ships here and there, resulting in 4 ships sunk in each convoy. German submarine sinkings for the month came to about 288,000 tons, with not a single boat lost in American waters. Grappling with a response. Hartigan and his comrades had been aided inestimably by the woeful defenses they found on the eastern seaboard. The Canadians, as mentioned, were using practically every warship in their rapidly growing navy to guard Atlantic convoys and had nothing left over for coastal protection. That said, the Canadians at least had already been at war for a while and had some notion of how to behave in wartime, something the Americans sorely lacked. America's coastlines were lit up like a carnival from lighthouses, navigational beacons, and the lights of cities and towns along its verge, which then backlit vulnerable merchantmen moving independently along the coast. It would take weeks to convince American mayors to subject their towns to blackouts. Ships were all sailing independently, rather than in convoys. Few of their masters felt any inclination to zigzag, maintain low smoke-steaming conditions, or even douse their running lights. The results were foregone. Ships were sinking, often in plain view of American civilians on shore, their hulks burning for days and coughing up funeral fires for all to see. Men were dying, their bloated, burned bodies washing ashore on American beaches. Despite this, aircraft patrols were sparse to non-existent. No American naval vessels seemed anywhere at hand. Many have blamed Admiral King for this apparent lack of preparation. It's even more tempting to point a finger when in hindsight the solution to the U-boat menace seems so simple. Had King implemented convoying immediately, supposedly everything would have been fine. Throw in King's perceived antipathy to the British and his apparent unwillingness to profit from the Royal Navy's hard-won experience, and it's easy to see why the coming months appeared to highlight the incompetence of the U.S. Navy and its commander. While King cannot escape some share of the blame, there were many factors that made combating the U-boat threat so difficult. The geographic scope of the problem was enormous. The British and Canadian navies had been fighting U-boats for more than 2 years by now, and the U.S. Navy, despite its ostensible neutrality before the war, had been lending increasing assistance to that effort. Yet by the fall of 1941, these three naval forces together had only barely managed to secure a maritime lifeline that stretched some 2,400 nautical miles, (nm), from Halifax to Liverpool. Adding the U.S. East Coast into the mix accounted for another 1,400 nm of coastline from Halifax to Miami, expanding the battlefield by 60%. Admiral Adolphus Andrews, commander of the American Eastern Sea Frontier, remarked before the war to King that, "Should the enemy's submarines operate off this coast, this command has no force available to take action against them, either offensively or defensively." King had been agitating for years for more ASW escorts, but they had yet to be launched in numbers. Where now were the ships and aircraft going to come from to patrol this vast new area? There was desperate lack of suitable American escorts on the East Coast at the start of 1942. While the Atlantic Fleet had around 90 destroyers available, 14 of them were typically in the yard and unavailable at any given time. Another 30 or so were based in Newfoundland or Iceland, tasked with guarding convoys across the North Atlantic. 11 more American tin cans, as destroyers were called, were assigned to escort the carrier Yorktown, now being transferred to the Pacific in the mad scramble after Pearl Harbor. The same was true of 3 of America's older battleships, each of which took destroyers along as they were being similarly transferred. Other destroyers were on standby to escort the remaining heavy units of the Atlantic Fleet at the request of the British, ready to react to any sortie of the battleship Tirpitz and other Kriegsmarine heavy units that had been recently repositioned in Norway. Quite a few American tin cans were engaged in escorting troop convoys to both Northern Ireland and the UK. Given that Churchill believed a German invasion of the UK was still possible, getting American troops across the Atlantic helped shore up the Prime Minister politically and freed up British troops to be shipped to other threatened locales in the Mideast and Pacific. King was extremely proud of the fact that the U.S. Navy had lost not a single doughboy in the First World War troop convoys it had guarded, and he intended to continue that run under his watch. From where he sat, accepting a steady dribble of merchant sailors being killed was preferable to the terrible prospect of having a regiment's worth of American boys drowned at a stroke if a troop ship went down. From a PR perspective, that made perfect sense. As historian Clay Blair points out, in view of the scant resources, when faced with the challenge of escorting cargo or troop ships, King chose the latter, reflecting the American view that military lives were more precious than military cargo. These convoys were extraordinarily heavily defended against surface raiders, often by more than a dozen destroyers and cruisers, and sometimes even an old battleship. They also represented a month-long commitment for each of the destroyers involved, at a time when escorts were badly needed everywhere. All of this, of course, was cold comfort to the families of merchant mariners whose occupation had seemingly become just as dangerous as any infantryman's. But the hard truth was that King's priorities would ultimately be vindicated by an almost perfect track record of troopship crossings. The British, on the other hand, sometimes were forced to sail their troopships unescorted and paid the price. In a 2-month span later in 1942, 6 unescorted British troopships totaling more than 100,000 tons would be sunk in the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, with nearly twice as many lives lost as the Titanic. All this meant that the bulk of anti-submarine duties off the American coast, in the near term at least, would have to be carried out by ships other than U.S. Navy destroyers. Yet practically nothing on hand was capable of engaging a U-boat. The Coast Guard had 6 excellent Treasury-class cutters, all of which would do yeoman's work on the Atlantic. Beyond that, the various U.S. naval coastal commands had nothing but a ragtag lot of refitted smaller cutters, yachts, and older gunboats, some of them coal burners. Few carried sonar or depth charges, or even a deck gun. Their ability to fight a U-boat, even on the surface, was practically nil, and their ability to destroy a submerged submarine was laughable. Leveling charges that escort building had somehow been foolishly and negligently shortchanged is pointless. Everything had been foolishly and negligently shortchanged, and the U.S. now possessed not a single category of armament of any type in any abundance. Furthermore, the pre-war U.S. political climate had absolutely guaranteed that defense spending would be slighted. Culpability here lies not with the lack of vision on the part of FDR, King, or the Navy, but with the aftermath of the First World War and the Great Depression, emotions over which had then been cynically exploited by isolationist congressmen. They had tenaciously fought Roosevelt's every move toward preparing for the war he knew was coming, because that's what politicians do. And 1942 was the year America would pay a price in blood for this lack of vision. This is not to say that the Navy hadn't been laying down warships. The Two-Ocean Navy Act of 1940 had led to a surge in shipbuilding. But all the vessels procured by the act were destroyer-sized or larger. This, too, was rational. In a period of constrained resources, purchasing longer lead-time vessels like aircraft carriers rather than smaller escorts was unquestionably the right call. During a war, of course, the U.S. would need naval vessels of every sort. Carriers, battleships, and cruisers took years to build, whereas destroyer escorts and sub-chasers could be constructed much more quickly in smaller commercial yards. America, as the world's largest economic power, had the ability to ramp up its building of smaller ships at the last minute. Overall, it made sense to accept the short-term losses in shipping that might accrue from such a policy in return for the guaranteed longer-term benefits of receiving many more larger vessels starting in 1943. Of course, that also meant that in the short term there was a deficit of escorts. Admiral King was hardly unacquainted with the intricacies of ASW or the pressing need for escort vessels. Before the war, as a member of the Navy General Board, he had made perceptive recommendations regarding the characteristics of ASW vessels that the U.S. Navy should have been constructing. Indeed, as one Canadian commentator notes, King's pre-war observations regarding the likely nature of convoy warfare in the North Atlantic indicates that he was better aware of escort capabilities than were most of the design authorities planning escorts for the Royal Navy. King knew that fleet destroyers were the wrong ships for escorting convoys. That went also for the older four-stackers that had been given to the RN-RCN, many of whose American sisters had either been scrapped by now or converted to mine layers and fast transports. Destroyers were optimized for speed and firepower. They were heavily armed greyhounds, perfectly capable of sinking a submarine, yet better suited for screening high-speed naval task forces and fighting other ships like themselves. When plodding along at convoy speeds of 6 to 12 knots, their engines were inefficient, and their long, thin hulls made them poor sea boats in rough weather. Their heavy gun armament, multiple banks of torpedoes, and sophisticated fire control suites were overkill for hunting submarines on a daily basis. Above all, destroyers were expensive. The optimal North Atlantic ASW vessel was something a touch smaller, slower, less capable, and more fuel efficient. An ocean-going ship in the 1,500-ton range, about 300 feet long, with a top speed of 20 to 23 knots, and optimized for seakeeping and range, was a better fit. A few 3 or 4-inch guns and a small outfit of light anti-aircraft weapons were plenty for facing a surfaced U-boat. The ship's primary armament needed to be her depth charge racks, K-gun throwers, and other ASW weaponry. This type of ship, variously called a destroyer escort, DE, or frigate, depending on whose navy laid it down, would eventually be built by the hundreds. Nonetheless, there would be none on hand for the 1942 campaign off the U.S. coasts. In early 1941, in his capacity on the Navy General Board, King had advocated that a large number of destroyer escorts be laid down for the conflict that he, like the President, knew was coming. However, he was stymied by none other than Roosevelt. FDR preferred smaller ASW vessels, 110 and 173-foot submarine chasers and patrol craft. In this, he was undoubtedly influenced by his own experience as a sailor. In the words of Admiral Royal Ingersoll, Roosevelt was a small boat seaman himself and loved to cruise on little things like the 165-foot presidential yacht Potomac. But the submarine chaser was no craft to combat the submarine on the high seas. Ingersoll dismissed the sub-chasers in particular as not very good and simply a fad of the yacht-loving president. Simply put, in the notoriously rough North Atlantic, one needed a ship, not a boat. Indeed, as the British were discovering, even the 205-foot Flower-class corvettes, 925 tons, were too small for the work being required of them in the North Atlantic. Likewise, at a strategic level, King and the Navy General Board foresaw that the U.S. was going to be fighting a multi-year global war. America needed escort craft capable of protecting shipping worldwide, in any sea conditions, and lots of them. Smaller vessels, taking nearly as long to build as a proper ship, only marginally effective during a transient crisis off U.S. coasts, and far less capable once the naval war inevitably moved well offshore, were a poor long-term solution to the Navy's needs. Spending $1.6 million on a 173-foot patrol craft, when $2.5 million would purchase a 327-foot Treasury-class cutter with 4 times the range and probably 10 times the overall utility, was penny-wise but pound-foolish. In the end, unfortunately, Roosevelt had gotten his way. Despite King's and Knox's protestations, no destroyer escorts were laid down before the war. Once the balloon did go up and the nation was at war, the president instead ordered a crash building program for both patrol craft and sub-chasers, euphemistically termed 60 ships in 60 days. In the event, Roosevelt's program was badly delayed. Only 7 of the 60 sub-chasers were available to the Eastern Sea Commands by 1 July 1942. Construction of destroyer escorts, meanwhile, was moved down the list of priorities. The first keel of the excellent Everts-class DEs would not be laid until October 1942. The result was that the escort pool, at least until the middle of 1942, was essentially fixed, at a time when the Allies calculated they were more than 800 escorts short to cover the world's seaways. Then there was the matter of aircraft, which were vitally important to combating U-boats. Aircraft affected submarines negatively in a number of ways, beyond simply attacking and, hopefully, sinking them. The mere presence of a plane overhead typically forced submarines to dive, reducing their ability to detect a target to what could be seen from the periscope or heard on sonar. It also affected their ability to track a target and then maneuver into a firing position by reducing their speed from a surfaced 15 knots to 4 or 5 underwater. A submarine forced down while trailing a convoy could find that contact had been entirely broken when it resurfaced, necessitating a new search that might or might not be successful. With a sufficient blanket of patrol planes, the Eastern Seaboard could have been largely shut down against U-boat operations, in much the same way that RAF Coastal Command had managed to push the U-boats away from Britain's coasts. However, the planes were not available, because the U.S. Army Air Force was jealously guarding its prerogatives over all land-based aircraft. Though the Air Force was charged with providing ASW aircraft off the East Coast, it had little real interest in the assignment, a disinclination that reached all the way back to the original 1930s doctrinal tensions between the nascent Air Service and its senior services. Moreover, the Air Corps did not have effective tactics and tools for maritime patrol or ASW work. U.S. airmen were primarily focused on 2 tasks in early 1942, conducting a successful strategic bombing campaign in Europe and setting themselves up for post-war independence from the Army. They viewed any diversion of 4-engine bombers as endangering their primary efforts. When the AAF's commander, Hap Arnold, received a Navy request to allocate heavy B-24 and medium B-25 bombers for ASW work, he rejected the idea. No planes were available, he said, and besides, the request raised questions of far greater import than the possibility of diverting planes. The underlying issue was whether it actually made sense to continue the Army's monopoly over ground-based aircraft. Arnold had responded along entirely predictable institutional lines, and thereby placed bureaucratic politics ahead of the endangered lives of American merchant mariners. In addition to the sheer lack of escorts and aircraft, there was also a lack of good intelligence. In early January, King had learned from the British about the 5 German U-boats heading his way. He didn't know exactly how many submarines were now operating off the East Coast, nor did he know what Dönnitz's long-term strategy was. This had to do with the information Bletchley Park was, or wasn't, handing him regarding German intentions, which in turn depended on the flow of good Enigma decrypts. Then, on 1 February, the lights abruptly flickered and went out. The Germans had introduced a new version of their naval cipher machine, moving from the early war 3-rotor model to a 4-rotor version. The British knew that a new code, called Triton by the Germans or Shark by the codebreakers, was in the works. When it materialized, it stymied all efforts at breaking it. Bletchley Park, which had been feeding intel estimates to their cross-Atlantic allies, was now effectively blinded to German naval traffic. By extension, so was Admiral King, at the very moment he most needed hard information regarding Dönnitz's real intentions for Falkenschlag. The most important question was how long the Germans intended to operate off the East Coast. It was quite possible that Hartigan and his cohorts represented a one-shot deal on the part of the Kriegsmarine, maybe nothing more than a propaganda stunt of some sort. Common sense dictated that the Germans couldn't sustain a concerted assault like this. U.S. and British estimates of the ranges of the German Type 7 and Type 9 U-boats indicated that the longer-range Type 9s alone could make it all the way across the Atlantic. Given that the Germans only had a dozen Type 9s at most available in the Atlantic, Dönitz couldn't theoretically operate all that many off the U.S. coast, especially given Germany's other commitments around Norway and the Mediterranean. The threat estimates in hand anticipated that the Germans could surge perhaps 5 or 6 Type 9s for a single, high-intensity offensive. If Dönitz opted for a more sustained effort, only 3 or 4 subs should be able to operate continuously in American waters. That constituted an annoyance, not a crisis. However, these threat estimates were confounded by German submariners. By pumping ballast tanks full of fuel oil, stuffing their boats with provisions, and exerting every effort to husband fuel, they were managing to push the range of their subs well beyond what was considered possible. Getting a Type 7 all the way to the Canadian coast had been something of a feat in itself. During later waves, Type 7s would go all the way to America. Furthermore, Dönitz was already in the process of converting large Type 9D boats into special supply submarines, called milch cows, to refuel and resupply his forward-deployed boats. King and the U.S. Navy didn't know any of this yet. The upshot was that instead of being on the receiving end of a short-duration surge, they were going to find themselves facing wave after wave of German submarines. Not only that, but each wave would contain many more submarines, up to 24 at a time. This was well beyond what even the gloomiest pre-war estimates had thought possible. This was not due to a lack of foresight on King's part, but rather the ingenuity and skill of German U-boat men, who rendered those pre-war threat estimates obsolete. In the process, they began destroying significant amounts of the most important strategic commodity of the Anglo-American alliance, shipping. The primacy of shipping. Shipping was at once the stranglehold and sole foundation of our war strategy. So wrote Winston Churchill after the war, and it indeed exerted an outsized effect on the year's strategic deliberations. Germany, the Soviet Union, and China were fundamentally continental powers, whose fates would be determined on the ground. Britain, Japan, and to a lesser extent Italy, were maritime nations, who depended on the seas around them. The United States, despite its enormous landmass, was as well. Thus, shipping united both the far-flung Commonwealth and the U.S., and helps explain British alarm at the crisis now beginning to explode off America's eastern seaboard. Everything the Americans and British hoped to do in this war was predicated on being able to haul vast quantities of military materiel across the oceans to where it was needed. Little surprise, then, that shipping was named the most precious of Allied resources in the official histories of none other than the U.S. Army. A heretofore unknown planner under General Marshall, Brigadier General Dwight Eisenhower echoed this in his diary, writing, "Ships, ships, all we need is ships. What a headache." It's not much of a stretch to say that Allied strategy was driven by shipping, and not the other way around. Later in 1942, one of the primary reasons for launching an Anglo-American invasion of North Africa was to open the Mediterranean to Allied shipping again. Doing so would save millions of wasted miles on ships that currently had to make their way around the Cape of Good Hope to bring supplies to the Middle East, and in the process, free up shipping for other purposes. More efficient supply routes would also free up Allied escort assets. Thus, spreading out the sea lanes on this global battlefield, as Dönitz was attempting in the Atlantic, played to the advantage of the Axis. Compressing them would benefit the Allies. In early 1942, there was far too little Allied waterborne transport to go around. As the coming year would demonstrate all too clearly, everybody in the U.S. military would be screaming about the urgent need to transport soldiers, equipment, and supplies everywhere on God's green earth, to the UK, Iceland, Murmansk, North Africa, Persia, Panama, Hawaii, the Aleutians, Australia, New Zealand, even as far away as India and China. All this cargo was critical, at least in the eyes of the local commanders who depended on it, and it was needed right now. Consequently, anything that threatened the vulnerable merchantmen that were the humble coinage of this vital capacity was a direct threat to not only Britain's stomachs and factories, but also the entire Allied war machine. To convoy or not? Given all this, King had to balance defending the Allied shipping system with ensuring that the system as a whole remained as efficient as possible. The latter half of the equation often gets lost in the finger-pointing regarding Paukenschlag. This leads directly to the topic of convoying and how it was understood by U.S. naval authorities in early 1942. In hindsight, it's easy to point to American tardiness in organizing convoying, particularly given the fact that the Canadians had begun throwing together jury-rigged convoys off their shores as early as 16 January. Ultimately, it became clear that ships sailing in convoys were generally safer. Throughout the war, vessels sailing independently accounted for the bulk of submarine sinkings. 3/4 of the losses during 1942 would be independents. Why, then, did the Americans take so long to implement convoying? If the upside of convoying is protection, the downside is efficiency. Ships lose time waiting around in harbors while convoys are assembled. Once they arrive at their destination, they frequently have to wait again as overwhelmed port facilities cope with the sudden influx of vessels needing unloading. Instead of a steady stream of traffic flowing smoothly across the oceans, convoys create gigantic pulses of tonnage that stress the throughput of docks, cranes, trains, trucks, and warehouses at either end. The bigger the convoy, the greater the stress. A 1943 USN study estimated that the overall loss of efficiency of the merchant fleet as a result of convoying was somewhere in the neighborhood of 17% to 21%. Other post-war estimates of the loss of efficiency were much higher, perhaps 30% to 35%. These were huge hits to total system throughput, at a time when the Allies needed to use their shipping most efficiently because they had less of it. Thus, contrary to the common wisdom, convoying is not always the right answer to moving cargo ships around during wartime. If the threat of submarine attack is high in a given area, convoys are clearly the best approach for the majority of vessels. That said, even in a high-risk environment, Vessels with a top speed of better than 15 knots were judged sufficiently safe to proceed independently. Such swift targets had limited engagement windows. Submarines usually had a difficult time getting into position to line up a shot. As mentioned previously, though, this calculus would show mixed results for British troop ships later in the year. Slower ships inarguably needed to be convoyed to be safe, and there were a lot of these scows out there in early 1942. During the Depression, many older merchantmen had simply been kept in service, meaning at least a third of the Allied shipping pool was composed of older, decrepit vessels. On the other hand, if the general threat of attack is low, or sinkings intermittent, independent sailings are preferable. If the ASW assets existed to quickly hunt down and kill any intruding submarine. In fact, the U.S. would revert to independent sailings in areas like the Caribbean and much of the Pacific later in the war, once its anti-submarine capabilities became lethal enough. Losing the odd ship every now and then was worth the increase in shipping throughput, as long as offending submarines had good odds of being destroyed for their temerity. This, however, was decidedly not the case in early 1942. King didn't know yet how effective his ASW forces would be, nor what the extent and duration of enemy submarine attacks were likely to be. One of the reasons that King's forces were not as lethal as they could be is that many of them were being used in hunter-killer operations. There was still little comprehension in the USN that forming independent ASW groups to hunt down submarines on the high seas was much less effective than simply jamming every possible escort into convoy protection. Submarines could often detect hunter-killer groups coming and maneuver to avoid them. Many such groups never got so much as a glimpse of a submarine, even after weeks of patrolling, as the British had discovered themselves early in the war. Another factor King had to consider was that U.S. coastal tankers carried 95% of the petroleum from Texas and Louisiana needed on the East Coast, where the U.S. military buildup intended for Europe would have to be concentrated. Without gas, none of those tanks, trucks, or airplanes were going to be moving anywhere, domestically or overseas. Thus, cutting the efficiency of U.S. coastal traffic by implementing convoying was not to be undertaken lightly. While the lives of Allied merchant sailors were at stake, failing to get needed material overseas on a timely basis would certainly cost Allied lives as well. With respect to safety, it was also not understood in early 1942, at least by the Americans, that completely undefended convoys were still safer than independent sailings, even in areas where U-boats were known to be present. This seems counterintuitive, but was a function of the submarine's ability to scout. From the bridge of a U-boat located a dozen feet or so above the waterline, spotting an entire convoy is almost as difficult as spotting a single ship. The same is true of hearing it on hydrophones. Thus, sneaking a convoy of ships past a U-boat was only marginally riskier than sneaking a single cargo ship past, but delivered a benefit dozens of times greater. Ships sailing independently tended to present U-boats with a steady stream of potential sighting opportunities. With a convoy, all those potential sighting opportunities were compressed into a single roll of the dice. Miss it, and a U-boat might have no more chances for days or weeks. Once the convoy was passed, even if a later sighting was made by someone else, the first submarine would have to play catch-up, making an attack more difficult. Granted, if the submarine got in among an undefended flock, the results could be grim. But mathematically speaking, the odds were still better for a given cargo ship to make it to port as part of an undefended convoy, rather than sailing alone. Operational research would eventually bear all this out. But King's perceptual frame in early 1942 was formed by what he had observed happening to the British in 1940 through 41. The UK's situation then had been much akin to the U.S. position now. Too few escorts, too many ships to protect. The British had done what they could by spreading their escorts around so that most convoys had at least some protection. But on several occasions, when weakly escorted British convoys had run afoul of German U-boat packs, they had been torn to pieces. American naval observers in London during 1940 through 41 were also unaware that unescorted vessels were incurring the majority of sinkings. Finally, King and his staff knew they had a long coastline to deal with large numbers of vessels navigating predictable, coast-hugging routes up the East Coast that couldn't very well evade the U-boats. This was particularly true off of Cape Hatteras, where the confluence of dangerous shoals to landward and a narrow continental shelf providing deep water close at hand narrowed the shipping channel to a mere 30 miles wide. This meant that the odds of weakly protected convoys being set upon were greater. Taken altogether, King's opinion in February 1942 that inadequately escorted convoys are worse than none, a position he would reiterate a month later, was somewhat understandable. Critics have dismissed King as both short-sighted and against convoying. He was neither. Nor was he out of step with prevailing American doctrine in this respect. One USN board echoed King in March that it should always be borne in mind that effective convoying depends on the escort being in sufficient strength to permit their taking offensive action against attacking submarines. This was maddening to the British, who understood the benefits of even lightly escorted convoys and felt that the Americans, having been exposed to the British convoying system for the better part of a year now, ought to see things as they did. The point of all this is not to say that King was blameless for what was beginning to unfold off the East Coast. It is simply to say that the situation in January through February 1942 was extraordinarily complex. German intentions and capabilities to sustain Paukenschlag were vague at best. Given his other escort obligations, which were numerous, it was not unreasonable for King to wait for the picture to clarify itself before implementing convoys. When that picture did come into focus, the Americans would find themselves behind the proverbial 8-ball. Air War Europe. Air operations. With the conservation directive still in place, Bomber Command's January operations were understandably somewhat limited. Aircraft sortied on 22 days of the month, carrying out the normal armed patrols, minor raids, and laying of naval mines that kept up a steady hum of air activity on the enemy's fences, with mining cumulatively accounting for more sorties than any single land target would receive this year. There were only 3 attacks in January of significant size. 2 of them occurred early in the month, both aimed at the French port of Brest, where battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were holed up, along with heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen. Brest was also an important U-boat base, heavily protected by flak, and often covered by smoke screens as well. Bomber Command hit it 5 nights in a row starting on the 5th, 6th, sending up a total of 486 sorties, and amazingly lost only 2 bombers in the process, while managing minor damage to Gneisenau. A raid against Wilhelmshaven by 124 machines on the night of the 10th, 11th saw 5 bombers, 4%, destroyed, while causing only minor damage. Hamburg suffered 2 consecutive raids on the 14th to 16th by a total of 191 aircraft, which started some fires and killed 9 people on the ground, for which the British lost 8 aircraft, 4.2%, along with probably 27 aviators. This was typical during this portion of the war, with Bomber Command often losing more men when their planes went down than were killed on the ground. Though Bomber Command was in conservation mode, flying about 2/3 the sorties it had been during the summer, those sorties were still dangerous, with an average loss rate of 3.9% on the month. Perhaps the most important operation of the month, though, was Charles Portal dropping the axe on Bomber Command CNC Richard Pierce, already a marked man because of the failure of the Berlin raid in November. Now, with the onset of the Japanese, Portal had the opportunity to execute a face-saving shuffle. The recent formation of the Allied ABDA Command in Southeast Asia meant an overall Allied air commander was needed for that theater, and Pierce was the lucky man Portal had in mind. Already in Washington for the Arcadia Conference, Portal conferred with Churchill on the matter, then sent Pierce a telegram packing him off to the Far East. The man Portal wanted as his replacement, Air Marshal Arthur Harris, also happened to be in Washington, acting as head of the RAF delegation there. Portal told him to wrap up his affairs and head home forthwith. He would take over in February. German air defenses. The German air defenses that were giving the British such fits had honestly been an afterthought for the Luftwaffe during much of 1941, since they were handling the British threat quite adequately without taking too many aircraft or flak weapons away from the main effort in the USSR. This bulwark was popularly referred to as the Kammhuber Line, named after its creator, Lieutenant General Joseph Kammhuber. Starting in July 1940, he had pieced together an integrated network of radars, searchlights, fighters, and flak, barring the most likely paths of entry for British bombers heading for Germany. By early 1942, a belt of defenses stretched south from the Danish border all the way to the French-Belgian border just south of Brussels. Although one could technically outflank it by flying around its northern or southern ends, this was often impractical for reasons of fuel and because the choicest targets, including the industrial cities of the Ruhr, were located right behind the main defensive cordon. The Kammhuber Line included two different types of zones: dark fighting and light fighting. The 5 dark fighting zones near the coastline each consisted of a large Freya search radar backed by a night fighter, which would be coached onto a bomber target and brought within visual range so that an interception could be made. If the bomber made it through this initial zone, it wound up at the searchlight belt, or light fighting zones. This cordon consisted of a series of boxes measuring about 32 kilometers by 20 kilometers, called a Himmelbett, 4-poster bed, each with another Freya set, as well as a smaller, more accurate Wurzburg fire control radar. Rather than aiming guns, the Wurzburg was tasked with directing the box's master searchlight, which in turn controlled another 6 locally controlled searchlights. The idea was to cone an incoming bomber, allowing the night fighters circling in the box to move in and destroy it. British bomber crews understandably grew to fear and hate the blue beam of the master searchlight. Later this year, Kammhuber would be forced to evolve again. Germany's more powerful burgomasters began demanding of Goering that the majority of the searchlight regiments be returned to the direct defense of their cities. In the short term, this weakened the Kammhuber Line. Disaster was averted by the provision of more Wurzburg sets. As 1942 continued, each light fighting box, which had increasingly less in the way of light as the searchlights were moved out, would be provided with a second Wurzburg radar, one to lock onto the bomber, the other onto the friendly night fighter, and both centrally coordinated by a ground station. Operations in this command post were centered on an ingenious plotting table, the Seeberg Tisch, whose frosted glass surface was illuminated from underneath by a red light for the bomber and a blue light for the fighter. Phone talkers then guided the fighter into attack position. A limited number of German night fighters were now also beginning to employ the new Liechtenstein airborne radar to guide themselves in during the final few kilometers. In other words, the entire system was evolving toward a dark fighting orientation. It was also increasingly lethal as more radars came online. At the beginning of 1942, night fighters were estimated to destroy about 1% of the bomber sorties. By the summer, that figure may have doubled. By the standards of the time, the Kammhuber Line was an extremely sophisticated setup. However, it was also manpower-intensive and rather inflexible, in that night fighters were required to stick strictly to their boxes because the Wurzburg set could only track one target at a time. If a big attack struck an adjacent sector, for instance, fighters had no ability to lateral over and assist because they might be mistaken for a hostile target and shot down. The system's weaknesses were less evident at the beginning of the year, because Bomber Command still gave wide latitude to its pilots and navigators on how to approach their targets. In the dark, the risk of collision was too great to fly in formation, so the tendency was to spread out, with most pilots flying at high altitude, and some at medium altitude above the small caliber flak, yet still low enough to zip through the envelopes of the heavy stuff. Many took evasive courses and approached the target from odd angles, all of which prolonged the raid's duration, lowered the concentration of the bombers within the Himmelbett boxes, and made them easier to pick off one by one. Meanwhile, the Reich's major cities were steadily being turned into hedgehogs, ringed with ever denser concentrations of guns and searchlights. By the end of 1941, the number of flak batteries had blossomed to 490 heavy and 442 light and medium, with another 245 and 332 batteries, respectively, in the Western occupied territories. With the various battery types mounting from 4 to 20 guns, this meant a total of roughly 20,000 guns, backed by about 1,000 searchlights. Berlin alone was protected by 265 heavy and light flak batteries and over 100 searchlights. The Ruhr district had even more. Flak was being mounted on trains as well, allowing guns to be shuttled to hotspots. In addition, the most important locales, the Ruhr, Bremen, Hamburg, and Berlin, sported their own night fighter contingents, turning them into combined fighting zones that made life particularly dangerous for the bombers. Compelled to fly straight and level for at least some amount of time to complete their bombing runs, they became easy marks for both flak and fighters. Searchlight-directed flak was particularly lethal. During one 3-month period in 1942, the British figured it accounted for 3/4 of total bomber losses, meaning that getting coned over the target was almost a death sentence. One Bomber Command Group captain noted, "There is no doubt about it. Flak and searchlights frighten our people beyond measure, and many crews go completely to pieces." He judged that only 1 crew in 5 would face such defenses and still drop their bombs on the target. The majority would simply jettison their bombs and run. This was undoubtedly overstated, but nevertheless gives a sense of the fear German defenses engendered. Flak weapons were not a central feature of the Kammhuber line proper. Guns, by definition, were point defenses and mostly used around cities. It was important in Hitler's eyes that the German people plainly see and hear the Reich's forces fighting back against enemy air attack. The Führer was obsessed with flak, demanding that the Reich be surrounded by dense layers of guns, personally spurring the production of more anti-aircraft ammunition, and demanding the use of captured Soviet weapons to augment the defenses. The creation of the enormous flak towers, multi-story concrete air raid shelters topped by heavy guns, in Berlin, Hamburg, and Vienna this year were another visible symbol of the Führer's resolve to defend his empire. Given the tremendous drain on resources the Russian front was commanding, however, it's perhaps not surprising that bomber defenses in the West were currently being run on the cheap. At the beginning of the year, the Germans had only about 300 night fighters and 350 aircrew tasked with defending the Reich, and only about half of them were fully combat ready. Day fighters were even weaker, with about 200 aircraft total, and 170 being serviceable at the beginning of the year. That had been sufficient so far, leading to a sense of complacency on the part of the Luftwaffe, which had plenty of fires that needed putting out on the Eastern Front. But questions still loomed. What would happen when Bomber Command's operations inevitably ramped back up again with the onset of better weather? Would the number of aircraft currently in the West suffice when the Americans began showing up too, with their daylight precision bombing doctrine? And when would that happen? 8th Air Force and American War Plans. That last question was very much on American minds as well. Steps were already being taken toward getting a U.S. bombing campaign underway, when 8th Air Force was officially activated on 28 January in Savannah, Georgia. Its commander, Carl Spaatz, was promoted to Major General that same day. Spaatz had known Hap Arnold for years and was a close confidant. Arnold had handpicked Spaatz for the job, wanting a person he could trust in charge of this all-important task, someone who would both champion his own vision for strategic air warfare and build the case for the AAF becoming an independent service once the war was won. For the time being, Spaatz would stay in the States to get things organized before coming over to Britain later in the summer. Meanwhile, his point man, Brigadier General Ira Eaker, was heading over in a matter of days, along with a small, some might say diminutive, advance team. Eaker's job was laying the groundwork for what would become the most powerful Air Force in history, a goal that was typically American, both outsized and rather newly minted. The truth is that the U.S. came into the conflict with a blueprint for global aerial warfare that was less than 5 months old. In the 2-year run-up to hostilities, the AAF had already been eyeing what they felt were aggressive expansion plans that would have seen 200,000 men and 21,000 aircraft in service. However, in July 1941, the President had requested a comprehensive plan from the Army and Navy departments for the overall production requirements required to defeat our potential enemies, whose power had grown even further with the addition of Japan to the Axis, as well as Germany's potential conquest of the USSR. This planning task was hastily handed down from Hap Arnold to a quartet of shockingly junior officers, a major and 3 lieutenant colonels, who composed the newly created Air War Plans Division. In effect, as one historian later put it, a plan that should have been assembled by dozens of experts in a period of months was written by 4 young men in 9 days while their boss was out of town. Young or not, this particular quartet of officers had been collectively thinking about these problems for years before they were handed the boss's hot potato. They crammed into a tiny penthouse in Washington's Federal Munitions Building, laboring amid the din of the arms works and August's swelter. And in short order, they cranked out the AAF's answer to the President's requirements, winning Arnold's, Marshall's, and Secretary of War Stimson's approval. The resulting document, AWPD-1, was not just a laundry list of needs, but rather, in the words of Richard Overy, a clear expression of what strategic tasks the supplies would be needed for. While asserting the AAF's underlying belief in strategic bombing as the major method to bring about the defeat of Germany, it also included a high-level targeting strategy for attacking the Reich, along with a comprehensive tabulation of how many aircraft would be needed, based where, and doing what. AWPD-1 fell in line with Admiral Stark's Plan Dog memo, the current Rainbow 5 warfighting plan, and the results of the March 1941 ABC-1 conference between the Americans and British. The AAF anticipated America standing on the defensive in the Pacific while launching attacks against Germany's military capability to deprive it of essential supplies, production, and communications facilities. The goal was the breakdown of the industrial and economic structure of Germany. Hobbled Nazi military potential would, in turn, permit and support a final invasion of Germany. The latter point was important, because as one of the authors, Haywood Hansel, explained after the war, though the team in their heart of hearts hoped for victory through air power, the resulting plan provided for air support of an invasion, and afterwards combined operations on the continent if the air offensive should prove inconclusive. In other words, despite their aspirations, and in contrast to RAF Bomber Command, America's air planners still saw themselves, at least nominally, as part of a combined team, providing air support for Army-Navy and joint action incidental to the invasion of Germany. If need be, they would cover the Army's landing and subsequent drive into the Nazi heartland. As the plan's authors noted, a European landing could not be attempted until the air offensive against Germany has been successful and we can control the air over the area of invasion to a very larger measure. This seems to have reflected an understanding between Hap Arnold and his boss, George Marshall, that any invasion could proceed only after air superiority had been achieved, and that an extensive strategic bombardment campaign would probably best achieve it. The issue of air superiority as a component of strategic bombing was critically important in all this and represents a fundamental difference of approach between the Americans and British. Whereas the RAF was neither convinced of the need to secure air superiority over the Reich, nor in any way equipped to obtain it, from the outset, the AAF was determined to achieve it by crushing the Luftwaffe. As Ira Eaker would tell his hosts early during his stay, "The prime purpose of our operations over here, aside from reducing their munitions capacity, is to make the Luftwaffe come up and fight." That attitude raised many skeptical eyebrows in the UK, though ultimately it would prove the key to success for both countries' air campaigns. AWPD-1's authors knew that the struggle for supremacy wasn't going to be easy, and were girding themselves for a costly, all-out, multi-year air campaign against the Reich. Once 8th Air Force was rebased across the Atlantic to Britain, precision daylight bombing attacks would be unleashed on a list of 154 targets, including Germany's main aircraft manufacturing and subcomponent plants, electrical generating stations, key nodes in the transportation system, aluminum and magnesium sources, and the artificial petroleum industry. Much of this destruction was aimed like an elephant gun directly at the Luftwaffe's beating heart. Destroying the aluminum for its airframes, the railroad network that hauled raw materials and parts to and from the aircraft factories, the factories themselves, the electricity that powered them, and the oil that fueled the final product. Notably, German morale figured only tangentially in American designs, and this was an important distinction between what might be termed the American approach and the writings of theorists like Giulio Douhet. As early as 1926, with the establishment of the Air Corps Tactical School, the Americans had been more interested in attacking the industrial fabric that supported the enemy's war machine than in workers or their morale. If Germany's physical ability to resist was crushed through the destruction of its key economic nodes, the morale of the Reich's factory workers would be irrelevant. Accordingly, the AWPD-1 team, all of whom were tactical school grads and instructors, never accepted attack on civilian populations as the main method of air warfare. Obviously, American aversion to such attacks would weaken as the war continued, but for now, as historian Tammy Davis Biddle notes, American airmen had a genuine, unshaken conviction in their theory of air war. They found it elegant, straightforward, and promising. It helped them around the ethical concerns raised about bombing, and it promised leverage in the ongoing struggle for service autonomy. AWPD-1 assumed that it would take at least a year before the first strategic air operations against German-occupied territories could begin, and probably until the fall of 1943 before American air power could be fully fielded. It would take another year to obliterate the target list. But by summer or fall of 1944, the plan was that Germany would be so weakened that an invasion could be launched, a timetable that ultimately turned out to be broadly correct. If all went well, the air campaign might make an invasion unnecessary. Regardless, the key to winning the campaign would be America's superior capacity for sustaining attrition and outproducing the enemy. The physical means of this destruction would be sustained precision attacks delivered by almost 4,000 medium and heavy bombers based in the UK and Egypt. The plan further called for an additional 3,000 super heavy intercontinental B-36 bombers, which weren't on anybody's drawing boards yet, operating from places like the US and Greenland, and converging on Germany from all directions. A 25% to 33% monthly replacement rate in the combat groups would be needed to cover losses from a total force of about 63,000 aircraft. Of these, 37,000 would be the trainers needed to crank out 196,000 aviators annually, including 85,000 new pilots. Among the 2.1 million personnel needed to crew, command, and sustain the force. Given that the AAF had fewer than 700 bombers of any size on hand in the middle of 1941, these were ambitious plans, particularly given that the B-29 and B-32 prototypes wouldn't fly until September this year, and the B-36 not until 1946. Still, AWPD-1's overall intent was crystal clear. It laid out a vision of absolutely unchallengeable global air supremacy. When the Germans later began getting inklings of the plan's scope, Erhard Milch, the Luftwaffe's Director General of Air Armaments, found it inconceivable. The problem for the Americans was that in the short term, that's all AWPD-1 was, a plan. At the start of 1942, 8th Air Force didn't have so much as a single plane or airfield in Britain. Ira Eaker's job was to fix that. Mediterranean Theater. Rommel's counteroffensive. Despite having just been shoved out of Cyrenaica, Erwin Rommel wasn't the sort to wait around for things to get better. He intended to go back on the offensive as soon as possible. His reasons? A mixture of golden opportunity coupled with fear. On the positive side of the ledger, his supply situation had vastly improved as he fell back on his own logistical bases in central Libya. December's battleship convoy, M42, helped his situation considerably. And the Regia Marina repeated the exercise on 5 January, with convoy M43 bringing in another 54 Panzers, more fuel, and other cargo. Convoy T-48 would deliver 97 additional armored vehicles on the 24th. The Italians were reforming as well. 2 battalions of the new, and reasonably effective, Semoventi 75mm assault guns were now in the inventory of the Arietta Armored Division, giving it more punch. The Italian infantry divisions, likewise, were being remodeled according to a new, leaner North Africa table of organization, reduced in manpower but upgraded in firepower with improved artillery, anti-tank weapons, and mortars. With about 109 German and 79 Italian tanks on hand, and the British dispersed and short on supplies, Rommel's staff officers agreed that a brief window of opportunity existed to take the offensive. If he was going to go, Rommel knew he had to go now. He may not have held the British Eighth Army's tactical abilities in very high regard, but he deeply respected its quartermasters and engineers. Once they put Tobruk and Benghazi's harbors back in working order and finished moving the RAF up to new bases in Cyrenaica, he knew that the vast British truck fleet would turn to the task of piling up mountains of supplies and gasoline in support of a renewed Eighth Army drive on Tripoli. A logistical race, even where Malta shut down, was one he'd never win. He had to hit Auchinleck as soon as possible, put him in motion backwards, and keep him running. There was one tiny problem. Rommel's superior, General Ettore Bastico, CNC of Axis forces in North Africa. Bastico was skeptical about commencing a general advance, and would only countenance a spoiling attack in the neighborhood of El Agheila. Bastico's concern was understandable. The Italian foot infantry had suffered disproportionately during December's retreat, and he didn't want to stick his neck out too far. And while Rommel may have been the most glamorous soldier in the theater, Bastico was not shy about reminding him that he worked for the Italians, not the other way around. But Rommel had a solution to that dilemma. If necessary, he would simply ignore his orders and beg forgiveness later. This was classic Rommel, who had a knack for antagonizing his superiors, German and Italian alike, with his reflexive aggressiveness and total disdain for logistics, reconnaissance, or proper staff work. There was also his tendency to lead from so far up front that neither his staff officers nor superiors often had any idea where he was, what he was up to, or even if he was still alive. As for his Italian superiors, Rommel held them in no regard whatsoever. Bombastico, he referred to his superior, deeming both him and his chief of staff shits. Yet Rommel could get away with this behavior because he was the closest thing the Germans had to a military superstar, a reputation that has largely endured to this day. At the time of Crusader, he had recently turned 50 and was both Hitler's fair-haired boy and the creation of Goebbels' propaganda machine. These were guises Rommel deliberately donned, for he fit the part and knew how to play it. He used his privileged status to enlarge his mandate far beyond the bounds of his original mission. As the South African official history points out, when he had arrived in Africa, he was in command of not much more than a light division, but by mid-January, he was now safely established as the commander of a large army, with powers which, by alternately ignoring his Italian chief and treating him with studied insolence, he had made into a virtually independent jurisdiction. On the morning of 21 January, less than 2 weeks after he'd been pushed back to Mursa el Brega, Rommel unleashed his forces. They were formed in parallel columns, Africa Corps on the right, the Italian mobile divisions in the middle, and a German recon force up the coastal road on the left. Out in the desert near Ajdabia, he got around the right flank of 1st Armored Division. 4th Indian Division, near Benghazi, was too far away to help, the British having failed, as happened over and over, to place their forces so as to be mutually supporting. The Germans noted in their own after-battle report that never anywhere at any time during the fighting in Libya did the British High Command concentrate all its available forces at the decisive point. Now, with 1st Armored cut off from succor at Antalat, Rommel spied the opportunity to bag it entirely and lost little time in bringing up sufficient forces to launch the attempt. 1st Armored's commander, Sir Frank Meservey, was aware that things were going badly. A new unit, his division was not cohesive and didn't really know its business in the desert. And while Meservey did know the desert, he didn't know armor. Punched in the jaw by pros like 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions, 1st Armored didn't have a prayer of stopping their advance. The British offered what resistance they could, using mobile artillery columns, but that was about it. When Rommel tried penning Meservey in, though, it was shown once again that while the open terrain of the desert was great for unencumbered tactical movement, airtight encirclements were practically impossible. Meservey took advantage of a hole in the German net at the town of Sanu, skipped out of the trap, and fled east into the open desert. This meant 4th Indian Division in Benghazi was on its own, with an Axis force lurking off in the desert to its east, and closer to Tobruk than it was itself. 1st Armored's flight was compounded by a misreading of the tactical situation by 8th Army's commander, General Ritchie. Even as Meservey's position was disintegrating in the sands south of Antalat and Sanu, Ritchie was brimming with chin-up optimism. Certain there would soon be a God-sent opportunity to hit Rommel really hard, when he puts out his neck as it seems possible that he may be already doing. In the understated words of the British official histories, this was a robust reading of the situation, but not an accurate one. If any neck had been stuck out, it was a British neck, which the enemy was now menacing with strong forces. Much of Ritchie's naivete was initially driven by poor intelligence, with the British underestimating the number of tanks the Germans and Italians had received in the previous 6 weeks. By 24 January, Meservey and his superior in 13th Corps, Lieutenant General Sir Alfred Godwin Austen, were both stating in no uncertain terms that they were being assaulted by a large, capable force. Yet when Godwin Austen authorized evacuation of 4th Indian Division from Benghazi on the 25th, Ritchie reversed the decision, arguing that Rommel's advance wasn't actually a full-blown offensive. Sticking to one's guns can often be the right thing to do in a battle. We admire generals like Ulysses Grant, and Claude Auchinleck too, for that matter. 2 months prior, both of whom kept fighting under difficult circumstances, knowing the enemy was suffering too. But such optimism must be balanced by an assessment of the actual correlation of forces in play. Likewise, a good general must be able to adapt rapidly to changed circumstances. His ox-like optimism aside, Ritchie lacked those gifts. Although things were apparently going swimmingly for the Axis, on 23 January, General Ugo Cavallero, chief of the Italian Comando Supremo, showed up at Rommel's headquarters with an order from Il Duce halting the advance. Rommel refused, noting that since the majority of the troops involved were German, only the Führer's direct order would suffice to make him yank the reins. After much discussion, it was agreed that Rommel would adhere to the semantics contained in Mussolini's order, which specified that the Italian foot infantry of 10th and 11th Corps would stay where they were, that is, back at the original jump-off line. However, the Italian motorized formations could continue forward. This was despite the fact that 21st Corps was under Rommel's direct control, whereas the Italian mobile units were not. Such were the vagaries of the Axis command arrangements in Libya at this time. Rommel knew he would need the Italian infantry at some point to hold whatever it was he managed to gain. He would fight that bureaucratic battle after he had reconquered Cyrenaica. Rommel pushed on, and by 25 January, his forces had reached the inland road junction of Emsus. When he had taken Cyrenaica the previous year, Rommel had used Emsus as the jumping-off point for a mad dash straight across the open desert toward Tobruk, thereby cutting off the rust-colored buttes of the Jebel Akhtar and any forces located there. O'Connor and Auchinleck, of course, had done precisely the same thing in reverse during their respective advances toward Tripoli. Not surprisingly, then, Ritchie had anticipated Rommel's making the same move and was already preparing defenses to the east to stop him. Rommel, however, had anticipated Ritchie's anticipation. Sending a small force out into the desert to feint eastward, he turned the bulk of his forces due north instead, aiming for the highlands. Simultaneously, he sent a pair of light battalions tearing west across the desert toward Benghazi. Meanwhile, the Arietta and Trieste divisions drove north up the coastal road with the same objective in mind. Benghazi fell on the 29th, having been in Allied hands just over a month. With it came an enormous haul of British supplies. Driven from Benghazi, 4th Indian Division's only safe route back to friendly lines required taking the coastal road around the circumference of the Cyrenaican Bulge as fast as its trucks would scurry. If it didn't, Rommel's DAK would push in behind and cut it off. To the east, way out in the desert, 1st Armored was making its way east through Mekili with all the alacrity the sands would allow. By 4 February, it was all over. The British won the race, barely. The German pursuit pulled up in front of the town of Gazala, some 40 miles west of Tobruk. Il Duce was insisting that the advance be terminated, and this time Rommel had no real choice but to comply. Strong British forces were to his front, backed by an emerging defensive line stretching from Gazala south to the fort at Bir Hakeim, in the desert 40 miles to the south. Rommel was running out of gas and supplies, which had already necessitated the latter half of his pursuit being conducted by light forces only. Both sides now sat down to a long period of rebuilding, revictualling, and preparing to fight the next battle, which would have to occur somewhere near Gazala. As if the results on the ground hadn't been bad enough for the British, things in the air were trending ominously too. The RAF had only barely taken up position on airfields in Cyrenaica when it was kicked out again by Rommel's counteroffensive. To the RAF's credit, they made it back out of Cyrenaica in good order, although they did lose 25 aircraft captured on the ground at various airfields. The British had developed truck-borne repair and salvage units that scoured the desert to recover downed aircraft. In this case, the speed of Rommel's onset obliged them to about face before they could cart away damaged aircraft from their forward airfields. Pushed out of Cyrenaica, the British were no longer in a position to cover ships making the run to Malta, nor close enough to raid Tripoli with bombers. Combined with the Mediterranean fleet's December debacles, the positive effect on Axis logistics was immediate. Italian merchant mariners lugged over 66,214 tons of supply to Libya in January, landing them practically unscathed. Cargo loss rates plummeted from 9% in February to 3% in March to 1% in April. The Axis once again held the initiative, and it seemed possible that they would be able to use it to finally win the logistics war in North Africa. Combined with the ruination already occurring to British fortunes in the Pacific, these were dark tidings. Eastern Front. Stalin's Gambit. On 5 January 1942, Stalin convened a Kremlin meeting of the full Stavka to discuss the nature, scope, and timing of follow-on operations to capitalize on the victory just won in front of Moscow. Despite having failed to trap Army Group Center during its initial withdrawal, Stalin argued that it was time to think big. The Wehrmacht, he asserted, was on its last legs and unable to resist the resurgent Red Army. Instead of focusing on just the enemy forces opposite Moscow, Stalin wanted an all-out assault from the Red Army along the entire front, from Leningrad all the way to the Black Sea. This would prevent the Germans from regrouping for a renewed summer offensive. The enemy wants time and a rest. We're not going to give the Germans this rest, he insisted. We're going to chase them to the west with no rest. We're going to make them expend their reserves until the summer. The Soviet dictator was betting that sheer systemic shock would lead to the collapse of German resistance throughout the entire theater. Like Napoleon's Grande Armée in 1812, the Wehrmacht would be hurled back to the frontiers in a single great lunge. The result, as Stalin prophesied to his front and army commanders, would be nothing less than the complete defeat of the Hitlerite forces in the year 1942. Georgy Zhukov objected strenuously. In his opinion, the only objective that offered any prospect of victory remained the destruction of Army Group Center through reinforced offensives by his and Konev's Western and Kalinin fronts. Zhukov noted that the Soviet units involved in the initial counterattack were exhausted and needed replenishment. The Red Army did not yet have the strength to attack everywhere simultaneously. For successful offensive operations, it is essential to reinforce our forces with men, equipment, and to build up reserves, above all tank units, without which we can have no basis for anticipating particular success, Zhukov warned. The Stavka should reinforce the areas in which it was having success, rather than jumping into the unknown elsewhere on the front. Stalin would brook no argument with his strategic vision. The outwardly dramatic, if thus far limited, successes of the Moscow counteroffensive were now spurring unwarranted ambitions on the part of the Soviet dictator. He wanted complete victory, and he wanted it now. After the meeting ended, Chief of the General Staff Boris Shaposhnikov informed Zhukov that the presence of the operational commanders had largely been window dressing. Stalin had already made up his mind before convening his top generals. When Zhukov inquired why his opinion had been sought at all, Shaposhnikov responded, "That, my dear fellow, I do not know." The Kremlin's orders set in motion 9 of the Red Army's 10 operational fronts across the breadth of the line. Stalin's plan was not only to cut off and destroy Army Group Center, but also to raise the siege of Leningrad, destroy Army Group North, and simultaneously clear the entirety of the Crimea while keeping Army Group South busy near Kharkov. Had the Soviets focused strictly on Moscow, they might have demolished Army Group Center, beleaguered as it was and operationally crippled by Hitler's stand-fast order, Haltbefehl. This obviously would have had a strategic impact on the war. Instead, Stalin badly misjudged his own strength while underestimating the resilience and professionalism of the Wehrmacht. It's possible he was simply throwing out a large number of objectives in the hopes that at least some of them would be achieved. Either way, it was ill-conceived. Stalin's optimism at the top was matched by the continuing amateurism of the Red Army's field officers. As previously noted, the majority were young and inexperienced, often in over their heads, requiring detailed orders and even representatives sent from Moscow to instruct them in how to carry out offensive activities. On 10 January, the Stavka again explicitly made it known that it expected its forces to learn how to break through the enemy's defense line, learn how to break through the full depth of the enemy's defenses and open routes of advance for our infantry, our tanks, and our cavalry. Stalin was now demanding that the Red Army switch instantly from what had been mostly defensive operations for the past 6 months to a general offensive across the entire front, requiring his commanders to apply a body of operational doctrine many of them had not yet mastered. The Red Army Officer Corps would somehow have to manufacture new levels of expertise in the crucible of battle. Stalin's Grand Plan. In the north, Stalin's plan was aimed at raising the siege of Leningrad. The Stavka declined attacking directly across the narrow but heavily defended neck of land between the Volkhov front and the city. Instead, two offensives were to erupt from around Lake Ilmen, some 100 miles south. As a first step, 59th, 2nd Shock, and 52nd Armies would cut through 18th Army's defenses. Then 2nd Shock Army would swing north to encircle Leningrad, while 52nd Army drove for Luga, 50 miles west, in the German rear. South of Lake Ilmen, 11th Army was to attack and drive for Luga as well, but also act as a northern pincer aimed southwest at Demyansk. Here, the main force of German 16th Army would be encircled from the south and trapped by 34th and 3rd Shock Army. Simultaneously, Northwest Front's leftmost formation, 4th Shock Army, would drive right down the dividing lines between German Army Groups North and Center toward Velikiye Luki, acting as a distant pincer threatening the extreme northern edge of Army Group Center. In the middle of the front, near Moscow, Western and Kalinin fronts were to destroy Army Group Center by launching their own Vyazma encirclement in reverse. The difference being this time, it would be the Germans who would be trapped. Konev's 5 armies and 11th Cavalry Corps would advance through Rzhev through Vyazma. Simultaneously, Zhukov's 3 armies and Cavalry Group Belov would drive through Volokholamsk, while 2 further armies would aim toward Vyazma as well, where the bulk of Army Group Center was to be crushed. This shallow envelopment would be accompanied by far-reaching thrusts from Northwest Front's 4th Shock Army coming down from the north toward Orel and Bryansk, while Bryansk Front came up from the south, the overall goal being the destruction of Army Group Center's shattered remnants. As if this wasn't ambitious enough, at the southern end of the front, Stalin initially wanted to liberate the entirety of the Donets Basin, a critical Soviet manufacturing zone and the source of much of its coal, and, as noted, the Crimea. However, upon reflection, it was seen that the entire Donbass could not be liberated in a single operation. Instead, the central objective became recapturing Kharkov. In the extreme south, Stalin was willing to settle for lifting the siege of Sevastopol and clearing the Crimean Peninsula, while forcing the Germans back to the line of the Dnieper as well. A simple glance at a map reveals the weakness of Stalin's planned offensive. He was trying to do too much, in too many places, and driving in too many directions at once. Zhukov's critique, as would become apparent, was right on the money. He and Konev might have been able to cave in Army Group Center if they had been given the lion's share of the reinforcements being doled out from the Stavka's carefully hoarded reserves. Instead, the Stavka intended to continue pitting 688,000 men, 10,900 guns and mortars, and 474 tanks against the 625,000 men, 11,000 guns and mortars, and 354 tanks of Army Group Center. Even granting that more than half the German tanks were probably non-operational, Stalin was banking on achieving decisive success in front of Moscow with forces barely at parity with the enemy's. The same was true elsewhere in Stalin's grand design. Spreading the Soviet Union's armies across the breadth of the front with insufficient logistical backing and then aiming them in widespread and sometimes diverging directions was the essence of strategic amateurism. This points to a larger issue: Stalin's still woeful deficiencies as supreme commander. The Soviet dictator, to say the least, was a complex personality study. But certain of his core characteristics were currently in the driver's seat: his optimism, ruthlessness, and certainty of his military instincts. Stalin clearly did not yet comprehend the true nature of this war. Like Hitler, he was still coming to grips with the fact that victory couldn't be secured with a single battle, or even a single campaign. Both the German and Soviet militaries, backed by formidable national economies and manpower reserves, were inherently too resilient to be defeated like that. Final victory in this war could only come as the product of a multi-year struggle, requiring patience, tenacity, and a willingness to support careful planning. The other problem was Stalin's continuing mistrust of his own military. Up-and-comers like Zhukov, General Alexander Vasilevsky, Marshal Boris Shaposhnikov's deputy commander of the General Staff, and some of the better front commanders like Rokossovsky and Konev needed to be given responsibilities commensurate to their talents. Stalin had begun granting Zhukov and Vasilevsky more authority over operational matters, but he did not yet trust them with strategic planning. He had not yet fully divested himself of the stable of revolutionary-era cronies like Grigory Kulik, Semyon Budeny, and Kliment Voroshilov. Until the deadwood was cast aside and his proven performers trusted more fully, the Soviet dictator could not be an effective wartime leader. This tension between Stalin's paranoid need for total control and his equally pressing need to stave off the collapse of the USSR during this crucial year would shape the military operations of 1942. The offensive widens. Starting on 6 January, in accordance with the Kremlin's wishes, the Red Army began lurching into action across its enormous frontage. In the north, General Kirill Merezkov's Volkov Front smashed into 18th Army's defenses between Novgorod and Chudovo with his 59th, 2nd Shock, and 52nd Armies. This was no real surprise to the Germans. Given the German repulse at Tikhvin a month prior, Field Marshal Wilhelm von Lieb, Army Group North C&C, considered it axiomatic that the Soviets would try relieving Leningrad somehow. The USSR's second-largest city was too great a prize to be allowed to starve. The only question was where the Soviets would attack. Like the Stavka, Lieb saw two potential threats: either a direct assault aimed straight into the city, or a wider encirclement originating from somewhere north of Lake Ilmen. When the front erupted just north of Novgorod, Lieb knew that he was up against the latter, and set about doing what he could to prevent the operation's wider success. That meant stubbornly defending against any breakthrough and preparing to counterattack when and if he was able. For his part, Merezkov was a broadly competent officer who was destined to make marshal during this war. Nonetheless, his offensive in the northern pine woods opened raggedly. Supplies and men were scarce. His staff officers were also largely incompetent, at least by his post-war assessment, and he replaced several of them. His main assault unit, 2nd Shock Army, bore little resemblance to late-war units bearing that designation. Far from bristling with armor and firepower, it was essentially a pure infantry formation beefed up with some cavalry and artillery units. The same was true of 54th and 59th Armies as well. Just as for the Germans, tanks were hard to come by in this bitter new year. Merezkov's mood could not have been helped by the Stavka's personal representative watching over his shoulder, Lev Meklis, the Red Army's chief commissar and one of Stalin's most dreaded watchdogs. As black as night was how one Soviet general remembered Meklis's internal reports, and he might as well have been describing the man's heart. Officious, meddlesome, yet glaringly incompetent in military matters, Meklis was always predisposed to adopt the most extreme measures when it came to matters of political reliability in the officer corps. Not surprisingly, he was universally hated and feared by Stalin's generals. For Merezkov in particular, fresh from the clutches of the NKVD himself after being arrested and tortured for 3 months in 1941, having Meklis around was a visceral reminder of the price of failure within the Red Army. Unwanted overseers were part and parcel of how the Red Army operated, because the USSR was unique in having implemented a dual command system within its military. Having witnessed firsthand how the Tsar's armies had been gnawed apart by political agitprop, setting them up for internal collapse, Stalin was determined that the same thing wasn't going to happen with his own legions. Every Soviet unit included a political officer, tasked with indoctrinating and educating the soldiers, ensuring their political reliability, and enforcing discipline within the ranks. They could also second-guess and override the military decisions of the commanding officer. Commissars and other politruki were empowered to use the harshest punitive measures to weed out men seen as cowards, criminals, Nazi sympathizers, deserters, panic-mongers, or malcontents. Not surprisingly, with the war going so badly during the previous summer, Stalin had instructed Meklis and his ilk to bear down hard. Punishments could include immediate execution without recourse to a tribunal. In practice, this was used less often than legend would have it. Nonetheless, a certain quota of scapegoats was to be expected. The most famous of these, General Dmitry Pavlov, had overseen the colossal defeats on the western frontiers at the inception of Barbarossa. He and his staff had been arrested and shot in July 1941. Even in the ranks, executions as an object lesson were hardly uncommon. The ultimate sanction, deprivation of life in the humorless jargon of the Red Army, would be applied to no fewer than 158,000 Red Army soldiers during the war. Another 436,600 would be sent to the gulags. This was a colossal number. On the other hand, the executed amounted to only 8.6% of the total number of Red Army soldiers who actually deserted, straggled, went AWOL, or went over to the enemy. The Soviets weren't interested in eliminating every single deserter and criminal in the ranks, but they shot enough of them to make the rest think twice. Fortunately for Meretskov and Meklis's ongoing professional relationship, when 2nd Shock Army made its first real effort on 13 January, its potent artillery enabled the initial assaults to carve a shallow incursion into German lines. After a week-long halt to regroup, 2nd Shock then blew a 25-mile hole in German lines, clean through into 18th Army's rear. Or so it seemed. In reality, 2nd Shock had essentially launched itself into a cul-de-sac and was soon lodged in the depths of a frozen swamp. In the winter, the icy mire was at least somewhat navigable, yet it possessed little in the way of a road system or even villages. 2nd Shock was still 75 miles from Leningrad. The main German supply road running southeast to Chudovo lay tantalizingly close. The Red Army troopers could probably hear the trucks on it at night. But try as they might, they could never reach it. The snow was too deep, the temperature down at the pit's own level, and forward progress next to impossible. Slowly but surely, the Germans began drawing a ring around the incursion. South of Lake Ilmen, the Red Army fared better. Here, starting on 8 January, 11th Army managed a breakthrough aimed at Staraya Russa, the main supply hub for 16th Army, and the linchpin of its defenses in the area. However, the Germans held on to the town, thereby deflecting 11th Army further to the southwest. This dovetailed neatly with the truly massive breakthrough that 3rd and 4th Shock Armies achieved near Oteshkov, starting on the same day. Here, a mere 2 regiments of 123rd Infantry Division were holding 30 miles of frontage in the form of a series of widely spaced strongpoints, with the SS Cavalry Brigade backing them. The Red Army crushed them, marching around and through their remnants, and eventually annihilating the holdouts as they pressed forward. By the 16th, there was a gaping hole in German lines, through which 4th Shock Army continued southwest toward Toropets, while 3rd Shock began curling north to meet up with 11th Army. By 21 January, 4th Shock took the enormous German supply dumps at Toropets, adding over 700 trucks, 450,000 shells, 1,000 drums of fuel, and mountains of food to its haul. The gap between Army Groups North and Center was now more than 50 miles wide. As early as the 10th, though, Lieb had already seen what was coming. 16th Army's 2nd and 10th Corps were in danger of being kesseled near the town of Demyansk. He began giving preliminary orders for both to be ready to pull back, bringing him into Hitler's sights for failing to conform to his Haltefehl. A retreat by 16th Army that allowed the Soviets to then free up forces for action to the south might in turn result in the collapse of 9th Army, and with it all of Army Group Center. Halder and Hitler thus had plausible reasons for their refusal, in that Lieb was considering only the tactical position of his own army, while OKH was ostensibly looking at the situation as a whole. On the other hand, as with Army Group Center's crisis, OKH had no real understanding of the situation on the ground. And all the wishing in the world wasn't going to change the nature of emergencies around Staraya Russa and Demyansk. The patrician Lieb, who loathed Hitler and had previously conspired to have him arrested, didn't much care about OKH's opinions on the matter anymore. The Führer ordered Lieb to the Wolfschanze to explain himself, resulting in a one-sided talk wherein Hitler required Army Group North to stand firm and hold its southern flank at all costs. Lieb returned to his headquarters, still under no illusion that any such thing was possible. On the 15th, with the situation worsening, Lieb asked to be allowed to run the battle as he saw fit or be relieved. Halder shot back a message the next day demanding Lieb stand fast and extirpate this mania for operating, i.e., repress the annoying tendency of German generals for maneuvering their forces in accordance with battlefield conditions, rather than the Führer's will-based alternate reality. On the 17th, the axe fell, and Lieb was sent to the rear for reasons of health. 18th Army's General George Kukler stepped up into the hot seat. Army Group Center's ordeal. It was in the center of the Eastern Front that things remained most dire. On the 8th, the same day the twin breakthroughs were developing around Staraya Russa and Ostashkov, the Red Army punched a hole in 9th Army's line a bit west of Rzhev. Forces from the Soviet 29th and 39th Armies began pouring through to the south. This cut 23rd Corps off from the rest of 9th Army and raised the possibility of its being severed from its north-south supply road running back to the railroad at Olenino. Worse, within a week, Soviet forces were beginning to hem in Rzhev from the west, all the way down to Sychevka. The Germans sprinkled out small detachments along their suddenly exposed left flank and fought desperately to keep the vital north-south railway from being cut. 9th Army was at the end of its rope. Several infantry divisions had fewer than 2,400 men in their ranks, less than 20% of their rated strength. Nor was that all. 9th, 3rd Panzer, and 4th Panzer armies had at least managed to maintain a cohesive eastern frontage between their formations as they were shoved backward from Moscow's northern approaches. Not so for the next unit down the line, Lieutenant General Ludwig Kubler's 4th Army, which had been the weakest of the German armies in the center even before Typhoon failed. Kubler was now in desperate straits. As Zhukov's western front pushed forward to Vyazma, 4th Panzer and 4th Army were shoved apart by 33rd Army and 1st Guards Cavalry Corps flooding into the gap at Borovsk. Before long, much like 9th Army, 4th Army's left flank simply trailed off into nothingness as it staggered west. Disastrous as this was, 4th Army's left was actually its good flank, its right having been given even worse treatment. Here, along the Kaluga-Kirov axis, Zhukov's 50th, 10th, 16th, and 61st Armies drove an enormous wedge between the 4th Army and the 2nd Panzer Army to its south. By mid-January, 4th Army found itself occupying a tongue-shaped bulge pointed at Moscow. 4 of its corps were being compressed into the tip of the tongue, with a single corps strung along the main supply road, Rolban, running southwest back to Roslavl. The Soviets were bearing down from behind, and in some places were within rifle shot of the road. The countryside was alive with partisans. It seemed likely that Fourth Army would be encircled and entombed. Further south, in the gap between Fourth and Second Armies, a German division at the railroad junction at Sukanichi had been completely cut off. At this point, the German front line was collapsing into a series of individual pockets, fighting desperately to hold off piecemeal envelopment. Meanwhile, Hitler remained obstinate that no retreat was permissible and, abetted by Halder and the rest of the OKH, refused to act. In the field, the staffs at the various German formations were now almost frantic. Ninth Army's commander, Colonel General Strauss, noted on the 9th that the Fourth Army, 4th Panzer Army, 3rd Panzer Army, and 9th Army are double enveloped. The absolutely last opportunity to prevent their destruction is to take them into the Gajatz-Volga position, the Königsberg Line, which may free enough strength to eliminate the northern arm of the envelopment west of Rzhev. Fourth Army's war diary mirrored these sentiments, noting sarcastically on the 10th, "The leadership has allowed the operational breakthrough to happen. Reacting to none of the reports, we are behaving like the Russians, remaining stationary and allowing ourselves to be encircled." For his part, Kluge knew that his army and corps commanders were correct. Only a large solution, one that comprehensively addressed the lines for the entire army group and freed up sufficient reserves to resolve the various operational crises, would suffice. The problem was persuading an intransigent dictator to do what must be done. The dual threats to 9th and 4th Armies led to an evolving crisis in the Wehrmacht High Command during the second week in January. It began on the 8th, when General Erich Heppner, commander of 4th Panzer Army, unilaterally authorized the retreat of his endangered southernmost corps, the 20th, further widening the gap between 4th Panzer and 4th Armies. Kluge had demonstrated that he was willing to subvert Hitler's will regarding the Haltefell, but only if things were cleared with him first. Indeed, the pattern of movements and small tactical retreats made under unavoidable circumstances up to this point, and tacitly vetted by Kluge, indicates that the Eastern Army was broadly insubordinate in interpreting the Führer's demands. For reasons of sheer survival, according to historian Stahel, local commanders manipulated, deceived, selectively interpreted, ignored, and outright refused Hitler's halt order. It was this deceit, rather than Hitler's iron will, that had, thus far at least, allowed the center of the Eastern Front to survive. And thus far, Hitler and OKH had remained largely oblivious to what was happening in that respect. Nonetheless, Heppner, like Guderian before him, had now defied Kluge's rules, and Kluge wasn't about to defend him. Army Group Center's commander could only influence Hitler if the Führer had believed that Kluge wasn't abetting naked insubordination. Expectedly, Hitler's reaction to 20th Corps' retreat was explosive. A livid Führer demanded not only Heppner's removal, but also his expulsion from the army, with loss of pay, pension, and any right to wear a uniform. Colonel General Richard Ruoff was duly given command of 4th Panzer Army and told to drive south to 4th Army's aid. But, as Kluge and Ruoff both knew, they lacked the strength to close the Borovsk Gap. By the 12th, 4th Army's Kubler was warning Kluge that the defense around Medin could collapse at any time, which would then allow the enemy to march into Yukhnov and destroy his main logistical hub. The following morning, he told Kluge that Medin had to be abandoned that very night. "I have hardly ever spoken in my life with such conviction. It must be. We cannot open the way for the enemy into the rear. There is nothing other than the evacuation. Medin is in any case lost, in one instance with, and in another without, the great part of the occupying force." Given that 4/5 of 4th Army was now within 25 miles or so of Medin, Kubler was in essence outlining the fate of his entire army. The next day, the 14th, the advancing crisis finally began raising alarm bells inside OKH that rightly should have been ringing weeks earlier. Halder, up to this point steadfast in support of Hitler's stand-fast order, noted in his diary, "The general situation is such that the line can no longer be held," adding, "The Führer realizes the necessity of pulling back, but makes no decision. This kind of leadership can only lead to the annihilation of the army." Halder made no mention of the role he himself had played in delaying the Führer's acceptance of the inevitable. Finally, on the 15th, with Kluge's subordinates now at their wits' end for more than a week, and Kluge himself constantly on the phone with Hitler, cajoling him toward reason, the Führer grudgingly gave in. Kluge's large solution. A general retreat of the easternmost portions of 9th, 3rd, and 4th Panzer and 4th Armies into the Königsberg Line was ratified. In return, Hitler demanded that 9th Army repair its northern flank, the gap between 4th Panzer and 4th Armies be closed, and the isolated garrison of Sukhanichi to be relieved. To these tasks, Kluge now turned. The fallout wasn't over yet in the Heer's two most embattled armies. On the 16th, with Adolf Strauss, Kluge, and Hitler still bickering regarding how to restore 9th Army's line, even as Soviet forces continued pushing through the gap between Rzhev and Olenino, Strauss resigned as its commander. He was immediately replaced by General Walter Model. As recently as 4 months ago, Model had been a mere division commander, rising to take over 41st Panzer Corps in early October at the start of Typhoon. Now, he was in charge of a looming army-sized disaster. His moniker among his own troops, Frontschwein, frontline pig, pretty much summed Model up. Foul-mouthed, arrogant, corrosively ambitious, and given to publicly chewing out subordinates, he was a nightmare to work for. He was also just the sort of hard-nosed operator the Führer was looking for during a crisis. Model was destined to become the Führer's favorite fireman, and he didn't disappoint during this first emergency in the Rzhev. Cobbling together an assault force with elements borrowed from 3rd and 4th Panzer armies, Model launched a counterattack on the 21st aimed at relieving Olenino. 23rd Corps simultaneously attacked to the east down the south bank of the Volga. On the 22nd, the gap was sealed, and 9th Army finally had a contiguous northward-facing front. This didn't end the larger crisis, but it at least bought 9th Army some breathing room. Meanwhile, after precisely 1 month in command, 4th Army's Kubler flew to the Wolfschanze on the 19th and rather ignominiously placed himself on the sick roll. 43rd Corps commander, the exceptionally capable General Gotthard Heinrizi, found himself being handed the dubious opportunity of pulling 4th Army's bacon out of the fire. Unser Giftswerk, Heinrizi was called by his men, or Poison Dwarf. Unlike Model, the name was meant affectionately. Heinrizi had a reputation for getting his corps out of the tightest scrapes, and his army could only hope he would deliver more of the same. When it came to defensive warfare, Heinrizi had few peers. He was also almost completely on his own for the time being. 4th Panzer Army to the north and 2nd Panzer Army to the south were both up to their necks with their own problems. Before long, the gaps had ballooned to 15 miles to the north and nearly 75 miles to the south. Heinrizi's Rollbahn was cut, reopened, closed, then somehow pried open again. He correctly judged that 4th Army was better off trying to shift itself north, closing ranks with 4th Panzer Army and letting the southern flank take care of itself. By the 25th, he had managed to claw within 5 miles of 4th Panzer Army's lines. However, on the 26th, 7,000 cavalrymen from 1st Guards Cavalry Corps detached themselves from 10th Army and cut Heinrizi's supply route again, heading north toward Vyazma and a group of airborne troops the Soviets had begun depositing there. The Rollbahn was closed for 5 days, and 4th Army began looking disaster in the eye. As Heinrizi noted in his diary on the 27th, "The closed roads mean the end of our provisions. Only 2 days, and the army will start starving. The situation is doubtful." 3 nights later, the Poison Dwarf showed a side of himself to his diary that he dared not show his men. The whole night I just could not sleep, because worries kept me awake. Only cognac and chain smoking keep me going. Coming from a man who would go on to win a reputation as perhaps Germany's finest defensive specialist, it was a remarkable admission of how dark the situation was. The one glimmer of hope in all this was that, desperate as these threats were, they were also developing in slow motion. The Soviets were, understandably, more used to Russian winters than their German counterparts. That didn't necessarily make things much easier for them, especially on the offense. The snow was deep, and the cold something straight out of Dante's Ninth Circle. Temperatures of -40, where the Celsius and Fahrenheit scales conveniently meet, were not at all uncommon in January. The Arctic winds killed Germans and Soviets impartially. Taking cover by lying on the ground could be a death sentence, as the iron-hard earth sucked the warmth from a man's body in minutes. Just remaining alive in these conditions was about the noblest thing a human could aspire to. The cold sapped the very will to live. Making men fight in this deep freeze often required officers driving their charges on before them like cattle, plying club and pistol where exhortations would not suffice. Thus, the Stavka's desires for the swift destruction of Army Group Center was being retarded by the same elements that had defeated Typhoon. Stalin had hoped to turn on a fire hose and wash away Hitler's sandcastles. The reality was more akin to frozen molasses. Stalin, unhappy that his grand vision for the collapse of the entire German front was not materializing as quickly as he wanted, was wielding his whips with a will. On the 11th, the Stavka issued a directive to Konev's Kalinin front to seize control of Rzhev that same day, or in no case later than January 12th. The Stavka recommends for this purpose the use of all available artillery, mortar, and aviation in the area to hammer the city of Rzhev, not stopping short of serious destruction of the city. However, much like Hitler, Stalin was to remain disappointed. Despite the crisis playing out on the German side of the lines, Soviet casualties remained staggering. This outsized attrition, driven by the Red Army's ongoing tactical ineptitude, was making it difficult to keep up the momentum behind the initial operational penetrations of the German lines. Soviet assaults too often took the form of a straight-ahead infantry charge, with few, if any, combined arms in support. Deep snow had the effect of channeling these attacks up roads or well-trodden paths, the most obvious approach routes available, which unsurprisingly were covered by a plenitude of German automatic weapons. The result was entire assaults being stopped cold almost instantly, with Soviet soldiers being laid dead in windrows. A German soldier remembered the hideous debris from these frozen encounters. If one stands in Timonino or Pashkovo on a high hill and looks around, one can see a strange rampart of dark color. These are all corpses of Soviet soldiers. One can say that we are not in a war here, but in a slaughterhouse. Moreover, the battle-savvy Germans were not content to sit back and let the Soviets come at them. Throughout the retreat, they sought opportunities to stab short, sharp counterattacks from unexpected directions into the advancing Red Army formations. While invariably too weak to counter the overwhelming Soviet numerical advantage, they kept Soviet commanders honest and induced them to more cautious advances. This, in turn, enabled the Germans to stay just ahead of the jaws of disaster and drag that much more heavy equipment clear when forced to retreat. Soviet logistical problems didn't help matters either. Even in those areas where a clean breakthrough occurred, they were discovering that it was one thing to drive an army through a paper-thin German line and into the snowy null space beyond. It was quite another to keep that army supplied and also accomplish something strategically meaningful out there in the wilderness. The Germans had territory the Soviets wanted back. At some point, that meant attacking and capturing the villages and other strong points that served as proxies for ownership. This required Red Army soldiers to stay alive in the wilderness long enough to drive home assaults against defenders, who often had the luxury of at least some shelter and weren't easy to dislodge. The Germans defended as well as anybody, and their professionalism still counted, no matter the temperature. It was often the Germans who ended up retaining possession of their hovels, obliging the Soviets to retreat back into the trees, unsheltered, and often poorly provisioned. When the Red Army did prevail, the Germans burned villages as they pulled back to deny their opponents shelter. The implications for Red Army attrition were obvious, as were the fates of the Soviet civilians evicted into the snow. At least some Germans were affected by this, with one soldier remembering, "It is the plight of the civilians which moves me the most. We destroy their houses as we retreat, condemning them to death by hunger or freezing cold." Yet the genocidal character of Germany's war was revealed in a sign left in another burned-out hamlet. "The Russians must die so that we can live." Furthermore, encirclements cut both ways. Soviet 33rd Army, for instance, may have ruined 4th Army's northern flank, but it was now embedded between that formation and 4th Panzer Army to the north. Should the Germans recover their footing before the Soviets could finalize Army Group Center's encirclement, Lieutenant General Mikhail Yefremov's force would itself be in serious trouble. The key for the Red Army was keeping the pressure on, keeping the Germans in motion, and then corralling them. As any German field officer knew, half-kessels were no good at all. You had to fully actualize them, and then wipe out the resulting pockets. The infernal cold, though, was making that difficult, as were Soviet command difficulties. The Germans were continually astonished at how slowly their enemies followed up on their initial advantages. In many cases, this was probably due to Soviet units waiting for orders from on high regarding what to do next, which remained the price to be paid for the rigid, top-down Soviet command structure. The outcome, as Stahel notes, was that even if a tactical breakthrough was achieved, the short window of opportunity to exploit it often passed, allowing the Germans to reestablish themselves in reasonably good order or restore their position with a hastily mounted counterattack. The result was that the Red Army was forced to attempt another costly breakthrough all over again. That didn't make Army Group Center's current position any more enviable. Still, slow-motion strangulation was at least marginally preferable to outright decapitation. New crisis in the South. Finally, in Army Group South's frontage, January saw yet another abrupt changing of the guard. On 16 January, having been unemployed for precisely 29 days, Field Marshal Fedor von Bock was about to take a vacation in the Austrian mountains when the phone rang. Army Group South CNC Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau had suffered a massive stroke and was not expected to live. Bock was offered the command. Thus, by mid-January, at the height of the crisis on the Eastern Front, all 3 German army groups had switched commanders within a month. Within the 12 German field armies, there had been 8 command changes since mid-November. Reichenau died on the 17th. The next morning found Bock going over situation maps with the Führer at Wolfschanze. Despite the Red Army landings in the Crimea, Hitler assured Bock that the Southern Front was secure and only needed a little cleaning up. However, upon arriving at his headquarters at Poltava the following day, Bock found 17th Army's General Hermann Hoth waiting for him. Manstein's problems in the Crimea, bad as they were, had been relegated to secondary importance. The Red Army had just blown a 30-mile breach in German lines at the town of Izium, 75 miles southeast of the 4th largest city in the USSR, Kharkov. 4 Soviet armies were now pouring through, with practically nothing to stop them. In the first week of this new offensive, the Soviets demolished 17th Army's northern flank, gobbled up 3,600 square miles of terrain, and were halfway to the Dnieper River, 100 miles in the rear. Some of the German corps commanders were openly discussing abandoning their equipment to save their troops from encirclement and annihilation. But then, slowly, Bock began getting things back under control. Once again, the Soviets squandered some of their advantage through overambition. Having broken cleanly through 17th Army's front lines, a turn to the north could have potentially trapped a large German pocket in and around Kharkov. Alternatively, and more ambitiously, the Red Army could have driven southwest for the crossings over the Dnieper at Dnipropetrovsk, 100 miles to the rear. Wheeling south from there, they could have rolled through Zaporizhia and then on to Melitopol. If things went well, the possibility existed to hem the bulk of 1st Panzer Army into an enormous pocket around Mariupol on the north shore of the Sea of Azov. In the event, however, the Stavka's plan called for doing both things at once. Marshal Semen Timoshenko, the commander of the Southwestern Strategic Direction, followed his orders to a T, sending 6th Army and 6th Cavalry Corps north toward Kharkov, and 57th Army and 1st and 5th Cavalry Corps toward Dnipropetrovsk, splitting the offensive into two diverging movements. This mistake was compounded by others of a more local nature. The weather, though not as atrocious as it was near Moscow, was bad enough, with deep snow and cold. More important were Soviet command deficiencies. At this point in its development, the Red Army could make a breakthrough but couldn't exploit it. Once operating in space, many of their division and corps-level leaders, recently promoted and inexperienced, tended to hesitate. Hampered by their rigid command structure and without the freedom to act, they lacked the reaction speed necessary to go for the throat when given the chance. Thus, even though the Red Army managed to push as much as 75 miles into the chasm in 17th Army's lines, after the first week, they found it difficult to maintain their momentum. For their part, the Germans knew that the key to containing a breakthrough was holding firm on the shoulders and preventing the initial breach from widening. 6th Army's new commander, General Friedrich Paulus, duly clamped his grip onto Balaklia in the north. This had the effect of making Soviet 6th Army hesitate to lunge directly for Kharkov, because 38th Army was unable to break the shoulder and join in the advance. Meanwhile, 17th Army grimly held the southern shoulder near Kramatorsk. The Soviets ultimately launched nearly 200 assaults against the place. Their only effect was decimating Red Army rifle regiments. To contain the Soviet formations running around in 17th Army's rear, 1st Panzer Army's General Ewald von Kleist sent reinforcements north, creating blocking detachments in the villages and road intersections around the break-in. Given the snowfall, the Soviets often had little choice but to attack these strong points directly. 57th Army's lunge to the west and south began noticeably slowing. On the last day of the month, 40 miles south of Barvenkovo, a Soviet cavalry group's southward thrust ran into advanced elements of 14th Panzer Division coming north. The Soviet cavalry, having outrun their own tanks, were defeated and turned back. Hoth and Bach didn't realize it, but the high tide of the Soviet counterattack in the south had been reached. Finally, in the Crimea, Erich von Manstein and his 11th Army undoubtedly felt as if their troubles had been relegated to the back burner with the eruption around Izium. Manstein recovered his footing after the Soviet landings on the Kerch Peninsula and the hasty retreat of the 46th Infantry Division. The Soviet 44th Army had dug in at Feodosia, the largest port in Crimea after Sevastopol. They made no attempt to break out to the west, but Manstein was certain this passivity would only be temporary. On the 15th, he launched a concentrated counterattack with a force of 4 German and Romanian infantry divisions that succeeded in driving 44th Army out of town after only perfunctory resistance. The Soviets fell back on the 51st Army's positions in the neck of the Kerch Peninsula, and Manstein pursued them. However, an unseasonable warm spell turned the frozen roads to mud, which delayed his follow-up assault. He also wanted to wait until he got armored reinforcement. In early January, Army Group South had peeled a battalion of 14th Panzer Division off, renamed it Panzer Detachment 60, and sent it south to the Crimea. No sooner had the promised tanks arrived on the 23rd, though, than they were yanked away by Army Group South and sent back north to 14th Panzer Division to help corral the Izium jailbreak. Manstein had no choice but to dig in, knowing that the Soviets were driving trucks and tanks across the ice of the frozen Kerch Strait for a renewed offensive sometime in the near future. By the end of the month, despite the ordeal the Germans had undergone, this same general pattern began asserting itself all across the front. The situation was still grim, particularly around Army Group Center. The notion of there being some sort of nominal front line was a travesty. Dozens of gaps yawned across the breadth of the enormous battle zone, each representing danger for the Wehrmacht, an opportunity for the Red Army. At the same time, all of the major Soviet counterattacks had been contained to some degree, or were beginning to show signs of slowing. February would determine whether the Soviets could muster the necessary reserves of strength to break the Germans decisively somewhere, or whether German operational and tactical professionalism would save the Wehrmacht to fight again in the spring. Pacific Theater. Forming ABDA. As discussed in last month's chapter, one of the outcomes of December's Arcadia Conference was George Marshall's victory for the principle of unified theater command. And one of the most pressing needs right now was getting a handle on Southeast Asia. Accordingly, a new entity called ABDA Command, for American, British, Dutch, Australian, was created on the 15th to oversee Allied efforts across this sprawling theater encompassing the Philippines, Burma, Malaya, the Indies, and the western half of New Guinea. The unlucky fellow selected for this assignment was Sir Archibald Wavell, most recently Commander-in-Chief India. Of all the raw deals he has been given, one colleague confided to his diary, this ABDA command is the worst instance. Wavell was by all accounts a remarkable man. He had fought gallantly in the First World War, losing an eye at Ypres. He was fluent in Russian, could read Latin and Greek, loved classical literature and history, and wrote poetry. He already had experience commanding gigantic theaters, having been Mideast CNC until June 1941. There, he had nearly expelled the Italians from North Africa, and likely would have done so had not Churchill snatched defeat from the jaws of victory by diverting a substantial proportion of Wavell's command to the twin fiascos in Greece and Crete. Thereafter, he had gradually fallen out of favor with the Prime Minister, before being shuffled off to India. Wavell had a tall order ahead of him, for at the same time that ABDA was being set up, the Japanese were accelerating their operational timetable. Due to the success of Phase 1 operations, as early as 19 December, Field Marshal Count Terauchi and Admiral Kondo had agreed to advance the invasion of Java by 10 days. General Sugiyama, in a briefing to the Emperor on 4 January, underlined the need for speed. We consider it appropriate to use this momentum of the war, take advantage of the fact that the enemy has yet to recover his whole posture, and promptly finish the capture of predetermined areas such as Hong Kong, the Philippines, Malaya, Burma, and the Dutch East Indies. This caused all manner of shipping headaches and inter-service squabbling, as the intricate movements of the ongoing offensive were suddenly adjusted midstream. But with their enemies clearly back on their heels, the Japanese were determined to press their advantages. Disaster at Slim River. In Malaya, 5 January found 11th Indian Division taking up positions in depth along the trunk road in front of the Slim River. They were now barely 35 miles north of Kuala Lumpur, the country's capital. As usual, given the hasty nature of the British retreat, there was little in the way of any prepared defense in the area. After the defeat at Jitra, 11th Indian's commander, David Murray Lyon, had been replaced by 12th Indian Brigade's commander, Brigadier General Archibald Paris, whose outfit had fought well over the past few weeks. Paris conceived of fixed defenses as nothing more than a secure base from which troops should sally forth and carry out hostile activity of every conceivable nature. In terms of tactical outlook, this was a step in the right direction. and his 12th Brigade was trained in such tactics. Here, just north of the Slim, the trunk highway and a set of parallel railroad tracks cut their respective green canyons through tall stands of rubber and thick jungle, with rugged country close on either side. The terrain thus offered possibilities for channeling Japanese attackers through a series of obstacles, while minimizing their opportunities for outflanking movements through the jungle. Or, rather, the terrain would have done so, had 11th Indian made good use of it. But the division had been in constant combat the past month while retreating over 175 miles, and was by now exhausted and demoralized. In their stupor, the forward Indian battalions neglected erecting much in the way of road obstacles, neither backing them with anti-tank mines nor sending sufficient anti-tank guns forward, despite reports from Chinese refugees of seeing iron land ships on the highway further north. Paris left too much in the hands of his equally exhausted brigadiers, and didn't ensure that his division's weapons were properly sighted. Just up the road, 42nd Infantry Regiment's commander, Colonel Ando Tadao, had initially contemplated sending one of his battalions wide around the swampy jungle on the British left flank. That would take time, however, time that Ando knew Yamashita always begrudged. Egged on by the commander of the tank unit supporting his march, Ando opted instead for delivering a coup de main right down the highway. Japanese credentials as practitioners of armored warfare would hardly be burnished during the course of the war. They nonetheless used tanks to good effect on several occasions in Malaya and the Philippines, and nowhere better than here. Their onslaught on the Slim, launched in the middle of the night, was notable for its speed and aggression. Supported by a battalion of motorized infantry, some engineers, and a field gun battery, 30 Japanese tanks, mostly Type 97 mediums, came clanking out of the gloom at 0300 on the 7th. Bowling through 2 successive Indian battalions, by dawn, Ando's onslaught had wrecked a battalion of the British Argylls as well, driving the survivors pell-mell into the jungle. By the time the sun rose, 12th Indian Brigade, the best jungle unit in Percival's army, had been all but destroyed. Continuing on, the Japanese tank column ran into and over British reinforcements marching up the road toward the sounds of fighting. One British battalion commander remembered marching through the gloom when he felt a sudden sense of unease behind me, men looking back and hurrying, only to then discern a tank bearing down on me. Dived into ditch. After tanks passed, found battalion had vanished except for a few casualties. 2 separate battalions from 28th Brigade were surprised in this same way, and routed by Japanese tanks driving directly into their midst and firing machine guns wildly all about. The Japanese advanced so rapidly that these British reinforcements hadn't realized that their disintegrating division's front line was actually the head of their own marching columns. By 0830, Ando's men were well into the British rear and busily securing the spans over the Slim. British attempts at blowing the railroad bridge with demolition charges were brought to nothing by a Japanese tank commander jumping out of his vehicle to sever the electrical wires with his saber. The anachronistic absurdity of wearing a sword in a cramped armored vehicle being triumphantly vindicated, on this occasion at least. It was only after securing both the vital railroad and road spans that Ando's rampaging armored column was finally brought to a halt by a single 4.5-inch howitzer of the 11th Indians Field Gun Regiment. The Japanese had advanced more than 19 miles in 6 hours. The debacle to which all signs had been pointing since the opening of the campaign had finally transpired. Though fewer British and Indian soldiers had been killed than simply driven into the jungle or captured, the Japanese reported taking 3,200 prisoners. That hardly mattered from a military perspective. 11th Indian Division had been basically demolished by a motorized infantry battalion and a company of tanks. By 8 January, Paris had only about 1,200 soldiers left under his command. Yamashita's men could also content themselves with a generous haul of captured supplies, along with 50 Bren carriers and dozens of lorries to keep the drive going. With the British defenses in the middle of Malaya now destroyed, the door to Kuala Lumpur lay wide open. While Jitra remained Malaya's prime example of British incompetence, Slim River came in a close second. Both defeats resulted from similar attacks, a bold thrust up the middle with armor support, except that at Slim River, the armor ended up achieving decisive results. Even after a month of combat, having been apprised of the presence of Japanese armor, and being now under the command of a more promising general who should have known better, 11th Indian had still been unable to deploy its anti-tank weapons effectively or react in a timely fashion. As the after-action report of the Gurkha Battalion noted, the single gun which stopped the Japanese tanks after a rush of 19 miles might have accomplished as much in the first 100 yards of the onset. Indeed, had the lead Indian battalion been equipped with sufficient anti-tank guns and properly laid mines, the near absurdity of launching an armored attack in conditions where you could barely see past your front fenders should have been rewarded with ruin. Instead, the audacious Ando had achieved a tremendous victory. The Japanese were both surprised and elated by their success. 25th Army's Colonel Tsuji likened the performance of the tank unit's commander to that of a war god. Tsuji crowed over the men of the 42nd Regiment. Continuously outwitting the enemy, recklessly charging any opening without preparation, they achieved a success in battle beyond all expectations and shocked the British Army. With barely one battalion of infantry, they rushed on the enemy like blind men unafraid of snakes, and succeeded. Little wonder the Japanese began getting the idea that one of their battalions was worth 6 of the enemy's in the field. Wavell troubleshoots. The disaster on the Slim greeted Wavell like a slap to the face when he arrived in Singapore on 7 January. He immediately headed north to debrief Percival, Heath, Paris, and 11th Division's brigadiers. He treated Percival with contempt, keeping him waiting for more than an hour in an anteroom, and was not particularly impressed by anything he saw thereafter. After interviewing 12th Brigade's commander, Wavell remarked, "Well, I have never listened to a more garbled account of an operation." Deducing that in Malaya he had not exactly inherited the British Army's finest, Abda's commander lost no time in shoring up the situation. He ordered 3rd Indian Corps to break free, abandon Kuala Lumpur, and retreat to northern Johor. The fight for central Malaya was over. With 11th Indian Division ruined, Wavell reached for what few brigades remained, a pair apiece from Australian 8th Division and 9th Indian Division, and the newly landed and hastily trained 45th Indian Brigade. Over Australian objections, Percival temporarily left one of the Australian brigades at Mersing to guard against an amphibious invasion on the east coast. But everything else would be concentrated in northwestern Johor to fight a decisive battle on the Trunk Road. In Wavell's eyes, the campaign's objective now was simple: blunting Yamashita's drive to buy time to land fresh reinforcements in Singapore. Wavell did not question Churchill's plans for sending more troops to Malaya. Given his current low standing with the Prime Minister, he had little leverage in any case. He remained optimistic that the Japanese could be stopped. In Wavell's opinion, countermeasures to Japanese tactics could easily be devised if only Malaya Command had the right leadership to put the fixes in place. Generalship was the crux of the problem as he saw it, rather than deeper failings of doctrine or training. Understandably, Wavell had no confidence in most of the senior officers in Malaya. He therefore decided that if a battle was to be fought in northern Johor, he wanted the commander of 8th Australian Division, Major General Gordon Bennett, to be in charge. Wavell's decision made a certain amount of sense. Singapore's defense was just one of the misshapen, spiky balls Wavell was juggling as Abda's new commander. He had arrived in Malaya only to be handed a disaster as soon as he had stepped off the plane. He didn't have much time for reflection. He had to get right back on that same plane, fly to Java, meet with the Dutch, and put together a workable command structure for the even larger mess that was his theater command. He couldn't give much hands-on attention to Malaya. He had to fix it and go. Wavell could see that Malaya Command needed a shot in the arm. Bennett had the right aura about him. An 8th Division's commander also had the cardinal virtue of being one of the few senior officers in Malaya who hadn't spent the last month getting himself kicked around by the Japanese. Wavell's giving the nod to Bennett was the instinctive call to make. It was also very wrong, for several reasons. First, while Bennett was indeed pugnacious, that combativeness derived from a personality that Farrell notes included many of his own comrades among the enemy. A rasping, bitter, sarcastic person, in the words of one newspaperman who interviewed him, Bennett did not get along with Percival, Heath, or even his own brigadiers. Indeed, because of the violent animosities he engendered, 8th Australian's headquarters was nearly dysfunctional. Getting Bennett into the fight also meant shifting half his division from Malaya's east coast to the west, and combining it with the units already there to form a new composite corps, dubbed West Force. Malaya Command had scant time for sorting itself out and getting everybody in place. However, doing so inevitably meant snarling everybody's lines of supply, as 3rd Indian Corps was doing everything it could to extricate its shattered units from the wreck of the Slim, while Percival was hustling fresh forces north from Singapore. The trunk road was already jam-packed, and the result was a logistical mess. The final failing had to do with the weakness of Bennett's tactical deployments. As expected, he arrayed his own Australian 27th Brigade on the main road at Gemmis, with Indian 22nd Brigade on his right and 8th Indian Brigade to his rear. But on his extreme left, he placed the 45th Indian Brigade, fresh off the boat, to hold the town of Moir along the coast and the equally important Moir River, which stretched north toward Bennett's positions. It was here he completely botched things. By now, it should have been obvious to all parties that the Japanese excelled at outflanking coastal positions by means of amphibious landings in their rear. Moreover, such operations, if left unchecked, could have disastrous implications for any inland position on the trunk road. Coastal forces needed to be deployed in depth, with sufficient local reserves to counterattack against any landings nearby. One would have expected Bennett to pay close attention to his dispositions around Moir, not only because the 45th Brigade was greener than grass, but also because Moir was a long way away from his main force, nearly 35 miles. Instead, 45th Brigade was stretched paper-thin along both banks of the Moir River, in dense bush, with practically no reserves across a ridiculous frontage of 25 miles. River Defense 101 typically advises placing all of one's troops on the opposite bank from the enemy and making him pay for the crossing, rather than having the river at one's own back. The Moir is a lazy, twisty thing, with so many loops and oxbows that defending a contiguous front may have seemed impossible, leading Bennett to instead order 45th's Brigadier to plop down detachments in the loops, regardless of what bank they happened to be on. In so doing, Bennett demonstrated that he was barely up to divisional command and out of his league running a corps-sized battle. Meanwhile, though Yamashita had been obliged to take a few days to rest his tired men, he was hardly the sort of general who would fail to press his advantage after a triumph as resounding as Slim River. Even in victory, he retained a healthy fear of letting the initiative slip away. Yamashita was a hard-handed taskmaster, constantly spurring his commanders forward, while peppering his diary with recriminations over their failures to push fast or hard enough. He also had a keen eye for weakness, capitalizing on even the slightest British missteps. Capturing Kuala Lumpur on the 12th had been all well and good, but Singapore beckoned, and it was still 200 miles of hard fighting away. Yet, having captured large stores of supplies from 11th Indian Division's quartermasters, 25th Army now had sufficient logistical wherewithal to keep his prescribed driving charge alive. His 5th Division was by now quite tired. However, Yamashita had the fresh Imperial Guards Division coming up behind and elements of the newly landed main body of 18th Division moving in from the east via Kwantan. Not surprisingly, 25th Army's relentless captain unleashed his assault well before Bennett was ready. Losing Johor. Initially, Bennett's forces delivered good results as the Japanese started driving down on them. On the 14th, the Australians treated the lead elements of the mechanized Mukaid detachment to a nasty ambush north of Gemis that dropped 100-some casualties on the Japanese side of the ledger at the cost of only a handful of Bennett's men. The next day, fighting on the road began in earnest, with Australian anti-tank gunners knocking out a number of Yamashita's increasingly scarce armored vehicles. The men of 27th Brigade put up a stiff fight, forcing even Colonel Tsuji to admit that they fought with a bravery we had not previously seen. Nevertheless, over the next 4 days, the 5th Division's 9th Brigade joined the battle on the Trunk Road and gradually compelled the Australians to give ground. Meanwhile, the 21st Brigade looped around to the south and started attacking 22nd Indian Brigade at Jamenta. Bennett's flanks were systematically picked apart. Bennett later blamed his withdrawal on his lack of air power and the tired, timid Indian units under his command. These played their part, though Bennett's tactics were less than inspired. Like his predecessors, he persisted in fighting a largely static, set-piece battle that exposed his units to defeat in detail, while neighboring units rarely moved to render them aid. And like those same predecessors, Bennett belatedly discovered, in the words of Farrell, that the enemy was tougher than he expected, while he and his division were not as good as he thought. His reaction to the looming crisis was perhaps predictable. At a hastily called gathering of West Force's commanders, with the situation on the main highway now spiraling toward doom, Bennett stormed into the meeting talking wildly about the lack of fighting spirit, the incompetence of senior British commanders and their withdrawal complex. After delivering his tirade, he suddenly stopped, glared around at the puzzled faces, and abruptly left the room, departing as quickly as he had come. By the evening of the 19th, Percival and Bennett made the decision to withdraw behind the Segumet River. West Force had lost the battle on the Trunk Road. Bennett would have been obliged to retreat in any case because 4 days prior, 2 regiments of the Imperial Guards Division began systematically destroying 45th Indian Brigade along the coast. The first blows landed on 15 January, when the Guards' initial advance gobbled up the Indian companies north of the Moir River so rapidly that Brigade headquarters wasn't even aware they had been eliminated. They simply vanished. On 16 January, the 4th and 5th Guards regiments crossed the river in several places, smashing the Indian battalions on the south bank. Simultaneously, Imperial Guards landed a battalion at Batu Pahat, some 25 miles up the coast behind Moir Town, and disappeared into the bush. An uncontested Japanese force was now lurking about 15 miles away from the main trunk road at Yongpeng, whereas the bulk of Bennett's forces fighting further up the road were almost 45 miles away from that same town. Bennett was not as concerned about this as he ought to have been, since 45th Brigade's commander initially downplayed the number of Japanese to his front. But Percival understood the implications quickly enough. The battle on the Trunk Road had not yet reached a climax, and the Australians appeared to be holding their own, meaning the situation still seemed retrievable. A pair of Australian battalions was therefore sent to help the 45th Brigade, and the situation seemed to be stabilizing there as well. Near the coastal town of Bakri, one of these new battalions coolly defeated a tank attack that cost the Japanese all 9 vehicles committed. There would be no slim river there. However, despite fleeting signs of success, 5th Guards Regiment was still pinning the remnants of 45th Indian Brigade down at Bakri, while 4th Guards Regiment worked around their left flank to get astride the road behind them. This they did on the 19th, thereby cutting off both the Indians and Australians. A desperate retreat followed, as the 45th attempted breaking out of the trap. But by the morning of the 22nd, the Bakri column was running out of ammunition, men, and hope. Brought to bay at Parit Sulong, the acting Australian commander of the column, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Anderson, ordered the remaining equipment destroyed and the survivors to take to the bush. 4th Guards Regiment thereupon wiped out the column's remnants and set about murdering the wounded and prisoners alike, a crime for which General Nishimura would be hanged by the Australians after the war. The result of a week's combat on the coast of Malaya was that the 45th Indian Brigade and their Australian compatriots had been practically annihilated. Abda's CNC had bet the ranch on Gordon Bennett's ability to fight a decisive battle on the Trunk Road. By 23 January, Wavell had decisively lost his bet. The British official history is replete with criticisms regarding the battle's planning, succinctly summarizing the matter by implicating the failure to bring the greatest possible strength to bear on the decisive point, as well as entrusting the crucial battle to an officer who had no first-hand experience of Japanese methods. With Muir's loss flew any hope of holding Johor, and with it, Wavell's strategy of delaying 25th Army long enough to land more reinforcements in Singapore. At this rate, Yamashita would be at the gates in little more than a week. If Singapore fell, a gaping hole would be blown through Abda's left flank. It was time to begin facing up to the implications of what was coming. Even before the final verdict on the Trunk Road had been rendered, Churchill had cabled Wavell on 15 January asking how long Singapore could hold out should Johor be lost and the island besieged. Wavell informed the Prime Minister that, owing to a lack of any real defenses on the Northern Channel, Singapore could not be expected to repel an invasion across the straits. In other words, Britain's Far East Gibraltar was doomed. Churchill was both flabbergasted and infuriated by Wavell's honesty, protesting to his chiefs of staff that it had never occurred to me for a moment that the gorge of the fortress of Singapore, with its splendid moat half a mile to a mile wide, was not entirely fortified against an attack from the northward. Coming from the same man whose parsimony in the 1920s had crimped the naval base, and who as late as January 1941 had resisted sending any army reinforcements to Malaya, these howls of outrage upon discovering that the fortress was not actually a fortress after all ring more than a little hollow. What came next was even more contemptible. The remaining 2 brigades of the British 18th Infantry Division, along with 44th Indian Brigade and additional AIF troops, were still at sea bound for Malaya. Faced now with not just the possibility, but the absolute certainty of Singapore's demise, landing these units was flatly criminal. But politics now overrode common sense. Australian Prime Minister Curtin let it be known to Churchill on the 23rd that any failure to support Singapore would be regarded here and elsewhere as an inexcusable betrayal. For his part, Churchill's pride would not allow Britain to be seen as having scuttled, particularly while the Americans were still putting up a fight on Bataan. The chiefs of staff, for their part, dithered. Everyone, Curtin, Churchill, the chiefs, and Wavell, lacked the moral courage to admit that the game was up and do what must be done to save 25,000 good men. Instead, in the succinct words of H.P. Wilmot, the soft option of doing nothing was more acceptable than making a decision that was an admission of defeat. These troops, some of whom, incredibly, would not be landed until early February, were being sent by their leaders straight into Japanese POW camps, where thousands would ultimately die. Churchill added to this tragic absurdity by further declaring, "Not only must the defense of Singapore Island be maintained by every means, but the whole island must be fought for until every single unit and every single strong point has been separately destroyed. The city was to be defended to the last man. No surrender can be contemplated." In other words, Singapore's symbolic importance apparently could only be validated now by acts of grand nihilism, a stance that eerily foreshadowed Hitler's late war fixation on first holding and then utterly destroying a string of European cities during the Wehrmacht's long retreat. This too was not only senseless, but also immoral, condemning nearly 1 million civilians on the island to share in the suicide of Percival's army, a folly the Australian histories point out. The British Empire could hardly retain the moral high ground in this conflict by subjecting its Asian subjects to mass slaughter in the name of something militarily meaningless, a point MacArthur had grasped when he declared Manila an open city. These bitter weeks certainly represent a low point for Winston Churchill and the British Empire as well. Back in Johor, only 2 questions remained to be answered. First, how long would it take for 25th Army to clear the remainder of Malaya and begin the siege of Singapore itself? And second, would Percival's forces escape in good enough order back to the island to offer at least a protracted defense? As it developed, the answers were about a week and no. Though there were desultory attempts at establishing a defensive line in southern Johor after the defeat at Muar, these efforts were limited in scope and duration. Yamashita was pushing too hard in too many places, and Percival's men were demoralized and exhausted. 2 more formations were cut off in the confusion of the withdrawal, 15th Brigade losing all its equipment and around half its men, which was eclipsed by 22nd Indian Brigade, returning with only 80 soldiers of a complement of around 2,500 when it finally made it back across the straits in small boats. Throughout the retreat, as British forces sought to hold Yamashita at arm's length while retaining what equipment they could, opportunities arose again for Japanese aircraft to interdict the battlefield. Yet, in the same way they failed to disrupt MacArthur's retrograde into Bataan, the Japanese declined choking off Percival's withdrawal here. Field Marshal Terauchi's Southern Expeditionary Army unwittingly helped matters by stripping about 1/3 of its air units in Malaya to begin moving them up to the Burma frontier. Yamashita at first reacted angrily to this move, then belligerently declared that 25th Army didn't need air power to finish the fight. The Army's remaining aircraft, meanwhile, were fixated on bombing the city. The causeway across the straits, a choke point if there ever was one, was ignored. At 0700 on the morning of 31 January, the final units of Percival's routed army made their way across the causeway. Last in were the British Argylls, now down to 90 men, and led by 2 bagpipers playing 100 Pipers and Highland Laddie. Once they were safely across, a pair of naval depth charges was detonated under the road, gouging out a 70-foot hole. Muddy seawater came swirling in. Burma invaded. At the outbreak of hostilities, the Japanese had no plans to invade Burma until Singapore had been captured. However, with the initial campaign in Malaya going splendidly, the decision was made on 4 January to commence operations against Burma at once. Initially, it was thought that only Rangoon would be captured, but these plans would eventually be enlarged to encompass the entire country. Burma was vital for 4 reasons. First, it served as a bulwark against incursions aimed at Malaya and Singapore. Second, it played that same role in reverse for British India, and its capture would place Japanese forces adjacent to the most important of the Crown's colonies. Third, Burma's raw materials included both the oil fields at Cerium and also its rice fields, the most abundant in Asia, making it by far the world's largest rice exporter. These stocks would aid Japan, while the primary recipient of those exports, India and Ceylon, would be deprived. Fourth, and most importantly, capturing Burma would close the Burma Road. The road had taken 2 years to build, hacked out of the mountains by more than 200,000 Chinese and Burmese laborers before opening in 1939. Starting at the railhead at Lashio, it ran more than 700 miles through the steep Shan highlands and across mountain passes in excess of 8,000 feet before arriving at Kunming. Through this slender artery now flowed what little material aid Chiang's regime was receiving from the West. Imperial GHQ hoped that with this vital conduit severed, Chiang would finally see reason and sue for peace, thereby accomplishing the larger goal that had eluded the Imperial Army since 1937, ending the China Incident. Conquering Burma remained a tall order of business, mainly because of its daunting natural obstacles. Burma is not a small country, stretching nearly 1,300 miles north to south and encompassing an area larger than France. Marching south from the Himalayan massif, two mountainous spines form its east and west borders, falling from over 19,000 feet in the north to still formidable heights closer to the sea. Even in the Tenasserim region, a slender tail of territory running south nearly 500 miles down the east side of the Bay of Bengal, the bordering hills with Thailand are more than 3,000 feet high. The Middle Burmese Plain is dominated by the Irrawaddy River and its major tributary, the Chindwin. To the east lie the basins of the Setang and the swift-running Salween. The Irrawaddy is by far the greatest of these, providing 1,000 miles of navigable waterway stretching from Rangoon past Mandalay. It also handled the bulk of the country's commerce. There were perhaps only 2,000 miles of railroad and 1,500 miles of decent roads in the entire country. The monsoon ran from May through October, delivering as much as 200 inches of annual rainfall in some areas. Other than the drier central plain and the rice fields in the Irrawaddy Delta, much of Burma was covered with dense, hilly rainforest. Basically, Burma was everything Malaya was, but more so. Twice the land area, much bigger rivers, much taller hills. Yet, it would be fought over by forces smaller than those now engaged nearer Singapore. Rangoon was the colony's largest city, biggest port, and capital. So long as the British retained both it and sea control, they could reinforce Burma at will through Rangoon's wharfs. British forces could also be kept in supply more easily than any landward invader, whose logistics would necessarily traverse the eastern hills back to either Thailand or French Indochina via scanty, unimproved roads. Should Rangoon fall, however, the trick would be reversed. Any British forces caught north of the capital would be reliant on skimpy overland logistical threads stretching back to India. If Malaya's defenses had been badly neglected prior to the outbreak, the indifference shown Burma's bordered on scandalous. Before 1941, a grand total of just 2 regular British battalions were within its borders. There was also a polyglot brigade of local levies, the Burma Rifles, primarily composed of ethnic minority Karen, Chin, and Kachins, and intended mostly as a counterbalance to the restive ethnic majority Burmese. By late 1941, the British had formed a hybrid 1st Burma Division, which would be augmented in January 1942 by 17th Indian Division. Despite these last-minute improvisations, Burma's General Officer Commanding, Lieutenant General Thomas Hutton, presided over a headquarters staff whose size was more befitting a second-class district headquarters in India, as the British histories put it. As for air defense, the RAF had a single squadron of Brewster Buffaloes, which meant that there was a perfect 1-to-1 ratio between the 16 air bases in the colony and the actual number of British aircraft to be found there. However, these were augmented by 21 P-40 Tomahawks from the American Volunteer Group, AVG. This outfit, shortly to become famed as the Flying Tigers, was notable for being the only Allied air unit at the beginning of the war capable of consistently giving as good as they got against Japanese pilots. This was unsurprising, as the AVG was led by Colonel Claire Chennault, whose service in China had made him intimately familiar with Japanese fighters and the hit-and-run tactics needed to defeat them. No matter how the British deployed their forces near the Thai border, they could not help being weak. Both Hutton and Major General Jackie Smythe, commander of 17th Indian Division, rightly apprised the most likely axis of Japanese attack as the track leading from Raheng in Thailand across the border to Moulmein. Smythe deployed his 16th Brigade on the border and 2nd Burma Rifles in Moulmein itself, and that was about all he could do. Moulmein itself was exposed to being outflanked once the Japanese got over the Donna Range and was on the wrong side of the yawning mouth of the Salween River, with no bridge across it if a retreat was needed. It was, in Smythe's words, a swine of a position to hold, and potentially a death trap. The mission of capturing Burma had fallen to Lieutenant General Aida Shojiro's 15th Army. Aida came from a distinguished military family and had a reputation as an experienced, hard-nosed leader. He had led 25th Army before handing it over to Yamashita just before the war, thereafter being immediately selected to lead his own newly created army. As events would prove, Aida was cut from the same cloth as the Tiger of Malaya. Aida had only 2 divisions to start, the 33rd and 55th, both of which were initially fielding just 2 infantry regiments instead of 3. The newly raised 55th was untried in battle, but much of its cadre was China veterans. The elite 33rd Division came from Hanshu's mountainous north and also had long China experience. Taken together, 15th Army had a grand total of only 35,000 men in its order of battle. Aida's plan was straightforward. He would give each of his divisions a separate axis of attack. This was classic Japanese army, dividing one's forces in the face of the enemy, but counting on their superior mobility, initiative, and ferocity to make it good. By maneuvering independently, Aida planned on putting the British constantly between the horns of a dilemma, at a loss as to which threat to counter first. Like Yamashita, Aida knew he had to strike fast and keep moving. 15th Army's initial advantage would hold only so long as the British could not bring in reinforcements by sea. As such, Rangoon's capture towered above every other consideration. Before Aida could get his campaign underway, however, he had to first improve the track from Raheng west to the border to support motor traffic. While he waited, the Japanese would focus on eliminating British air power. Allied opposition in the skies over Burma was initially much more spirited than it had been in Malaya. Part of this was due to British outposts in the eastern hills, which gave sufficient warning time for Allied fighters to get up to altitude before Japanese raids arrived. Moreover, up until mid-December, the majority of Japan's aircraft had been busy in Malaya. This changed on 23 December when a group of 117 machines from the IJA's 3rd Air Army began getting the air campaign underway in earnest. Their first target was the main RAF airfield at Mingaladan, north of Rangoon, where the Japanese suffered heavily at the hands of Allied fighters, losing 7 bombers shot down and many more damaged at the cost of 4 Allied aircraft. Meanwhile, in Rangoon, crowds of civilians were standing in the streets watching the affray, some even cheering for the Japanese, as another formation of 45 Ki-21 heavy bombers began approaching. Only belatedly did Rangoon's citizenry realize that the Japanese were unloading ordnance directly on top of them. Down whistled the bombs, slamming home in a welter of exploding masonry, glass, and collapsing buildings. Panic and stampedes ensued, with at least 1,000 men, women, and children lying dead in the rubble, and many more injured. Fires raged, and Rangoon's firemen suffered heavy casualties. 2 days later, on Christmas morning, the Japanese returned with 155 machines to repeat the effort, losing 10 planes for 7 Allied fighters shot down and 8 more destroyed on the ground. By nightfall, chaos reigned in Rangoon. As many as 100,000 civilians, most of them Indian, began fleeing north on choked roads toward Prome. In the harbor, many of the stevedores disappeared too, obliging Hutton's soldiers to unload military cargo by themselves. The first whiffs of siege had begun wafting over Burma's capital. The day before these devastating air raids, with Aida's armies starting to encroach on the Burmese frontier, Wavell and U.S. Major General George Brett had flown up to Chungking for a conference with Chiang Kai-shek regarding how the Chinese might help preserve their Burmese lifeline. The meeting was hardly a shining beacon of Allied cooperation. Chiang was willing to commit 2 armies comprising 6 divisions to holding Burma, but only if they operated under Chinese control and were supplied by the British. Wavell, for his part, arrived without the necessary authority to make sweeping decisions regarding Allied strategy, a huge loss of face in front of the Chinese. He was wary of admitting Chinese troops to the colony, concerned that would haul off any private property that wasn't nailed down, a valid enough concern, as it turned out. The primary problem was that with the British Empire's reputation on the line, there was an unspoken assumption on the part of the British that it might be better to lose Burma altogether than retain it with help from a strongly anti-imperialist ally who also had irredentist claims on Burmese territory. In the end, Wavell walked away thinking that he had compromised by accepting the presence of a single Chinese division in the Shan states. For their part, the Chinese and Americans came away with the impression that Wavell had refused all offers of troops. Chiang was infuriated. By the time these difficulties were sorted out, it would be too late. After 3 weeks of air campaigning, Aida decided he could wait no longer on the ground. Though he still couldn't get his trucks all the way to the border, 15th Army's commander was determined to get things rolling before any more British reinforcements were landed on Rangoon's wharves. His men would have to travel light, foraging off the land or purchasing supplies from the local Burmese. Their only artillery would be mortars and 75mm mountain guns that could be lugged across the frontier. Ammunition was scarce. Nevertheless, on 17-18 January, 55th Division crossed the border into Tenasserim, routing a battalion of Gurkhas from 16th Indian Brigade at Miyawadi. Force marching across the Donna Range, they drove 16th Brigade before them in what one British battalion diarist acerbically described as nothing short of panic, before opting to bypass it entirely and race for the coast. 55th Division was now advancing directly on Moulmein and its airbase, held solely by 2nd Burma Brigade. General Smythe of 17th Indian Division argued that with 16th Brigade's route, the town's fall could not be long delayed. If that happened, the defenders would be left on the wrong side of a river 1.5 miles wide. He advocated abandoning Moulmein and making a quick withdrawal to the Bilin River. Wavell forbade any such thing. Cannot understand why with troops at your disposal you should be unable to hold Moulmein and trust you will do so, he wired Hutton shortly after the initial reverse on the Thai frontier. As he later admitted, concerned as I was with an immense area and many international problems, it was impossible for me to give as close attention to the problems of Burma as was desirable. A polite way of saying he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. He also remained completely blind to the fighting capabilities of the Japanese. Hutton, trapped, had little choice but to pass his superior's wishes down to Smythe. Hutton was a realist. He knew if Moulmein fell, the Japanese would quickly stage in aircraft. These would be too close to Rangoon for any sort of raid warning to do much good, meaning his own fragile air power would then be exposed to annihilation. The capital was also vulnerable to seaborne invasion, and Hutton had nothing with which to repel such an assault. The tea leaves, in other words, were not looking propitious when it came to holding the precious docks through which flowed his logistics. Accordingly, on the 22nd, Hutton gave orders that the majority of his army supplies should be moved out of Rangoon and upcountry to depots near Mandalay. Back in Moulmein, Smythe gritted his teeth and prepared to receive Aida's assault. Its onset, in the form of 3 separate thrusts spanning the compass from east to south, resulted in exactly what Smythe anticipated. Though 2nd Burma Brigade fought well, they soon found themselves with their backs against the river. Only a miraculous ferry lift, under fire, across the estuary to the town of Martaban prevented them from being annihilated. As it was, the brigade lost over 600 men, with many of the Burmese deserting. With Moulmein's fall, the Japanese inherited the airfield, as well as much-needed stores of captured food and fuel. Its port, though, was still too close to British aircraft for comfort. Aida began bringing up the 33rd Division, whereupon he would figure out some method of getting them across the Salween, then unleash them to develop separate axes of advance against a single British division. Fighting for Bataan. With Manila taken on 2 January, General Hama's 14th Army turned to the task of destroying MacArthur's forces, which were retreating to Bataan. Unfortunately for Hama, no sooner had 48th Division marched into the capital than he was informed that his most experienced division was to be attached to 16th Army and embarked for action in the Dutch East Indies. Hama had known that this order was coming at some point. As a result of Southern Expeditionary Armies advancing its timetable, it had come sooner than he thought. In scant compensation, Hama received the 65th Independent Brigade, a newly raised demi-division of 6 battalions and about 6,500 men, whose own commander, Lieutenant General Nara Akira, described as being absolutely unfit for combat duty. Thus, by removing the elite 48th Division from Hama's order of battle and substituting the Army's conscripted dregs instead, Imperial GHQ and Southern Expeditionary Army lost the opportunity to end the campaign in January. On the other hand, the Philippines had no oil. The Indies did. Hama was understandably unhappy with this turn of events. Then again, depending on which of his staff officers was staring into the crystal ball, he was being told that he was only up against 25,000 to 45,000 Philo-American defenders in Bataan, with little in the way of armor or prepared defenses. By Japanese standards, those weren't bad odds. As usual, the Imperial Army accorded its opponent scant respect, one of Hama's staffers opining, "It is difficult to perceive any good qualities in general in the enemy." Taken together, the Japanese anticipated beating MacArthur's rabble easily enough, despite the fact that 14th Army had no knowledge of Bataan's terrain and had been told not to dilly-dally with reconnaissance in any case. Even Hama's normally cautious chief of staff, who initially argued that MacArthur's remnants should be starved out rather than assaulted, now likened the American retreat into Bataan as a cat entering a sack. By 3 January, MacArthur's forces had safely made it inside the peninsula, blowing bridges behind them as they retreated. Contrary to Japanese intelligence reports, however, American troops present on Bataan were more like 80,000, along with 26,000 civilians. It is telling that whereas many of the indigenous combat formations raised by the British and Dutch simply melted away as they came into contact with the Japanese, the Philippine Army by and large did not, an indicator of the determined guerrilla resistance the Filipinos would wage against their invaders from the get-go. Indeed, the Americans handily outnumbered their opponents. Nonetheless, that's not how they felt. As J.R.R. Tolkien, who had survived his own time in the Somme trenches, once observed, "He that flies counts every foeman twice." That certainly applied on Bataan as well. The psychological burden of the retreat from Lingayen Gulf had left the Americans convinced they were facing the entirety of 14th Army's apocryphal 120,000 men. In terms of combat power, the Japanese enjoyed some substantial advantages over MacArthur's command. The majority of the Philippine Army units were untested, but also clearly incapable of offensive action. Most of them seemed barely capable of static defense. The U.S. Philippine Division, meanwhile, was a quality outfit, but badly under strength and not capable of defending Bataan by itself. Hama's forces, while outnumbered, were more capable than most of their opposite numbers. While MacArthur had the edge in aggregate combat power, the Japanese were capable of bringing superior concentrations of it to any point of attack they chose. The question was whether that quality versus quantity mismatch could be turned to their advantage. Competent or not, MacArthur now had more troops on Bataan than anticipated. This was a problem, since his command had already botched the logistical end of the battle before the garrison was even brought to bay. As noted previously, his quartermaster, General Drake, had neither been informed of the number of troops likely to be on the peninsula, nor given sufficient warning to move the needed supplies in. Those consequences quickly started coming home to roost. Ammunition wasn't a problem. Nearly 30,000 tons had been moved in, along with spare parts and other materiel, and 400,000 gallons of gasoline. The real issue was food. General Drake's men had managed to accumulate nearly 2.3 million pounds of canned salmon, 750,000 pounds of canned milk, and 152,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables. But there was scant flour or other cereals. The veritable mountains of rice left in the warehouses at Cabanatuan would have been a prize beyond price. Altogether, what food was on hand represented only a 30-day supply of field rations for about 100,000 men. On 5 January, Bataan's defenders were placed on half rations of about 2,000 calories per day. This had an immediate impact on the health of the defenders. Working as many as 20 hours a day in the heat and humidity building defenses would have been demanding under the best of circumstances. Doing it on 3.7 ounces of rice, 2.4 ounces of fish, and another 3 ounces of sugar and canned milk quickly exhausted the soldiers, making them quick-tempered, yet apathetic. As they weakened, they suffered an increased risk of disease, of which there was plenty to be had. Colonel Maloney of the 21st Division cited the ration shortage as the most important single factor of the campaign, not even excluding the destruction of our Air Force. Scrounging for food shortly took up most of the men's time. Every edible creature on the peninsula, pig, caribou, monkey, snake, became prey, sometimes to the digestive detriment of the men eating them. Ultimately, there simply could not be enough wild game taken. Starvation began setting in. MacArthur's forces were deployed along what was referred to alternately as the main battle position or the main line of resistance, MLR, the first of 2 defensive lines stretching across Bataan. On the left was Wainwright's 1st Corps of some 22,500 men, 1st, 31st, and 91st Divisions, manning the west coast all the way to Mount Natib in the center. On the right, General Parker's 2nd Corps of 25,000 men, 11th, 21st, 41st, and 51st Divisions, occupied positions a bit north of the village of Abuke, running all the way to Mount Natib as well. The Americans expected the main Japanese effort to be directed down the East Coastal Road, as indeed it would be, and their defenses on the right flank were fairly strong. However, the overall integrity of the Abuke-Maubin line was compromised by the physical obstacle placed in its center, Mount Natib. This dormant volcano, a collection of surging, jungled peaks ringing a hollowed-out caldera, rises some 4,111 feet above the coastal plains on either side. Its upper reaches, a vertical welter of leech-ridden vegetation, and slippery, moss-covered magmatics, are so forbidding that construction of a contiguous defensive line across them was impossible. Thus, 1st and 2nd Corps were never in direct physical contact with each other, meaning the nominal 20-mile length of the main battle position had a yawning 7-mile gap in its center. The Americans were certain that large bodies of enemy troops could not traverse Natib's heights. However, as any number of British commanders in Malaya could by now attest, the Japanese were gifted when it came to demonstrating, as historian John Whitman put it, that impassable terrain is often more a state of mind than a state of nature. Some 8 miles behind the main battle position, running from Oran on the east coast to Bagak on the west, lay the rear battle position, RBP. It too stretched across a mountain, the 4,554-foot Mount Marivelis. In this case, the American line ran across the peak's forward face, thus forming a contiguous whole. Behind that lay the so-called Service Command Area, where the workshops, hospitals, supply depots, and support personnel were housed. The Americans had also wisely arrayed patrols along the coasts to give warning of any landings. Hama kicked off what he thought would be 14th Army's final battle as soon as he was able, hitting the MLR on 9 January. In total, the Japanese were using 12 infantry battalions comprising 12,000 men to try and destroy the roughly 48,000 troops of 1st and 2nd Corps. They very nearly succeeded. Hama's initial assault on the eastern road toward Abuke, though, fared poorly. The Japanese judged the American line to be further forward than it was, meaning their first blow struck air. The Americans then treated the Japanese to a rather sharp rebuke in the form of 75mm and 155mm artillery, which, among other things, succeeded in wiping out almost all of General Nara's artillery staff. After 5 days of combat on the MLR, the Japanese found themselves roughly where they had been on the 9th. They were exhausted, and their casualties from Phila-American artillery were heavy. The barbed wire in front of the American positions was bestrewn with Japanese corpses, with one American remembering, "They were piled so high, our machine guns didn't have any more field of fire. We killed them with pistols as they came over. It was horrible." All of 65th Brigade's reserves in the east were now committed. On the 12th, however, the 141st Infantry managed to tear a hole in the American line and began pushing the 51st Philippine Division back. It was at this critical moment that the 16th Division's 9th Infantry Regiment finally made its presence known. Having basically disappeared from the battle at its outset as it struggled through terrain that would have given a mountain goat pause, the 9th abruptly materialized from Mount Natib's underbrush and launched an assault on the left flank of the still shaky Filipinos. Now squeezed between two enemy regiments, 51st Division crumpled like a rusty soup can. Had Hama had so much as a single fresh regiment in reserve, he might have been able to roll up 2nd Corps' positions and end the campaign right then and there. But there were no more troops to be had. That said, American counterattacks by the Philippine Division to try and restore the line ended in futility as well. 2nd Corps General Parker concluded on the 22nd that it was now evident that the MLR in the 51st Division sector could not be restored. He would have to withdraw to the rear battle position immediately. The retreat to the rear battle position began on the night of 23 January. Things promptly degenerated into chaos as all of 2nd Corps converged on the road junctions below Abuke, creating a traffic jam that left everyone at a standstill in the dark for hours. Incredibly, it was discovered that the leading Philippine Army elements had stalled at a shallow creek because they did not want to get their feet wet. Once they had been herded across the offending rivulet at double time, things began picking up again. By the 26th, all of 2nd Corps was safely back at the new position. The fact that General Nara was unable to immediately follow up and sucker punch Parker, either during 2nd Corps' amateurish retreat or on its new defensive line, speaks volumes about Japanese exhaustion. Meanwhile, as Parker's 2nd Corps was being overrun along the American right flank, things had gone no better with Wainwright's 1st Corps on the left. Here, too, Japanese thrusts against the 1st and 31st Philippine Divisions had gone nowhere. However, beginning on the 20th, disquieting reports of Japanese infiltration through the heights on 31st Division's right flank began seeping back to headquarters. Patrols sent to investigate were swatted away by snipers, but the 31st's commander stubbornly insisted that nothing terrible was afoot. On the morning of the 21st, the Americans heard rifle fire breaking out on the main coastal road in 31st Division's rear. A battalion of 20th Infantry Regiment had managed traversing the western slopes of Mount Silinganan, a subsidiary peak of Natib, bypassing 31st Division's patrols and dropping a roadblock astride the only road in the area. 1st and 31st Philippine Divisions were now cut off. Over the next 3 days, Wainwright's troops launched a series of counterattacks from every point on the compass. The Japanese were utterly unmoved, despite being themselves cut off and subsisting only on the meager rations in their packs. Their initial roadblock morphed almost overnight into a devil's den of log obstacles and mines, backed by entrenched infantry and hidden snipers. In the words of H.P. Wilmot, nothing better illustrated the superiority of a Japanese unit over its American or Filipino counterpart at this stage of the war than this single battalion success in withstanding overwhelming odds and unhinging the entire American defensive position in the process. With 2nd Corps already in the process of being defeated on the other side of Mount Natib, Parker's withdrawal would have compelled Wainwright to follow suit in any case. He couldn't leave his right flank simply hanging in the air. Now, he had no choice but to begin at once. On the 25th, 1st and 31st Division destroyed their vehicles and heavy weapons in place and began a phased overnight march out. As with 2nd Corps, a single fresh Japanese unit might have destroyed Wainwright at this critical juncture. Hama had no reserves on the western portion of the line either, having committed them a few days prior to a different attempt to unhinge the American lines. On the night of 22 January, with the fighting on the American left still at an apparent stalemate, Hama employed the same technique that had been working so well for Yamashita in Malaya, launching an amphibious hook that would unhinge the Allied defensive line. This one, however, went badly astray. Riptides, faulty maps, poor navigation, a pesky PT boat, and the nondescript nature of the peninsula's heavily indented western coastline resulted in some 900 Japanese being deposited far to the south of their intended landing beach, on 2 widely separated outcrops. Reports from Philo-American coastal pickets quickly started filtering back into the Service Command Area HQ at Mariveles. By morning on the 23rd, contact had been made, and fighting broke out in what was to become known as the Battle of the Points. The terrain in both locations was steep and rocky, and by virtue of the Japanese having landed at the tips of 2 rather long, narrow headlands, it was relatively easy for the Americans to hem them in before they could establish themselves in any depth. The fighting was bitter, and a third landing by the Japanese on the 27th complicated matters still further. The 57th Infantry, PS, began methodically wiping the invaders out, sometimes calling in heavy 12-inch mortar fire from Battery Geary on Corregidor. Lobbing 1,000-pound shells that sounded like freight trains in the sky, the mortars pummeled the Japanese for days. Yet, even with this bombardment, it still took hard fighting by the Philippine scouts to wipe out the points. At each headland, as the final rings were drawn tight, Philo-American units witnessed the determination of the Japanese to fight to the death, as scores of Imperial troops hurled themselves off cliffs onto the rocks below, or drowned themselves in the surf, rather than be taken prisoner. Only a handful were captured. By the time fighting finally ended on 11 February, as many as 1,500 Japanese had perished. The Americans and Filipino forces had suffered nearly 500 casualties themselves, the bulk of them being among the irreplaceable scouts. Hama's amphibious hook had failed, and he had no more reserves. One name prominently missing from these accounts of the desperate fighting rippling across Baton's MLR is that of General Douglas MacArthur. Despite the press releases America's Far East commander was busily authoring during this period, his practical influence on the battle was nil. MacArthur visited Baton only once, on 10 January, before the fight on the MLR had fairly begun. He never returned. It was Generals Parker and Wainwright and their divisional commanders who provided all the tactical leadership during these battles. MacArthur was not a leader of men, not in the sense that Rommel or Patton or even his own subordinate Wainwright was. This is curious, in that MacArthur's physical courage under fire was not in doubt. But it seems clear that he simply could not face his troops on Bataan. Indeed, the evidence suggests that MacArthur was struggling with depression during this period, and chiefly concerned with what his legacy would look like after the debacles of the previous month. Given his miserable performance to date, this is understandable. Throughout this period, USAF's commander was lobbying General Marshall and Secretary Stimson to do everything possible to break the Japanese blockade, which MacArthur was professionally certain could easily be pierced, and whose efficaciousness was based purely on our passive acceptance of it as a fact. These remarks were aimed squarely at the Navy, but simply demonstrated that MacArthur's professional opinions regarding naval and air warfare were decades out of date. USAF's commander also used his communiques to Washington to urge a complete reorientation of American strategy away from Europe and toward the Pacific. In MacArthur's eyes, Japan's supply lines were now badly overextended and ripe for a devastating counterattack. Waiting to build up strength before attacking them would be a fatal mistake on the part of the Democratic allies. From the vantage of Washington, however, as General Marshall's right-hand man Dwight Eisenhower noted, MacArthur's strategic visions were more suited to plebes at West Point than for real war. The reality was that the men on Bataan and Corregidor were doomed. MacArthur's entire garrison was going to be killed or captured, and there was not a blessed thing anybody in Washington could do about it. As early as 14 December, in a meeting between Eisenhower and Marshall, Eisenhower had succinctly summarized the Allies' position in Asia by stating that the Americans could not possibly return to the Philippines in any strength before the garrison must succumb. As such, Australia must be held as the main base in the area and the Philippines written off. This was cold-blooded, but logical. The problem was that no one in Washington had the courage to face this depressing reality squarely. Throughout this time, Marshall and Stimson both disingenuously assured MacArthur that his requests were being duly forwarded to Roosevelt, and that everything possible was being done to get supplies to Bataan, one of the few times in the war that Marshall's actions were less than exemplary. Some of this may have been driven by the larger imperative of a desperate war situation. Marshall and Stimson may have feared that, had they told MacArthur flatly that he could expect no reinforcements, he might have made his plight public and damaged American morale still further. Whatever their motives, it reflected poorly on both of them. Meanwhile, as Eisenhower noted acidly in his diary, in many ways, MacArthur is as big a baby as ever, but we've got to keep him fighting. Despite few specifics on reinforcements being forthcoming from Washington's deliberately ambiguous messages, MacArthur convinced himself that a relief mission was in the offing. On 15 January, in the midst of the battles for the MLR, MacArthur broadcast to his weary troops, "Help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. It is imperative that our troops hold until these reinforcements arrive." At this point, most of the men probably took their commander at his word, although some of the officers certainly harbored a deep skepticism. Asked after the war whether he had believed that help was coming, MacArthur responded, "By God, I did believe it. I went over those messages since to see how I could have gotten that impression. And do you know, those messages didn't say yes, but they didn't say no. They are full of meanings which could be interpreted two ways. I see now that I may have deluded myself." Meanwhile, Stimson and the Joint Chiefs had to watch the disaster unfold. Marshall did what little he could to alleviate Bataan's supply situation. During the next few months, as the campaign ground to its inevitable conclusion, the U.S. Army made increasingly frantic efforts to run supplies in via chartered blockade runners sailing from Australia. Merchant mariners and their insurers had a rather more clear-eyed estimation of the odds facing a journey to Bataan than did MacArthur. Very few of them took the proffered bags of cash, hefty as they were. Those ships that did try making the run met mostly unpleasant fates at the hands of Japanese aircraft and gunboats. Only about 10,000 tons of supplies from Australia made it to Mindanao and Cebu, and only 1,000 tons of that, a 4-day supply, made it to Manila Bay. Other than an occasional aircraft or submarine, MacArthur was cut off weeks before the MLR battles even commenced. Marshall and Stimson's difficulties in managing the optics around the Philippines' death spiral were compounded by the emergence of MacArthur as a major figure in the American media. Despite the bleakness of the situation on Bataan, a constant stream of USAFI press releases poured forth from Corregidor's Malinta Tunnel, extolling the virtues of Bataan's defenders and the unprecedented valor and cunning of their supreme commander. Nowhere is the human need for symbolism and uplifting narrative in wartime writ more clearly. In January 1942, in the darkest phase of this existential global struggle, drinking the dregs of Allied misfortunes day after miserable day in the newspaper and on the radio, the American public needed a hero. MacArthur was determined to provide them with one, and he wasn't about to let trivial obstacles like his combat record stand in the way. USAFI's commander would have made a fortune as a Madison Avenue ad man. His releases were thrillingly written, shamelessly self-centered, and wasted no opportunity to invoke the name of the Almighty, despite the fact that MacArthur himself, as Sutherland noted, had no more religion than a goat. The American public ate it up, and the result was a fast-burgeoning cult of personality that eclipsed that of any other American soldier. MacArthur's efforts at self-promotion were aided and abetted not only by the U.S. press, but also by the military, and even by FDR. If MacArthur's releases were distortions or outright fabrications, no one stateside knew any different. But the American soldiers doing the actual fighting on Bataan noticed the tendency of their vainglorious commander to stay safe in his Corregidor bastion. Cutting to the bitter heart of the matter, as combat troops invariably do, they gave MacArthur the nickname that would stick with him the rest of the war: Dugout Doug. Meanwhile, they christened themselves the Battling Bastards of Bataan. The Japanese offensive moves south. All the happenings on Luzon in some ways overshadowed Japan's capture of the port of Davao on Mindanao on 20 December. This was crucial to the larger Japanese plan of campaign, as it now served as 16th Army's logistical hub, allowing the Japanese to begin unrolling their multi-axial southward offense aimed at the ultimate goal of the Indies. 16th Army's leader, Major General Imamura Hitoshi, was, like his peer Hama, fluent in English. He was an experienced China veteran, one of his previous commands having been the 5th Division, which had just trounced the British at Jitra and Slim River. At the moment, however, Imamura's own army was mostly a placeholder. He had the services of 2nd Division, based in Formosa and Okinawa, and the Sakaguchi Detachment, built around the 56th Infantry Regiment at Palau, and some other odds and ends. He was eventually slated to receive the elite 38th and 48th Divisions, once they'd wrapped up capturing Hong Kong and Manila, respectively. Until then, Imamura had to make do with the equivalent of a heavily reinforced division. Fortunately for 16th Army, the caliber of opposition in its area of operations, mostly Dutch, was negligible. Military historians extol 16th Army's upcoming campaign as a model of economy of force, which is just a fancy way of saying doing things on the cheap. Against a more robust, coordinated foe, running a dizzyingly complex offensive short on both frontline strength and logistical largesse might have been disastrous. However, Imamura and his staff had the measure of their foes, coupling their assessments with careful planning, laudable flexibility, and a supercharged operational tempo. They judged the Dutch simply had too few forces and no ability to concentrate to oppose an onslaught unfolding so rapidly along so many axes. Throughout his lightning advance, Imamura was counting on the superior fighting skills of his troops to carry the day. While the ground forces the Japanese employed throughout their initial advance south were comparatively small, the naval and air muscle backing them up was anything but. With Force Z safely in Davy Jones's locker and the American battle line destroyed at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese were free to redeploy heavy naval forces into the offensive center. These currently included Admiral Kondo's Fast Battleship Group, built around half of Bat Div 3, Kongo and Haruna, the light carrier Ryujo, 30 aircraft, 7 seaplane tenders, the bulk of the 12 heavy cruisers, composing crew divs 4, 5, and 7, 7 light cruisers, and numerous destroyers. These surface forces were backed by the Imperial Navy's 21st and 23rd Air Flotillas, around 250 aircraft, with still more aircraft from the 22nd Air Flotilla, roughly 150 aircraft, mostly based near Saigon, being slated for operations against Borneo and later Sumatra. Most important of all, Admiral Nagumo's Kido Butai, the most potent naval aviation force in the world, would begin arriving in theater this month as well. 2 of his carrier divisions, Care Div 1, Akagi and Kaga with 117 aircraft, and Care Div 5, Zuikaku and Shokaku with 126 planes, along with their consorts in Bat Div 3, Hiei and Kirishima, had returned to Kure for reprovisioning after the Pearl Harbor attack. Now, on 8 January, they shaped a course south, bound for the Imperial Navy's forward base at Truk in the Carolines. 4 days after that, Rear Admiral Yamaguchi Tamon's highly regarded Care Div 2, Soryu and Hiryu, 108 aircraft, began making its way south toward Palau. In sum, the Imperial Navy was committing the bulk of its naval aviation units, including more than 850 aircraft of all types, and about half its total warship strength in support of Imamura. This was an outsized sledgehammer to be aiming at the paltry Allied naval and air forces facing them, and would act as a force multiplier for the relatively slender ground units the Japanese were committing to the Southern Campaign. Waiting to meet the onslaught of this air-naval juggernaut was Wavell's newly minted ABDA Command, which was plagued from the outset by 3 critical weaknesses: conflicting national agendas, Byzantine command arrangements, and a hopeless mismatch between the forces at hand and the mission to be carried out. The first was easy enough to understand. The British were fixated on the defense of Burma, Malaya, and Singapore, with India looming in the background. For its part, the United States considered 3 positions in the Pacific absolutely critical: the Panama Canal, Hawaii, and Australia. Burma was fairly high on America's priority list too, because of the Burma Road's essential importance to China. The British put less store in Chiang Kai-shek than the Americans, and were also wary of direct Chinese involvement in Burma. Britain was nonetheless happy to have promises of American aid in this neck of the woods. Likewise, America's recognition of Australia's indispensability accorded with Canberra's views on the subject. The result was that while the Indies were important to Britain, America, and Australia, they fell below all those other priorities. Only the Australians had pre-war agreements with the Dutch to help them bolster their ground forces. The Americans and British, meanwhile, were left straddling 2 chairs. The Indies could hardly be written off, but it was equally difficult to see how they could be saved. Given that only massive and speedy reinforcements from either Britain or America could retrieve the situation, and there was no slightest possibility of them materializing from either one, the Dutch were set up for catastrophe from the get-go. All parties were willing to fight for the Indies, and would. For 3 of ABDA's members, however, there would come a point when they were no longer willing to throw good money after bad and would move to cut their losses. The Dutch, of course, had no such luxury. They had nowhere to go. These dynamics became increasingly obvious as the campaign unfolded. The challenges of forging a workable multinational command structure between 4 nations utilizing 2 different languages were going to be difficult to overcome in any case. Wavell selected an American as his chief of staff, and then assembled a polyglot group of officers that neglected the Australians, to their chagrin. Perhaps the biggest point of tension was his selecting Admiral Thomas Hart, fresh from the disasters in the Philippines, as head of the ABDA navies. This antagonized the Dutch naval commander, Vice Admiral Conrad Helfrich, who first refused to appoint a Dutch staff officer to serve under Hart, and having thus intentionally sabotaged internal lines of communication, proceeded to carp about a lack of Dutch input and insight regarding Allied planning. Helfrich would subsequently succeed in having heart removed in February, thus proving that even in the face of looming military disaster, political infighting never sleeps. Meanwhile, the head of ABDA Air Forces, British Air Marshal Sir Richard Pearse, just relieved as CNC of RAF Bomber Command, presided over 5 different operational areas, none of which found it convenient to cooperate with each other. Pearse's insistence on organizing the ABDA Air Forces along RAF lines practically guaranteed that his own service's glaring deficiencies in maritime matters would be replicated here as well, meaning ABDA's naval forces would mostly be bereft of effective air cover and timely scouting. Despite the fact that close cooperation between all parties was essential to ABDA's success, its headquarters were located in 3 different cities, Batavia, Lembang, and Bandung, separated by hundreds of miles, further undermining coordination between air and naval forces. Communications were a hodgepodge of secure and insecure lines, public telephones, and motorcycle couriers. No common codes were in use. As Wilmot noted, it was hard to think of a command structure that summed up better the collective weaknesses of the Allied nations. ABDA's available military forces, though, made its command arrangements appear positively robust. On the ground, all the deficiencies in training, equipment, and morale that plagued the Indo-British troops in Malaya and the Phil-American units in the Philippines were replicated in the Royal Netherlands Indies Army, KNIL. First and foremost, the KNIL was built for internal policing rather than fighting an external enemy. Split into 15 to 20-man brigades, KNIL units were sprinkled across the length and breadth of the Indies. Even in those areas where more substantial standing forces were deployed, they never exceeded regimental size. Thus, the Japanese had been handed a qualitatively weaker opponent who then proceeded to divide itself in the face of the enemy. The Dutch Air Force was similarly under strength. With no domestic aircraft manufacturers, the Dutch were using cast-off aircraft that the British or Americans would have deemed obsolete. Their frontline bomber was the Martin B-10, a senile, early 1930s two-engine machine whose maximum speed was more than 100 miles per hour slower than either the Mitsubishi Zero or Nakajima Oscar. A polyglot of Brewster Buffaloes, Curtiss P-36, and CW-21s filled out the ranks. In all, the Dutch had fewer than 200 combat aircraft. The pilots in many cases had substantial training, but no combat experience, and little idea of what they were up against in a plane like the Zero. The same was true of the British, Australian, New Zealand, and American squadrons that augmented them. Against Japanese air groups seasoned by years of war in China, this pickup force was doomed from the outset. At sea, the Dutch Navy had 3 light cruisers, 7 destroyers, and 15 older submarines, a pitiful force to throw in front of Nihon Kaigun. With the fall of the Netherlands to the Germans in 1940, just keeping their existing warships, many of which were old and cranky, running was becoming difficult, as spare parts became hard to find. The Dutch Navy would fight as hard as it could. Its submarines in particular turned in respectable performances. As with everything else in the Indies at the moment, however, there were far too few of them. Imamura's plan of campaign was not set in stone at the outbreak of war, due to differences in opinion between the Imperial Army and Navy regarding administrative areas and the division of the raw materials once they were captured. Nevertheless, 2 key factors were readily apparent. First, capturing air bases on southern Borneo and Celebes was the sine qua non of establishing air superiority over the invasion area. Second, before the invasion itself, Java would need to be isolated from any possible support. This required capturing both southern Sumatra and Timor to prevent reinforcements coming in from India or Australia. Once cut off from both east and west, Java's ability to resist for any extended period would be negligible. As a prelude to Sumatra and Timor, Imamura needed to first secure all the islands north of Java, which meant his initial campaign would be along 3 lines of advance. The first would be delivered by forces shipped out of French Indochina, aimed at securing the west coast of Borneo and its oil fields. Simultaneously, using Davao as his logistics hub, he would aim twin offensives down the Makassar Strait, separating Borneo from the island of Celebes, and through the Molucca and Seram Seas, separating Celebes from the cluster of smaller islands that compose the Moluccas. In each case, the operational template would be largely the same. The Japanese would land a battle group at some point near the objective, maneuver onto it, rout the defenders, and capture the necessary airfield. Each assault force had engineering and base personnel integrated into its order of battle, meaning that airstrips could be put back into operation in days or even hours. The Japanese then would move up land-based naval air power, sometimes overnight, to cover the next jump southward. Rinse and repeat. The opening moves of Imamura's campaign had actually already been unleashed. Southern Expeditionary Army had put elements of Major General Kawaguchi Kiyotake's namesake detachment ashore in Sarawak on 15 December. The oil field and airstrip there were taken the next day. For the next month, Kawaguchi used his advantage of seaborne mobility to dance around the western coast of Borneo, capturing every point of interest. 2 battalions of the 124th Regiment came ashore at Sarawak's other major town, Kuching, on 22 December, shoving a British Punjab battalion back into the jungle, wiping out its rear guard, and forcing the survivors into a months-long retreat back to Dutch Borneo. With a final flourish, Kawaguchi took Labuan Island on 3 January, followed by a thrust up the northern coast to capture Jesselton on the 8th, and capping it off by taking Sandakan on 19 January. The entire coastline of British Borneo was now in Japanese hands. From Davao, a small group of Japanese transports almost simultaneously plopped a battalion of the Sakaguchi Detachment, built around the 146th Infantry Regiment, and the Cure's 2nd Special Naval Landing Force, SNLF, onto the island of Jolo on Christmas Day. They soon overwhelmed the 300 Philippine constabulary troops there. From Jolo, Sakaguchi's outfit began working its way down the east coast of Dutch Borneo. On the night of 10-11 January, Sakaguchi landed on the island of Tarakan, on Borneo's northeast tip, one of Japan's primary oil objectives. Here, he encountered opposition in earnest from a 1,300-man Dutch garrison. By the morning of the 12th, he'd overcome them, though not before the Dutch destroyed the bulk of the 700 oil wells and other facilities on the island. In retaliation, the Japanese executed several hundred POWs and civilians. A week later, Sakaguchi's entire force was on board ship yet again, heading for its next objective, Balikpapan. This time, the Allies threw whatever they could in their way. American and Dutch aircraft sank 1 transport and damaged 3 more. Dutch submarine K-18 narrowly missed cruiser Naka with a torpedo, but sank another transport at about midnight on the 25th, 26th, just as Sakaguchi was in the process of coming ashore. He was fortunate he landed when he did. 3 hours later, 6 American First World War vintage 4-stack destroyers made an appearance. Sweeping into the harbor undetected, the Americans were aided by Japan's escorts, having been drawn off to hunt the Dutch sub. The shoreline was bathed eerily in the crimson glow of smoke and fire from Balikpapan's burning oil wells, which backlit Sakaguchi's transports. Bulky torpedoes limited the Americans' results, but they nevertheless managed to sink a trio of merchantmen and damage 2 more. The Americans then headed forthrightly for the exits before the Japanese even knew they were there. The toll for the Imperial Navy's sloppiness might have been far worse. 5 Japanese transports lost to all causes during the course of a day was not insignificant. But there had been 13 transports riding at anchor when the Americans attacked, and by rights, the destroyers ought to have sunk the bulk of them. As it was, the Japanese suffered nothing that slowed their overall timetable. At the same time, the eastern pincer of Imamura's offensive had also been making progress. On 11 January, the same day Tarakan was invaded, the Japanese landed 2 battalions of SNLF troops at Minato, on the northern tip of Celebes. They encountered only abbreviated resistance from the Dutch, a depressingly familiar pattern throughout the campaign, as the KNIL demonstrated again that it was the least spirited branch of the Dutch military. Despite this, the vital airfield was largely wrecked before the Japanese could capture it, delaying its use for nearly 2 weeks. The next target was Kendari, 400 miles further south. Here, 2nd Combined SNLF encountered practically no resistance and captured the airfield intact. It wasn't a great strip, dirt and largely unimproved, but it was sizable and well located. Between it and the airfield at Balikpapan, the Japanese were now in a position to establish air superiority over the Java and Flores Seas, on the doorstep of Java itself. The sheltered waters of Staring Bay, a bit south of Kendari, also gave the Imperial Navy a forward base close to its new area of operations. As if 23 January hadn't been a busy enough day for the Japanese, they also secured for themselves what would turn out to be their most significant base for the remainder of the year: Rabaul. Located at the northern end of the island of New Britain, 2,000 miles southeast of Davao, the town of Rabaul was itself tiny, but Simpson's Harbor was one of the finest natural anchorages in the entire Pacific. Not only that, but it had 2 airfields, one of which sported a concrete runway, a rarity in the theater. Rabaul was ideally suited as a staging area for operations aimed either south toward New Guinea and northern Australia or southeast down the line of the Solomon Islands toward New Caledonia, Fiji, and Samoa. Altogether, it was the perfect little fixer-upper of an advance base, and in January, Rabaul could be had for a proverbial song. Nagumo's 4 biggest carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Shokaku, and Zuikaku, kicked off proceedings by raiding the airfield on the 22nd, prepping for the South Seas Detachment, built around the 144th Infantry Regiment, and the Maizuru 2nd SNLF to land the following morning. By the end of the day, the 1,400-man Australian garrison had either surrendered or taken to the bush. The Japanese flew in aircraft from Nagumo's carriers to the Vunakanau airstrip. A group of twin-engine bombers would be operating there in less than a month. Within months, Rabaul would be bristling with troops and anti-aircraft weapons. As the month of January drew to a close, on the night of the 30th-31st, 11 Japanese transports showed up off Ambon, depositing the 228th Infantry Regiment of 38th Division, the recent conquerors of Hong Kong, and the Kure 1st SNLF ashore. The island's garrison of nearly 4,000 men was a mixture of 2,800 Dutch troops and a reinforced battalion of the 8th Australian Division. The Dutch quickly folded, while the Australians were characteristically disinclined to give up. It would take the Japanese until 3 February to secure their grudging capitulation, which was followed by a massacre of hundreds of Dutch and Australian POWs. With Laha Field under control, Japanese air power now covered the entirety of the Banda Sea. By the end of January, Imperial GHQ could look on the month's operations with great satisfaction. Their offensives had matured more swiftly than most had dared hope. Singapore and Bataan were now besieged. The first steps of the Burma campaign had been launched. In the center, Imamura had pushed south a good 750 miles toward the Indies. The Allied position in the waters around Java had been critically weakened, with the Japanese grabbing numerous landing fields that would serve to move their air umbrella southward. Japanese ground forces have proved more than a match for anything they had come up against, while the Imperial Navy, other than a few hiccups, had mastered its opposition as well. The month ahead looked just as ripe with promise. 4. February 1942. These are black days. General Alan Brooke. We mowed them down on road after road and saw the snow stained red. Anonymous German fighter pilot. The president had, with regret, wiped us off the page and closed the book. Colonel Richard Maloney. One thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. General Dwight Eisenhower. Grand strategy, economic. Tank production. During the Second World War, military production was vitally important for all combatants, and the subject of tremendous levels of national mobilization. Their performance varied widely, and it's worth taking the time to explore why. Every country used a spectrum of methods to tackle their production problems. At one end lay pure mass production, wherein human hands touched the final product as little as possible, and low-skilled labor was the name of the game. Items were created on an assembly line of some sort, where the product moved in linear fashion from station to station, with parts added sequentially in small, discrete steps, until the final good emerged. At the other end of the spectrum lay craft production, in which the item was created by high-value, high-skill labor. Assembly was typically performed in a small number of static locations, or even a single one, such as a naval building way, as the entire artifact was created from the ground up. Production was executed in batches, with a small number of objects worked on and completed, and then a new batch started. In some cases, too, assembly hall floor space would be assembling several types of objects simultaneously, such as different tank or aircraft models. The price tag of the finished product was often a good guide to what methods would be used. An $85 Garand rifle was mass manufactured, and generally, all the major combatants used mass production techniques for ammunition, small arms, and other low-value equipment. As the war progressed, the amount of precision machining required for small arms like machine guns and submachine guns was consistently reduced by all parties, until in many cases, they were being manufactured almost entirely from stamped steel parts. In the middle were things like trucks, around $1,000 in 1942, artillery, around $2,000 to $5,000, tanks, around $35,000 to $50,000, and aircraft, around $50,000 to $300,000. Here is where things got interesting. As you moved up through the hierarchy, mass production gave way more and more to batch-based methods, while production run totals steadily decreased as items got more expensive. The cutover point between the two varied and was often blurry. The Americans liked pushing the envelope and trying to use mass manufacturing for practically everything, up to and including big-ticket items like four-engine bombers. The Soviets generally followed suit, with the British somewhat lagging. The Axis powers, most notably Germany, were all resistant, at least initially, to mass production methods. This was particularly true with respect to final assembly of anything that had even a moderate price tag, such as tanks and aircraft. And then there were ships. From the time humans first began building watercraft, shipbuilding had traditionally been done entirely on a craft production basis. As far back as the Greeks, large ships had their keels laid on the launching way and were built piece by piece from the keel up from wood, then briefly iron, and then steel. Ship designs were typically bespoke one-offs. The Americans were about to change even that formula, at least with respect to merchant ships. Warships would remain another matter. Within the production spectrum, tanks were one of the most vital middle-cost items and perhaps the most critical land weapon produced during the war, and that they solved the post-First World War problem of restoring mobility to the battlefield. Given their crucial role, their efficient production was a matter of critical import. The tank-producing nations fell into three distinct tiers in terms of output. At the top sat the Soviet Union and the United States. Their total wartime production was each around 100,000 armored fighting vehicles, AFVs, including tanks, assault guns, tank destroyers, and self-propelled artillery. Next came Germany and Great Britain, with total production amounting to 47,000 and 33,000 vehicles respectively. Last came Italy and Japan, with totals of between 3,000 and 5,000 AFVs apiece. By late 1942, American tank factories would produce more tanks in 10 weeks than the Japanese produced in 14 years from 1931 to 1945. There are several questions worth exploring here, but two stand out. First, how did the U.S. and USSR achieve such large production numbers? And second, how could Germany be so badly outproduced by her two primary foes, considering that by 1942 her economy was larger than the USSR's? The answers to these two questions reveal how the major combatants managed their larger wars of production. It's no surprise that the United States, by far the world's largest automotive producer, had the potential to manufacture huge numbers of armored vehicles. The Americans had already demonstrated in the arena of consumer goods that they often had productivity advantages of 2 to 1 over their European competitors, and as much as 4 to 1 or 5 to 1 when it came to automotive products or electronics. Detroit's auto industry would ultimately account for about 20% of the country's entire defense production. By dollar value, in terms of Army equipment, the Ford Motor Company alone would outproduce Italy. The problem in 1942 was that the U.S. had just begun creating its tank industry, and its war effort was saddled with burdens not shared by traditional continental powers like the USSR and Germany. Everything the Soviet Union and Germany needed for their respective war efforts, tanks, artillery, and tactical aircraft, the U.S. needed too, of course. Beyond that, America required an array of other equipment, much of it quite expensive, but absolutely essential to waging a global war. In addition to swarms of smaller planes, the U.S., like Britain, needed strategic bombers if it was going to bring the war to Germany prior to landing ground forces in Europe. America also required an enormous navy. It had to be able to defend the sea lanes from the depredations of German and Japanese submarines. However, it also had to equip itself with massive offensive firepower in the form of carriers, naval aircraft, and vast numbers of cruisers and destroyers in order to carry the war to Japan and to land troops on the European continent. Along the same lines, America would need specialized landing craft, landing ship tank, LST, landing craft mechanized, LCM, landing craft infantry, LCI, and amphibious tractors and trucks, Amtraks, DUKWs, by the thousands. It needed cargo ships in equally huge numbers, both to support its own war efforts and to feed and arm Britain and the USSR. It further required dozens of fast oilers, floating dry docks, hospital ships, and all the other mobile logistical assets for keeping enormous task forces operating in far-flung waters. Beyond this, America was also committed to providing mountains of Lend-Lease equipment to her allies, including tanks and armored vehicles, aircraft, substantial quantities of trucks and jeeps, and much additional war materiel to both Britain and the USSR. The amount of Lend-Lease equipment eventually provided during the war would have been sufficient to equip around 100 U.S. divisions. Lend-Lease accounted for about 20% of overall U.S. production and consisted primarily of high-impact goods, tanks, aircraft, and artillery, as well as machine tools, high-quality metals, and food, the latter being much needed by both Britain and particularly the USSR. This meant America would have to produce more of everything just to equip her own forces. The U.S. was already spending massively on the Manhattan Project, which would ultimately consume almost $2.2 billion in the quest for an atomic weapon, not to mention the development of the weapons platform to deliver it, the Boeing B-29, which would consume perhaps another $3.7 billion. Tough choices had to be made. Even America's gargantuan resources were not infinite. Moreover, the U.S. was committed to equipping its army with the best materiel possible. Thus, the Army was determined that essentially all its divisions, be they infantry or armor, would be motorized. Of the other major combatants, only the British aimed for similar levels of transport. They had much smaller ground forces to equip, however, and were also relying on U.S. trucks and tanks to achieve some of that mobility. The Germans didn't even try. They knew that a fully motorized Heer was beyond their means, in terms of both expense and fuel consumption. The Soviets were in the same boat. Their efforts were devoted entirely to creating combat power, and often at the expense of other secondary equipment. It would eventually be U.S. Lend-Lease trucks that provided the Red Army with much of its heavy-duty, cross-country logistical capacity. Thus, America alone had the automotive facilities and fuel reserves to contemplate motorizing a continental-scale army. That was going to require hundreds of thousands of trucks, as well as jeeps, half-tracks, armored cars, prime movers, ambulances, bulldozers, and other vehicles, all of which absorbed manufacturing power and money that might otherwise have been directed toward tanks. In contrast to the Germans and Soviets, the Americans hadn't invested directly in tank manufacturing capacity. Instead, spending their limited Depression-era funding on research for things like transmissions, engines, suspension and track designs, and armament, all of which would inform the design of America's reliable AFVs. As a result, the Army had a clear idea of what it needed from a medium tank, a rugged, all-purpose vehicle weighing about 35 tons that would be competitive against other similar-sized foes and could also be easily transported overseas, unloaded without specialized facilities, and maintained abroad. That was all good, as far as it went. The problem in 1942 was that America didn't have much in the way of manufacturing capacity to build such a vehicle. In comparison to cars and trucks, tanks required specialized manufacturing facilities. Assembly halls with room for lengthy production lines and large overhead cranes capable of lifting enormous loads were all prerequisites. Finding these sorts of factories was not going to be easy. Fortunately, one such facility was already in place. In 1940, the U.S. Army had contracted with Chrysler to establish the Detroit Tank Arsenal, which was to be the core facility for its new tank industry. Chrysler turned to the foremost industrial builder of the day, Albert Kahn, to build the plant. Kahn was a skilled architect, whose younger brother was a pioneer in the new field of reinforced concrete. When the automobile age took off in the early 1900s, Detroit's manufacturers had needed factories, and Kahn was there to build them. He soon gained a reputation as the man to turn to when big facilities were needed fast. In the late 1920s, Joseph Stalin had tapped Kahn's talents to build hundreds of factories in the Soviet Union, one of which would figure in the fighting later in 1942. By 1940, Kahn had seemingly built half of Detroit, including 1,000 buildings for Ford alone. He was the logical man to construct Chrysler's new 700,000-square-foot tank facility. Indeed, the Arsenal, as it was known, would make up only a fraction of the 20 million square feet of defense-related manufacturing facilities that Kahn and his 500 assistants designed and built in 1941 as American rearmament started getting underway. Ground was broken in September 1940 on a 113-acre site in Warren Township, outside of Detroit. Most of the steel was up by January 1941, whereupon a locomotive was wheeled inside to provide power and heat for the workers. The plant began manufacturing M3 medium tanks in April of the same year, even as final equipment was still being installed. The Arsenal's initial production target was 100 tanks a month. But with war becoming increasingly likely as 1941 continued, much more tank capacity would soon be required. Assembly space was a bottleneck, and the arsenal couldn't be expanded quickly enough. Consequently, when war broke out, in addition to enlisting Ford and General Motors, the Army also turned to America's railroad equipment companies: Baldwin Locomotive, American Locomotive, Lima Locomotive, and the Pressed Steel and Pullman companies. These heavy manufacturers, having struggled for years with slow orders during the Depression, were only too happy to lock in the guaranteed profits in the cost-plus contracts the government was waving around. Along with the robust facilities, the automotive and rail companies brought to the table a zeal for throughput. American industrialists knew that long production runs made for greater efficiency. While the U.S. was not shy about upgrading tank models when needed, such changes were kept to a minimum for the sake of greater output. The result was a level of productivity second to none, despite having basically created their tank manufacturing from scratch starting in 1941. During 1942, 11 assembly plants cranked out 4,916 M3 Grant medium tanks, as well as 9,130 of the M4 Sherman, which began superseding the Grant in mid-year. Meanwhile, another railroad car company, American Car and Foundry, assembled 7,839 M3 Stuart light tanks, making it the world's single largest tank manufacturer for the year. With tank destroyers from GM and Ford, self-propelled artillery from pressed steel, and sundry other odds and ends, the United States built 27,784 tracked fighting vehicles in 1942. The Detroit Arsenal became the core of America's medium tank production, with Chrysler receiving contracts for $1.7 billion in tank and tank-related manufacturing, nearly half of its wartime revenues. During the year, its facilities were expanded to 1.25 million square feet, housing 5 parallel assembly lines. Including the arsenal and various subsidiary parts factories, by the end of the year, Chrysler would have 3.2 million square feet of plant devoted solely to tank production. Manning the arsenal itself were 5,500 workers, with another 14,000 working in the other Chrysler component plants. The arsenal ran 3 shifts a day, 6 days a week. In addition to its role as a prime assembler, it also acted as a parts hub, manufacturing and feeding components to other assemblers. This single factory would account for a fifth of American tanks produced in 1942, and fully a quarter of all American tanks made during the war. Thus, starting essentially from zero, by mid-1942, the U.S. had become the world's largest manufacturer of AFVs, an unprecedented transformation in a little more than 15 months. The Soviet Union's approach to tank production took many of its cues from the United States and Fordism, but it was forced to organize its production facilities rather differently. U.S. tank factories had the luxury of being located in the complete security of the American heartland, almost effortlessly supplied with steel and other raw materials from America's vast interior. Like everything else in the USSR, Soviet tank manufacturing had been disrupted by the defeats inflicted during Barbarossa in 1941, leaving the Soviet economy largely in ruins. How, and if the Soviets could recover, was one of the central questions of the year. Obviously, the Red Army would need fleets of armored vehicles to defeat the Germans, but they had to be produced in a way that minimized the impact on the Soviet rail system. Unlike the United States, which possessed a dense, interconnected infrastructure comprising paved roads, canals, the Great Lakes, and the world's largest rail network, the USSR's infrastructure was primitive. The country was huge. Paved roads were scarce. While rivers like the Volga and Don were useful for transporting raw materials north and south, they did not adequately connect the USSR's productive centers, nor were they practical for the east-west task of sending goods to the front. Thus, most important things had to move by train, and the Soviet rail system was already badly overstressed. In addition to its primary military needs of moving troops and equipment, it was still heavily engaged in moving plants, equipment, and workers away from the invading Germans. By 1942, the USSR's rail net was on the point of collapse from overuse and too little maintenance. In America, a handful of manufacturers like Cadillac, Ford, and Wright built practically all of America's tank engines and then shipped them where needed. The same was true of Maybach in Germany. This allowed huge economies of scale. But to relieve strain on their railways, the Soviets needed to locate their tank factories close to sources of raw materials, particularly iron ore, and then vertically integrate them to manufacture as many of their tank components on site as possible. The one thing the Soviets had going for them was that they had existing plant and equipment. The USSR was the world's largest producer of tanks during the 1930s and had invested heavily in manufacturing facilities. Many of those plants either had to be evacuated during Barbarossa or were now blockaded. As the Nazis advanced in 1941, 10 different factories in Kharkov, Mariupol, Moscow, Kolpino, and Leningrad, among others, were all sent east. The evacuation of Leningrad's Kirov plant, however, was only partially completed before the city was besieged. After October 1941, it could only perform repairs. While the USSR's factories were moving eastward during the fall, a trio of plants, the Dzerzhinsky Tractor Works in Stalingrad and the Gaz No. 1 and Krasnoye Sormovo No. 112 plants in Gorky, had produced the bulk of Soviet T-34 medium and T-60 light tanks. While these three plants weren't sufficient to win the war, they nonetheless helped keep the Red Army in business during the disastrous opening months of the conflict. In 1942, as the resurrected plants in the Urals began coming online, the locus of Soviet tank production began shifting markedly to the east, and the true character of their tank industry came to the fore. The most impressive of these new facilities was in Chelyabinsk, a booming industrial city located on the southern end of the Urals. Prior to the war, Chelyabinsk's tractor factory was the biggest in the Soviet Union, with more capacity than the Kharkov and Stalingrad works combined, about 40,000 units a year. Like many other Soviet factories, plans had been in place since the mid-1930s to rapidly convert the tractor Stroy into a defense plant in time of war. Switching output from a large, heavy, tracked vehicle like the S-60 Stalinets tractor to a larger, heavier tracked vehicle like a KV-1 tank wasn't that much of a stretch. Barbarossa had thrown the Soviet Union's careful wartime industrial mobilization plans out the window. The Soviets had cleaned out every facility they could, sending their equipment to whatever location seemed best during the heat of the moment. Much of the tank machinery ended up in Chelyabinsk. Portions of Leningrad's Kirov tank factory were simply dumped there, along with the Izhevsky armor plant from Kolpino, the tank engine plant from Kharkov's factory No. 75, part of the heavy machine factory from Kramatorsk, the pump and compressor factory from Melitopol, Mariupol's machine tool factory, and a machine works from Moscow. During the second half of 1941, 53,000 square meters of new shops were hastily constructed, after which 5,800 relocated machine tools were installed in just 3 weeks. Many went into production before the roofs had even been completed. The resulting amalgamation was entitled the Kurovsky Works No. 100, though it would soon become known simply as Tankograd, Tank City. Tankograd was a model of vertical integration, capable of fabricating nearly everything needed to make a tank except the gun. It cast its own steel and armor, produced the engine, transmission, and other components, and then assembled the final product. It even produced the tank's ammunition. From 21,000 workers in 1937, it expanded to 40,000 at the beginning of 1942. By 1944, the factory would employ 60,000 people, the majority of whom were women, teenagers, and old men. The plant ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. During its best month in 1942, October, Tankograd produced 175 KV-1s and 300 T-34s. Tankograd's basic model of vertical production was repeated at 3 other Ural facilities: the Lenin plant No. 174 at Omsk, the Ural Heavy Machine Tool Factory at Sverdlovsk, known as Uralmash, and the Ural Tank Works plant No. 183 in Nizhny Tagil. Omsk produced light tanks but switched to T-34s in June 1942. Uralmash started out as both an artillery factory and a tank component manufacturer, then in September began producing complete T-34s. The big hitter in this trio, though, was Nizhny Tagil. Ramping up from 75 units in January 1942 to 758 in December, the plant churned out a total of 5,684 T-34s, the most prolific producer of T-34s in 1942, and the world's largest tank producer by weight. In all, during 1942, Soviet factories produced 2,553 KV-1 heavies, 12,661 T-34 mediums, and 9,375 light tanks of various kinds, for a total of 24,589 vehicles. Man for man, and woman for woman, Soviet tank factories were not nearly as productive as U.S. plants. The Soviets compensated for this with a monomaniacal focus on driving costs out of their manufacturing processes. They did this in several ways. The first being deliberately limiting the number of vehicle types being produced. The Red Army essentially fought the entire war using only three basic chassis: the KV Heavy, T-34 Medium, and T-60-70 Light. Fewer models meant greater commonality in tooling and spare parts. Soviet factories also focused on long production runs of the exact same vehicle. Changes to the line were made primarily if they lowered the time to manufacture a component. Throughput was paramount. Many Soviet factories had been designed and built by the Americans in the 1920s and 30s. As it turned out, not only had the Americans built buildings, they had also transferred production know-how to Soviet engineers. The Soviets had adopted American mass production techniques with zeal. One concept they fully embraced was planned obsolescence, wherein a product, and all its components, is deliberately designed to have the same predictably limited lifespan. When it came to armored vehicles, the Soviets had done the math, determining that the average life of a tank was less than 6 months total, and a mere 14 hours during actual combat. These were, in effect, disposable vehicles, with disposable humans inside them. Accepting those facts, grim as they might be, clarified the tank design process immensely. For the kind of war the Red Army was fighting, it made little sense to manufacture tanks that would age well. Odds were that none of them was going to end up in a museum. The only thing that mattered was producing them in as little time as possible. If they fell apart after 6 months, fine. This did not mean that vehicles like the T-34 were badly designed. Quite the opposite. The T-34 was a great tank in most of the ways that mattered. It had excellent firepower and protection, and its rugged V12 diesel engine, wide tracks, and low ground pressure gave it mobility and reliability superior to that of any AFV the Germans fielded during the entire war. That said, the Soviets were utterly unconcerned with cosmetics, or the human factors of how their AFV interacted with its operators. Welds were often crude, paint jobs lamentably bad. The interiors of Soviet tanks were cramped, smelly, and uncomfortable. Having to drive a T-34 any substantial distance must have verged on the automotive equivalent of Chinese water torture, which was fitting given that the tank often leaked through its ill-fitting seams. The Soviets recognized that natty paint jobs and ruler-straight welds didn't kill Germans. The tank's F-34 76mm gun did. That component of the vehicle worked very much as advertised. If the tank's human loader had to scramble around on the whole floor to grab shells for it because the T-34 had no turret basket for him to sit in, that was too bad. His comfort wasn't important. In Soviet tanks, the things that were crucial worked well enough. The things that didn't were afterthoughts. Embracing this zen of shoddiness informed every aspect of Soviet AFV design. It explains why the average road life of a Red Army tank was only 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers. A well-machined transmission was an unnecessary luxury, The odds were that the tank wasn't going to drive that far before it was destroyed anyway. This meant the tolerances of the parts inside the gearbox could be less stringent, making the transmission faster to machine and assemble with unskilled labor. Throughout the tank, stamped metal components replaced machine ones wherever possible. Hundreds of parts were simplified or eliminated altogether. The benefit of all these shortcuts was a commensurate decrease in production cost. As everyone knows, time is money. The inverse is also true. Less money spent often implies less manufacturing time, which was a good thing for a Soviet economy looking to do more with less. The focus of the Soviet tank industry became driving costs out of the manufacturing process so that the maximum number of vehicles could be cranked off the end of the line. The price of a T-34 fell from 269,000 rubles in 1941 to 193,000 in 1942, to 135,000 in 1943, a 50% decrease. The same was true of man-hours to manufacture the vehicle. This enabled the Soviets, with an economy that had shrunk to only 70% the size of Germany's and produced a mere quarter of Germany's steel, to outbuild the Germans nearly 4-1 in tanks in 1942. This was a truly brilliant achievement, and it demonstrated that while Soviet weapons were sometimes crude, the thought process that underlay their production strategy was not. Although these approaches ultimately saved the Soviet tank industry, in 1942 there was a lot more shoddiness than desirable, to the point that many T-34s coming off the line were practically inoperable. With so many skilled workers called to the front, there were fewer overseers left to correct production problems among the old men, women, and children now manning the shop floors. Armor suffered from cracks and deformities. Engine filters were ineffective. Transmissions failed. The vehicle was warranted to run for only 1,000 kilometers as it was. Yet, in 1942, the head of the USSR's tank administration was forced to admit that the average was only 200. U.S. engineers at the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland, having been supplied with a hand-picked T-34 to test, watched it break down after 343 kilometers. In dusty conditions, it often needed work after 50, whereas American tanks routinely ran for 1,600 kilometers without a hiccup. This was taking things a bit too far, even for the USSR, and strenuous measures were undertaken to push reliability back up as the Ural plants came online. However, it wouldn't be until 1943 that these improvements started becoming apparent. This brings us to the Reich. On the face of it, Germany had everything it needed to produce large numbers of armored vehicles. Perhaps not as many as the U.S., but certainly more than the USSR. Its steel-making capacity was robust and well supplied with ore. Its automotive sector well developed, its internal infrastructure dense and well connected. Yet Germany's production in 1942, just 7,043 AFVs, paled in comparison to its two main rivals, and even lagged that of Great Britain. Clearly, the Germans had some fundamental problems in tank manufacturing, mostly of their own making. The first of these was complacency. Panzer losses had been so light in the Wehrmacht's campaigns of 1939 through 40 that Germany's existing plants could easily make good the deficits, running just a single shift. Up until the eve of Barbarossa, the Reich's industrial establishment was basically loping along. In June of 1941, German tank factories turned out exactly 350 units. However, with the failure of the winter push against Moscow and the protracted fighting all along the Russian front, tank losses were mounting. In retrospect, it seems incredible that the panic button had not been pushed already. January 1942's production was 436 AFVs and would fall to just 338 in March. Not until September 1942 did Hitler finally order tank production dramatically increased, by which time it was probably too late. Second, the Germans, along with the Japanese, Italians, and, it must be said, British, had remained adherents of old-world craft-style manufacturing. While mass production of some subcomponents might be employed, it was expected, and indeed preferred, that certain portions of the manufacturing process would be overseen by master craftsmen. These individuals would in many cases use hand tools to meticulously rework and assemble parts, thereby ensuring a perfect fit and finish to the final product. This approach was anathema to Detroit-style mass manufacturing. As one British general noted, the presence of a fitting bench or vise in factories is regarded as a sign of incompetence by Americans. In the U.S., smooth assembly was delivered not by craftsmen, but by precision tools spewing forth a blizzard of parts made to extremely tight tolerances. Craftsmen were unnecessary. That was the whole point. In Germany, on the other hand, mass production had long been, as Richard Overy put it, associated with cheap consumer goods and shoddy standards. Indeed, when Germany began manufacturing tanks in the 1930s, the Heer had deliberately withheld contracts from firms using hard-tooled or assembly lines, considering them too inflexible to meet changing requirements, which was the same as saying, unwilling to cater to our capricious whims. Hence, trying to expand German tank production while sticking to their preferred assembly methods, ipso facto required magically expanding the nation's pool of highly trained craftsmen in the middle of a war. This was a serious gating factor, given that the Wehrmacht was making increasingly heavy demands on Germany's manpower, and the Reich's apprentice programs were being cut back accordingly. Third, once a tank was in production, both the German military and manufacturers saw nothing wrong with continually tinkering with its design to improve its combat power, even if no amount of engineering excellence could prevent German panzers from being every bit as disposable as their Soviet counterparts. Yet a constant barrage of tweaking vehicle specifications was undertaken in response to every cry for improvement from the battlefield. The result was too many different production models and perpetual modifications within those model runs, all of which reduced factory efficiency. Consider the Panzerkampfwagen III, the core of the German tank force in 1942. This particular AFV was eventually produced in no fewer than 14 variants, labeled A through N, with I being non-existent and both a J and J1 thrown in just to keep things interesting. 5 models, J through N, would be produced in 1942 by 6 different factories. The assault gun variant of the Panzer III, the Sturmgeschütz III, came in 8 models of its own, 3 of which would be under production in 1942. Only the Model G had a production run of more than 300 units. The somewhat heavier Panzer IV, which would be upgunned during the year and start succeeding the Panzer III as the Army's medium tank, would have 10 production variants in its lifetime, with 3 different models under production in 1942. The Panzer IV would also have a total of 9 assault guns, self-propelled artillery, or mobile anti-aircraft guns based on its hull. Some of these variants had production runs as small as 43 units, and none was above 1,200. Nor was this all. The appearance of the T-34 on the battlefield during the initial stages of Barbarossa came as a shock to the Germans, exploding the Wehrmacht's blithe assumption of possessing the world's finest tanks. In response, the Germans were even now rushing to complete designs of 2 new tank models, the Panzer V, Panther, and Panzer VI, Tiger. Though the Panther was classified as a medium tank, at 45 tons, it was 50% heavier than either the T-34 or the Sherman. The Tiger, at 57 tons, was almost double the weight of an Allied medium. Both new German models were formidable vehicles, and both have titillated armor enthusiasts for decades. Nonetheless, each suffered from complexity, mechanical breakdowns, particularly the Panther, constant modifications, and difficulties in manufacturing due to their size and weight. During the course of its 2-year, 1,347-unit production run, the Tiger I's design would be altered no fewer than 250 times not including a completely redesigned turret and a new Maybach engine. Design changes were coming down a couple times a week. This meant that, on average, the Tiger rolling out of Henschel's factory doors probably differed somewhat from the vehicle only 6 units behind it. For all intents and purposes, the Tiger was a handcrafted tank. From a production engineering standpoint, this was lunacy. That said, the Germans had repeatedly professed interest in Ford-style mass manufacturing, and 1942 would witness them shifting more toward this mode of production. Still, the evidence suggests that they just weren't very good at it, and had not fully internalized mass production's basic principles. This is unsurprising. After all, the Americans had a 30-year head start in applying these techniques, and the Soviets about a decade. That represented a huge amount of what might be thought of as corporate knowledge walking around Allied factory floors. As American auto companies would themselves discover during the 1990s when trying to adopt Japanese lean manufacturing techniques, a radical rethinking of production methods doesn't happen overnight. To the German way of thinking, mass production seems to have been more aligned with the notion of simply acquiring scale economies by using larger producers and factories. They put this principle into action as they began belatedly undertaking an expansion of their tank manufacturing facilities during 1942. Some of their factories were already quite large. The Nibelungenwerk, by some accounts Germany's most modern and efficient producer, and focused mostly on the Panzer IV, was 1 million square feet. The Mann and Henschel facilities were around 2.5 million square feet apiece. Vomag, in the Saxony city of Plauen, was 4.3 million, although all of these facilities manufactured multiple types of vehicles as well as conducting repairs. The Germans apparently felt that the plant expansion undertaken in 1942 would suffice to meet their military's needs in 1943. However, they were badly mistaken. As a post-war report noted, after the end of 1942, the brake upon panzer production was no longer a modest level of military demand, but rather the capacity of the German economy as then organized. Scale economies were important, of course, but the design of the thing to be produced, and how it interacted with the production's process, was the real heart of the matter. Mass production in the early 1940s existed as a tension between design engineering and production engineering needed to win most of the arguments that arose. Put simply, easy to make was more important than great performance. But this clashed with the core of the German self-image, where high-quality weapons were believed to be the sine qua non of factory on the battlefield. Warriors in the tradition of Siegfried and his dragon-slaying sword Graham obviously deserved magnificent weaponry. The best soldiers with the best weapons will defeat the enemy was shortly to become a fixture in German propaganda films regarding their armaments efforts. As the Tiger's production history amply demonstrated, when design engineering sparred with production engineering in the Reich, design engineering almost always won. Weapons performance was simply not negotiable. There were cases in the Tiger plant at Kassel where vehicles were rejected for service by the Army's Inspection Bureau because Naugahyde seat covers had been substituted for genuine leather. Such an ethos negated the benefits of true mass production. This basic misunderstanding led the Germans to manufacture tanks that were too often works of art rather than disposable weapons. Formidable as the Tiger was, on a stage as massive as the Eastern Front, what was needed was lots of tanks and anti-tank weapons, not a handful of stunning overperformers. As armor historian Stephen Zaloga has noted, for the cost of every Tiger, Germany probably could have operated 7 Stu G3s, which would have delivered much greater combat power. Zaloga also points out that later in the war, despite the vaunted reputation of the Panther, the M4 Sherman often came out on top in tactical encounters, and certainly delivered a superior mixture of numbers, reliability, quality, and battlefield effectiveness. Like the Tiger, The Panther was far too complicated and expensive, and could never be fielded in the numbers needed. German tank production propaganda films during the war clearly show stand-based rather than line-based vehicle assembly approaches, with teams of general-purpose workers moving from vehicle to vehicle while performing an abundance of tasks, and each of them less efficiently. Photographic evidence from the Tiger plant at Kassel likewise shows general-purpose machine tools being used for multiple parts, such as bogie and running wheels, costing hours each time the tools had to be reconfigured. By contrast, a typical American plant would have deployed dedicated hard tooling and specialized jigs for producing subcomponents. All of this helps explain why the Tiger consumed between 200,000 and 300,000 assembly hours, perhaps twice as much as a B-24 heavy bomber. This compared to roughly 35,000 and 50,000 hours for a T-34, and as little as 10,000 hours for a Sherman built by Chrysler. Fundamentally, because of its design, the Tiger wasn't a thing that really could be mass-manufactured. The Panther was little better. Which is why, even after production was fully ramped up in late 1943, the Germans would never produce more than 104 Tigers and 380 Panthers in a single month. Obviously, this sort of output wasn't going to get it done against juggernauts like the Detroit Tank Arsenal and Tankograd. Yet, as economic historian Mark Harrison has noted, as long as the German system emphasized the small firm, the artisan, and the continual improvement of the product, German industry was condemned to low utilization, high costs, and small quantities. When set against the cornucopias of armored vehicles located in the Urals and Detroit, Germany's tank production strategy was woefully misguided. Catching up to Allied production was nothing more than a pipe dream. In sum, looking at all three countries' respective styles of tank manufacturing, the U.S. alone had the resources to choose both quality and quantity if it wanted. It pursued a strategy of building well-made vehicles, using high-quality subcomponents throughout, consistently favoring ease of manufacture over undue complexity and some combat power. The results were highly reliable tanks with good combat abilities. For their part, the Soviets unashamedly chose a quantity-based strategy. With their industrial base eviscerated, the Soviets knew that trying to compete with Germany on quality was a luxury for fools. Had they attempted fighting Germany using German-style production methods, they would have lost the war. Instead, they made a virtue of necessity, focusing on a few well-designed but cheaply manufactured tank models and then producing the hell out of them. The Germans, on the other hand, chose quality largely for cultural reasons, and because Hitler and the Wehrmacht agreed that only the most advanced weapons would suffice. The result was an endless, quixotic quest for perfect weapons in the middle of a war that instead required lots and lots of good enough. That quest shackled the Reich's tank production, as would become telling later this year. The U.S. and the Soviet Union, in the words of one historian, had adapted in the largest sense to the age of the internal combustion engine, and the Germans had not. Given Germany's comparatively small output in 1942, one might look at the tank production totals of the Allies and wonder whether they weren't engaging in overkill. Between the U.S., USSR, and Britain, the Allies outbuilt Germany in 1942 by roughly 58,000 tanks to 6,000, or nearly 10 to 1. In 1942, however, Germany controlled all of Europe, and with it, the developed economies of France, the Low Countries, and Czechoslovakia. The Reich had direct access to every strategic resource it needed except oil. And while the Nazis were beginning to fall behind industrially, there was no guarantee that they might not be able to turn things around and begin mobilizing Germany's industrial base to greater effect. In addition, the Allies didn't have any idea what actual German tank production was at this time. Estimates based on conventional intelligence data indicated that the Germans might be producing as many as 18,000 armored vehicles annually. Germany had assiduously promoted its image as an economic powerhouse. In the words of one author, Allied intelligence still suffered from the myth of German invincibility, created by Nazi propagandists out of the successful blitzkrieg tactics in Poland and France, and it had grossly overestimated the enemy's economic position. Not until 1943 did a detailed statistical analysis of the serial numbers stamped on various German tank components suggest much lower figures for the enemy's tank output. Finally, Germany's advantages of a central geographic position isolated on three sides by ocean made invasion of Europe proper a daunting prospect. Assaulting Nazi Germany would require the Allies taking the offensive. They needed superiority of numbers to support the heavier casualties they were certain to incur. The Western Allies had yet to demonstrate that they could defeat the Germans on land. For their part, the Soviets were about to discover that their winter counteroffensive was far from spelling the end of the Wehrmacht. Given the monumental task ahead of them, aiming for bare sufficiency was not enough. What was called for was overwhelming dominance, and the Allies were setting out with single-minded determination to secure that. The Grossraum underperforms. As it happened, the morning of 8 February would see the German Reich abruptly deprived of the man in charge of tank production, Fritz Todt, Reichsminister for Armaments and Munitions, and the emerging frontrunner to take over the administration of the entire German war economy, had just left a contentious meeting with the Führer at the Wolfschanze, Hitler's headquarters in East Prussia. Boarding an HE-111 bomber, he lifted off for the flight back to Berlin. Shortly after takeoff, the aircraft suddenly veered to the left, exploded, and fell to earth in flames. To this day, speculation has bubbled around the notion that he was assassinated, either by his arch-rival Hermann Goering or by the Schutzstaffel, SS, or even by Hitler himself. Goering hastily pried himself out of his private hunting lodge in Rominten in East Prussia and scurried aboard his private train to visit the Führer and assert his control over Todt's fiefdom. He arrived too late. Hitler had already appointed his 36-year-old personal architect, Albert Speer, to take over Todt's portfolio. Speer, the designer of the Reich Chancellery and the Nuremberg Zeppelinfeld, where the infamous Nazi party rallies were held in the 1930s, was one of the few men who had Hitler's complete trust. It was Speer's job now to get Germany's armaments production under control. One might think that with all of Europe under the Nazi boot since the middle of 1940, the economic engine of the greater German state, Grossraum, would be humming along. By now, France and the Low Countries would surely have been smoothly harnessed to the larger machine of empire, sending their bounty of agricultural goods and manufactured wares to the Reich. But no such thing. The new German Empire was in shambles. There were three drivers here: the parlous state of Germany's own economy, even before it started the war, the cynically predatory nature of the Nazi state itself, and the structure of the European economy. From the moment Hitler took office in 1933, he fundamentally realigned German society toward war-making at the expense of civilian consumption. There was no denying the end results. Germany had rearmed itself in stunningly short order, by shifting more resources in peacetime toward military usage than any other capitalist society in history. The price to be paid was a severe distortion of the economy. Throughout the 1930s, the Reich lurched through a series of internal crises revolving around the allocation of scarce resources, particularly steel, struggles in the agricultural sector, which suffered from hardship and perennially low wages, and shortages of hard currency. The latter was the result of a lack of exports, since almost all of Germany's industrial production had been aimed at the Wehrmacht's needs instead. Falling exports meant dwindling foreign cash flow. At one point in 1934, the Reichsbank's reserves could cover only a single week's worth of imports. A similar crisis in 1938 was only relieved by annexing Austria, the Anschluss, thereby generating a one-time windfall of 546 million Reichsmarks, RM, scooped out of the coffers of Austria's central bank. By 1939, that money was gone as well, and yet the government steadfastly opposed devaluing the Reichsmark. Then again, by 1938, the German currency's value had been so altered by a Byzantine system of country-by-country clearing agreements that the central bank was forced to admit that the entire price structure of foreign trade has been confused to a barely credible degree, and that the Reichsmark no longer had any definable value by which to be devalued. Accordingly, internal price controls had been imposed over every sector of society, and corporate profits were strictly regulated. Even these draconian measures could not obviate the core problem. The pressures to rearm had created an overheated and dangerously unstable economy. Despite Goebbels' successful propaganda efforts to portray the Reich as an industrial and military juggernaut, Germany was in no way positioned for a sustained effort when war broke out in 1939, because it was already living hand-to-mouth. The only reason Germany had subsequently been able to undertake Barbarossa was because of the haul of war booty, trunks and petroleum that it had captured after its campaign against France. Which brings us to German wartime administration. One section of the German official war history series, entitled simply Pillage and Methodical Exploitation, says everything that needs to be said about the Reich's approach to managing its conquered territories. Goering summed up matters in 1942. It seems to me that in earlier times the thing was simpler. In earlier times you pillaged. At present, things are done in a more humane way. As for myself, I still think of pillage comprehensively. From the get-go, the Nazis scoured their new empire for anything that could be looted for the war effort. Foreign currency and precious metals to the tune of RM 155 million had immediately been lifted from Dutch, Belgian, and French banks. The Germans also added 4,260 locomotives and 140,000 freight cars from Western Europe to the Reichsbahn's overworked stocks, which were then put to use hauling appropriated goods back to Germany. The Netherlands was ransacked for 112,000 tons of edible fats, cocoa, rice, coffee, and tobacco. Along with this went 76,000 tons of tin, aluminum, scrap, cotton, and wool. Most crucial were 166,000 tons of aviation gasoline, motor fuel, and lubricating oil. France, being larger, lost even more. 436,000 tons of ferrous and non-ferrous metals, along with 92,000 tons of industrial chemicals, oils, fats, and resins, 52,000 tons of textiles and leather, and 963,000 tons of scrap. The Germans also helped themselves to an enormous haul of captured French arms. 314,878 rifles, 5,017 artillery pieces, 2,170 tanks, and 3.9 million shells. These weapons would help keep the Wehrmacht in business for years to come. By 1944, with much of its German stocks having been destroyed, the Wehrmacht's artillery park would be almost half, 47%, foreign manufacture, most of it French, and much of it second-rate by then. The total value of all this French plunder came to RM 7.7 billion between 1940 and 1944. To this would also be added another RM 8.5 billion worth of French goods that had been bought by the Reich but never actually paid for. The Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Poland would accrue RM 16 billion in similar unpaid obligations. At the same time this massive looting was underway, the economies of the occupied territories were beginning to fall apart due to disrupted trade patterns. Western Europe was heavily dependent on imports from overseas territories for metals, petroleum, hides, and food. Britain had been a key trading partner. Its coal provided 80% of Europe's energy. With France's demise came Britain's naval blockade, and by the summer of 1940, Europe's web of economic ties was disintegrating. France was reduced to operating on just 8% of its pre-war petroleum allotment, leading to rapid demotorization and plummeting agricultural production. Hunger quickly became severe across the region, with food supplies falling by as much as 30% to 50% versus pre-war consumption. Other commodities disappeared as well. This, in turn, led to further downward pressures on the wider economy. Hungry coal miners, be they German, French, or Polish, produced less coal and went on strike more often. This was exacerbated by the fact that most of the rolling stock that would have taken coal from the pit head to factories and power plants had been appropriated for the Reichsbahn. Less coal production in Europe meant less industrial production across the board, particularly in Italy. These food and energy deficits could not be made good by imports from Germany for the simple reason that Germany was operating on a food deficit itself, with its own coal production falling as young men were called away to the military. German exports, meanwhile, were allocated primarily for its own allies and satellites, due to the necessity of keeping them in the war. Petroleum was particularly precious, and Germany could spare none for anyone, except occasionally the Italian Navy. Goebbels' propaganda that everyone in the vaunted Nazi economic new order, even those currently under Nazi subjugation, would stand to prosper, began wearing thin. In the words of the German official histories, it rapidly became evident to all that Nazi wartime occupation was synonymous with privation, starvation, and incipient pauperization. The year 1940 thus marked the time that all of Western Europe slid into a steep economic decline, which would persist until the end of the war. Further afield, things were equally grim. By 1942, Greece was in deep famine, with 150,000 having starved to death over the winter, and prices skyrocketing by 340%. Even in German satellites like Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, prices had doubled. In Germany itself, the failure of Barbarossa undermined the German armaments effort. The plan had been to fix the Reich's long-term resource issues by grabbing the Soviet Union's industries, mines, and petroleum. In anticipation of the USSR's collapse, starting in summer 1941, the resource allocation within the German defense industry had been drastically changed. During the formal armaments preparation for Barbarossa, Rüstungsprogramm B, the Army's share had been ratcheted up. With things apparently going well on the steppes during the summer, the new plan was to shrink it in favor of more resources going to the Kriegsmarine, and particularly the Luftwaffe. As part of this, the Army's steel allocation was to be cut to 173,000 tons monthly, only barely ahead of the Navy's 170,000 tons, and far less than the 318,000 tons slated for Goering's service. The thought here was that once the Soviets folded, Germany would immediately need to turn and face Britain and the U.S., requiring massive increases in naval and air spending. This is somewhat astonishing, in that the Luftwaffe was already receiving 60% of German armament spending, the Army 30%, and the Navy only 10%. With the Soviets having declined to fold, however, all those assumptions went out the window. The year's heavy winter losses made it apparent that the summer's reorientation of resources would itself need to be reoriented to rebuild the ground forces. Yet, with RAF Bomber Command ramping up its efforts and the U.S. now in the war, the pressing necessity for more aircraft could hardly be denied. Unfortunately, by the time of Tote's death, no one in the Reich was capable of making a decision regarding who got what. In the words of the German histories, defining strategic armaments targets presupposed a war plan. Since the failure outside Moscow, however, the Führer only knew the perspective of clinging and hanging on. The Wehrmacht leadership, likewise, had no idea what they or the nation needed, and were constantly in reactive mode to the Führer's whims in any case. Meanwhile, the very nature of the distributed decision-making below the Führer created a welter of competing interests, most of which were less interested in advancing the war effort than in consolidating their own positions of power. The result was chaos, paralysis, and ineffective production. Four factions were facing off against each other: The four-year economic plan group, which was nominally under Goering's feckless administration, the civilian economy and state economic bureaucracies under Walter Funk, the armaments industries under Speer, and the Wehrmacht, which was at war with itself over priorities. The failures of Barbarossa and Typhoon, however, unleashed powerful changes within the Reich's industrial political landscape. The military men, who had failed to coherently organize their armaments efforts, had been losing ground to Todt before his demise, and were now fully exposed to the Führer's distrust. Goering, similarly tainted by his failure in the Battle of Britain, was in the same boat. For their part, the industrialists and Nazi bureaucrats were less concerned with who won this internal battle than they were about the need for someone to start making decisions. Todt had been in a position to begin doing just that, particularly as the Führer had begun taking a personal interest in matters shortly after the declaration of war against the United States. The result was the end of what might be called the military command economy, and a fundamental, and ultimately sinister, realignment under a new set of operators. Eventually, this would increase German arms production immensely. It would also have disastrous short-term repercussions for the inhabitants of Eastern Europe, particularly the Jews. A looming armaments catastrophe was the mess that Speer inherited when Todt died. Speer's initial writ as not as all-encompassing as he later made it out to be. He was technically only in charge of army equipment and munitions for all three services, perhaps 45% of the Reich's total armaments production. He had to tread carefully around Field Marshal Erhard Milch, who was in charge of aircraft production, which accounted for 35% to 40% of the total armaments pie. The Navy currently oversaw its own slice as well. Meanwhile, Speer also had to contend with Goering and Funk, particularly the latter. Still others included General Jörg Thomas, head of the Wehrmacht's weapons programs, whose powers had steadily been eroded by Todt, Robert Ley, the corrupt leader of the Reich Labor Front, and initially even Joseph Goebbels, the Reich's propaganda minister. To consolidate his power, Speer needed to get a handle on things, produce results, and make sure the Führer knew it. Steel was the universal gating factor, since it formed the basis of almost every weapon. Its criticality can be judged by the fact that there was not a single occasion during the war when steel allocations between the three branches were reconfigured without the Führer's personal intercession. It was also one of the main reasons Hitler had invaded Norway in 1940, to protect the seaward approaches to the critical iron ore deposits in Sweden. Even before Todt's death, Hitler had announced a new armaments plan that pushed the Army's total steel allotment back up to 350,000 tons per month, whereas the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine in particular were curtailed. Hitler also demanded that 350,000 tons of steel per month be devoted to simple ammunition production, bombs, bullets, and shells, which had been ratcheted down to 25,000 tons after Barbarossa had kicked off. Given the Reich's current steel production, though, this was manifestly impossible. The problem was not just reallocating the slices of the steel pie, but increasing the absolute size of that pie, while cutting back on anything not directly related to military production. The gating factor for steel production, in turn, was coal, because without energy, nothing could be smelted. Coal production had grown by 10% from 1940 to 1941, but early in 1942 it was faced with a decline, as the amount of coal extracted per miner had fallen from 2,064 kilograms per miner per shift in 1939 to 1,848 kilograms in 1942, a 10% decrease. Here, the issue was twofold. First, many of the younger, stronger miners had been called away to the Army. Second, many of those remaining weren't getting enough to eat because German farming was also in decline, as many of its best workers had likewise been called up. The shortage of labor in both sectors was being made good by press-ganging foreign workers, many of them from Poland and Ukraine. but production in both mining and farming was directly correlated with calories, and malnourished foreign workers were not going to undo the shortfall in either sector. However, simply beefing up the rations of Polish workers would not do either, because many Germans were already suffering hunger and privation themselves. When news of another impending cut to civilian rations was leaked in March 1942, the Gestapo noted a devastating impact on civilian morale. In Hitler's explicitly racist regime, it was imperative that the Germans always felt superior. Goering echoed the sentiments of the man on the street when he remarked later in the year that, "If anyone has to go hungry, it shall not be the Germans, but other peoples." He added, "I am interested only in those people in the occupied regions who work in armaments and food production. They must receive just enough to enable them to continue working." Indeed, in late 1941, Goering, no slouch at the table himself, had opined that Eastern workers should be fed cats, dogs, or horse meat. With German food production now in crisis, and German factories, by far the most productive in the extended Nazi Empire, also suffering, it only made sense to feed those workers, Germans and Eastern alike, inside Germany in order to keep production high. However, as noted, most of the rest of Europe was already struggling with malnutrition. Distribution of food wasn't the issue. The absolute number of available calories was. Food thus became a final, critical gating factor. The food supplies closest to hand were in Poland. However, simply removing those harvests to Germany would push numerous Poles, including large numbers of Polish Jews, into starvation. The solution, then, became clear in the early part of 1942, murdering Poland's Jews as rapidly as possible, so as to remove them from the food equation. They were already slated for eventual destruction, and this simply reflected the primary drivers in Nazi ideology: murderous anti-Semitism coupled with extreme social Darwinism. The effects of these forces acting together were both rapid and horrific. Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka would all be rushed to completion later in the year, Chelmno being already in operation, becoming the main death camps for Operation Reinhard. During an intense 3-month killing spree from August to October 1942, in conjunction with ongoing Einsatzgruppen efforts in the East, more than 1.4 million Jews were murdered, 445,000 per month, or nearly a quarter of the total Jewish victims of the entire Holocaust. By the end of this death pulse, as one Holocaust scholar put it, the rate of killing could no longer be sustained because of the rapidly dwindling stock of victims. As Adam Tooze notes, it was the concerted extermination of Polish Jewry that provided the most immediate and fail-safe means of freeing up food for delivery to Germany. The Reich's food problem was thus solved along the same general lines that the Hunger Plan had envisioned for Western Russia, and under the same actors: the reptilian Herbert Beck, head of the Reich's Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the SS's Heinrich Himmler, and both supported by Goering. The labor shortage was being addressed in almost the same manner. Fritz Sauckel would soon be enshrined as the Reich's plenipotentiary for labor, whereupon he set about transforming Germany into a gigantic slave camp. The Reich was already employing 1.3 million Poles and another 1.2 million POWs, mostly French, in its factories, amounting to about 8.4% of the Reich's workforce. Soviet POWs logically might have been included in this mix, but they were initially off the table for ideological reasons. By the time the need for them was recognized, most were already dead in their camps in Poland and the USSR. By early 1942, such survivors as remained were loaded in boxcars and shipped west. Auschwitz, for its part, was designated as not only as an extermination camp, but also a gigantic labor aggregation center that made Jewish slave labor available for war projects like I.G. Farben's enormous new Buna work, located nearby at Monowitz. Sauckel would bring in another 2.8 million laborers from January 1942 to June 1943, using increasingly coercive methods. By this time, there would be 6.5 million foreigners in Germany. Most were young men and women from Eastern Europe, housed in miserable conditions, fed awful rations, and living in extreme privation. Work in the mines and factories was arduous, and discipline, which logically enough included food deprivation, was severe. Tens of thousands of foreign workers tried fleeing this virtual servitude. Most did not succeed. For Jewish workers, of course, the situation was even worse. Being spared from the gas chambers was merely a temporary reprieve for as long as a Jew could work. After that, their lives were of no value. Total mortality in Germany's war industry is difficult to quantify, but included at least 1.1 million Jews employed in the Reich's factories, about 70% of the total who had been put to work. Another 1 million Soviet POWs were similarly worked to death, along with 170,000 Soviet civilians and 130,000 Poles. Later in the war, Italian POWs would be added to the mix. Combined with the toll of the Holocaust, the mass murder of Soviet POWs, and other fatalities among Eastern European civilians, Adam Tooze estimates that the Germans killed around 7 million potential workers. This casual expenditure of human capital is even more bewildering given Germany's own ongoing labor shortages. At a time when American and Soviet arms factories were generally running around the clock, Germany was never able to muster the labor necessary to do the same in any but the most critical plants. The normal work week at the beginning of the war was 6 days for 48 hours. However, a ban on women working at night meant that overnight shifts were almost impossible to staff. Thus, during the early part of the war, less than half of German Army munitions factories were running 3 shifts. The situation didn't improve much as the war continued. The Henschel tank factory would go to 24-hour production later in 1942, but only by running 2 12-hour shifts. Still later in the war, foreign women would be used for overnight shifts instead of German women. The main expedient was to run longer and longer shifts. By early 1944, a 72-hour work week would be the norm in German aircraft factories. Despite his post-war attempts at creating an image of himself as a clean, unpolitical technocrat, Speer was far from innocent in all of this. His understanding of the Reich's political landscape and his skills in navigating it were considerable. The evidence also suggests he was aware of what was happening to the Jews inside Himmler's empire of death. Speer was determined to use the rationalization of Germany's war labor to his benefit, and he set in train a series of production improvements that capitalized on the substantial groundwork already laid by Todt. The end result would be an expansion and prolongation of Germany's war effort well past the point most experts would have believed possible. In the process, Speer's armaments miracle would ultimately be responsible for extending the war by months at least, and maybe longer than a year, thereby sacrificing the lives of yet more millions. Speer was a tremendous organizer, and soon imposed order on the industries under his control. Todt had already established a series of main committees to organize ammunition, weapons, tanks, electronic equipment, and so on. Speer extended this model by pushing it down the supply chain, establishing what he called rings, groups of producers of subcomponents and raw materials that were essential to the production of the committees above them. 5 were initially established: iron and steel production, iron and steel processing, non-ferrous metals, engineering components, and electrotechnical equipment. Within each were established subcommittees and subrings and so on. 249 would be in existence by the end of 1942. Each was chaired by a magnate in their respective industry who was amenable to working as Speer's whip hand. It was up to each ring to maximize the production within its sphere and ensure the assembly plants were being fed what they needed. Meanwhile, Speer acted as frontman for the entire effort, putting across an optimistic picture of the war effort to the German people. Slickly produced propaganda films soon began rolling into Germany's theaters, showing gleaming rows of Panzer IIIs being assembled in factories such as Alkett's Works outside Berlin. In the words of Tooze, Speer did not simply produce more weapons. He made them tell a story. And that story was that the Reich's armaments production was skyrocketing, that the final victory was still possible, and that all that was required was for the German people to believe. The ultimate consumer of this upbeat portrayal, of course, was Hitler himself. Speer's unfettered access to Hitler was the prerequisite of the Reichsminister's authority. As he later noted, the backing of the Führer counted for everything. His ability to upward manage Hitler was Speer's most important skill. Through deft use of statistics and graphics, and a keen understanding of what information to include and leave out of his presentations, the latter including any relative comparisons with the massive production of both the U.S. and USSR, Speer was able to convince the Führer that German war production under his watch was moving from strength to strength and growing constantly. Production did begin improving under Speer's watch, though not as dramatically as he later claimed, nor always as a direct result of his leadership. Although munitions production by the middle of 1943 soared, it did so less because of any benefits of rationalization or real breakthroughs in productive efficiency, and more because Speer managed to reallocate enormous quantities of steel to munitions production, at the expense of other priorities. It was the aircraft manufacturing industry, under Speer's rival Milch, that would record the most dramatic productivity increases between 1942 and 1943. Taken together, there can be no doubt that Speer's assumption of Tote's duties aided Germany more than had the feckless Goering taken over. German war production would finally begin to realize some of its latent potential. Nonetheless, the overall constraints on the economy could not simply be wished away, no matter how positive a picture Speer painted for the Führer. Deep in America's heartland, and behind the shield of the Urals, the armories that would pound the Reich to rubble were already being put in place. Speer, for all his outward optimism, must have suspected as much. Remaking the War Department. Across the Atlantic, America's top soldier was cleaning house so he could get on with things. When George Marshall took over as Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army in September 1939, he soon realized that the Army's turn-of-the-century bureaucracy was ill-equipped for fighting a real war. He found himself responsible for directly overseeing 30 major and 350 smaller commands, with 61 officers having direct access to him and capable of barging into his office at any time. He was drowning in paperwork. Moving a private from here to there seemingly took an act of God and the buy-in of a dozen generals. To the orderly, organized Marshall, the arrangements were shamefully inefficient. However, each of those bureaucratic fiefdoms represented the entrenched interests of some general somewhere, often with the oversight of base facilities, and the local jobs and political connections in Congress they represented. A drastic remake of the Army during peacetime, and coming out of the Depression to boot, simply wasn't in the cards. In the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, and with the situation in the Pacific spiraling out of control, a taint of desperation was in the air. In Washington, an unprecedented amount of scrambling was already going on as the nation started organizing itself for war. If radical change was needed to whip the Army into fighting trim, so be it. Marshall capitalized on these political dynamics, planning adroitly and secretly ahead of time, and then pushing through a set of bureaucratic changes that would have been unthinkable only months prior. Just as Stalin and the Stavka were currently ripping up the Red Army's org chart to remake it into an entity capable of fighting the Wehrmacht, Marshall ripped up the U.S. Army's structure, enabling it to prosecute a multi-front struggle across the entire globe. He moved so quickly that his opponents had no time to organize a response or drag Congress into the matter. On 28 February 1942, President Roosevelt put his pen to Executive Order 9082, and the deed was done. Instead of a welter of fiefdoms, the new Army, had only three major commands. First was the AAF. The airmen were given more autonomy, both to offload staff work from Marshall and to build goodwill with Hap Arnold, who had helped champion the larger reorganization. "I tried to give Arnold all the power I could," Marshall recalled, and he was very appreciative of this. In so doing, Marshall recognized that air power would be central in asserting dominance over America's battlefields, as well as bringing the war directly to Germany and perhaps Japan in the form of strategic bombing. The Second U.S. Army Command was ground forces under Major General Leslie McNair. The old chiefs of arms, infantry, cavalry, field artillery, and coast artillery were either eliminated or put under his direct control. McNair, a superb organizer and trainer along the lines of Marshall himself, also possessed deep experience in weapons design and procurement. He now had authority to remake the structure of U.S. ground forces as he saw fit, without reference to branch rivalries or doctrinal dogmas. The third major new command was the Services of Supply, headed by Major General Brehon Somervell. With a personality every bit as angelic as Ernest King's, Somervell wasn't destined to win many popularity contests. But he was efficient and unrelenting in accomplishing the tasks Marshall set him. "He got things done in Calcutta as fast as he did in the meadows there around the Pentagon," remarked Marshall later. "Whenever I asked him for something, he did it, and he got it. He was very forcible." Somervell's appointment recognized another reality of America's forthcoming war. Creating an efficient logistical infrastructure would be as important as fielding first-rate combat forces. Treating logistics as an equal would have been laughable in almost any other army on the planet. For the U.S., it showed a realistic appraisal of what was required to make war on a global scale, and field an army that could fight effectively on battlefields as widely diverse as the Aleutians, New Guinea, Morocco, and, of course, Europe. It was Somervell, too, who would be primarily responsible for overseeing Army procurement and making sure civilian factories delivered what the Army thought it needed in the field. In this role, he immediately came into visceral contact with Donald Nelson's War Production Board, Leon Henderson's Office of Price Administration, and the other civilian authorities responsible for regulating American industry. Given Somervell's personality, it's unsurprising that relations were not always smooth. In fact, the tension between a troika of military men, the War Department's Secretary Henry Stimson, the Army's Somervell, and Admiral Jerry Land, in charge of naval shipbuilding, and the civilians in charge of national production, started off rockily, and then blossomed into a public war toward the end of the year. Nevertheless, Marshall's reorganization was largely successful. By offloading many of his direct command responsibilities, he succeeded in clearing the decks to allow him to concentrate on the most important matters at hand, crafting a multinational strategy with the British and directing the overall war effort in conjunction with the other American Joint Chiefs. Battle of the Atlantic. The second happy time. When word began filtering back to Villa Kurlaland, Admiral Dernitz's headquarters in Lorient, regarding the success that Reinhard Hartigan and the other Polkenschlag boats were enjoying off America, he was elated. All the portents seemed to indicate a return to 1940's Die glückliche Zeit, happy time of easy pickings. Dernitz readied a larger group of submarines for operations in February, which would patrol the coast from Halifax to the Caribbean. Dernitz had determined that even the shorter-range Type 7s could operate off the U.S. if they sailed a Great Circle route across the Atlantic and adhered to strict fuel economy measures. This month, he would send 14 Type 7s across, along with a dozen of the larger Type 9s. 3 of the Type 7s would go all the way to America, while 5 of the longest-range Type 9Cs would poke their heads into the Caribbean. The results were worth it. The 6 Type 9s in this second wave tallied 23 ships amounting to 157,000 tons off the U.S. coast. The Caribbean Type 9s upped this total to 47 ships and 276,000 tons, with 2 of them sinking several large tankers by launching attacks in the shallow waters off the refineries at Aruba and Curaçao. The Type 7s didn't do badly either, sinking another 24 ships for 125,000 tons, the majority in Canadian waters. Albeit the Canadians were still doing a much more credible job of guarding coastal traffic than their larger neighbor to the south. Even the Italians got in on the act, sending 5 long-range boats to the Windward Islands in the eastern Caribbean, sinking 15 ships for another 93,000 tons. Thus, the total monthly haul came close to 500,000 tons of shipping, 391,000 tons from German subs, for the loss of only 3 U-boats. The 3 Type 7s that made it to American waters didn't have much luck, but the point had been made. They could get there and back with sufficient time on station to be constructive. Dönitz now knew his operational model was feasible. Likewise, word had come back that pickings in the Caribbean looked excellent, giving him the opportunity to widen the submarine war still further. The Germans were not ignoring the convoy lanes either. Serendipitously, several of the America-bound boats had been nudged toward westbound ONS 67, which, without the benefit of Ultra to rout it out of danger, blundered right into their path. On 22 February, a quartet of promising submariners began attacking. Adolf Piening in U-155, Günter Kretsch in U-558, Jürgen Wattenberg in U-162, and Erwin Rosten in U-158. Shoving aside a beleaguered American-Canadian escort group, they ravaged the convoy, sinking 8 ships, 6 of them large tankers, and damaging a 9th. All 4 German submariners would go on to become notable aces, with scores of 80,000 tons apiece or more. ONS 67 was the worst mauling an Allied convoy had suffered since November 1941, further reinforcing low British opinion of American and Canadian ASW technique. Several other convoys were also assaulted, though with less impressive results. The overall effect was to keep the pressure on the North Atlantic lanes and fix their escorts in place, even as Paukenschlag was inflicting further punishment right on America's nautical front lawn. Within the German submarine force, the excitement level was building, abetted by Goebbels' propaganda machine, which paraded the Paukenschlag skippers before a worshipful German public. The hunting off America truly had been extraordinary, harking back to the heady months of 1940. It remained to be seen how long this second happy time was going to last. For now, the sky seemed the limit. Hartigan's initial foray in U-123 back in January had netted 53,000 tons, though he had claimed much more. Other skippers were coming home with 30,000 to 40,000 tons. For a submarine commander, it took 100,000 tons of claimed sinkings to qualify for the coveted Ritterkreuz Knight's Cross Award and perhaps a luncheon with the Fuhrer. A few good American patrols could put that away, making a man's career, and perhaps securing him a flotilla command ashore, away from the undersea hazards and with more time to sample the pleasures of France. Not surprisingly, there was no shortage of aggressive young skippers itching to be pulled off the dangerous North Atlantic convoy lanes to make their own shining contributions to Paukenschlag, whatever the hardships. The latter were considerable. Indeed, these were hellish deployments, particularly aboard the Type 7s. The boats crawled across the Atlantic at 6 knots, with one engine shut down to conserve fuel. It was 3 weeks of grinding tedium, stuck in a dripping, stinking, 165-foot-long sewer pipe with 50 unwashed bodies and 1 toilet. The compartments were soon festooned with a moldy menagerie of bread, cheese, and sausages. Given their small size and narrow beam, surfaced submarines handled poorly in the rough seas endemic to the North Atlantic. The boats pitched, rolled, and heaved so badly that men were often hurled to the deck plates. Submerging for anything more than short stretches was out of the question because it wasted fuel. It took 3 weeks of this misery to secure perhaps 10 days patrolling off the U.S. coast. Then, 3 weeks crawling back to France again. The larger Type 9s could spend longer on patrol, but not much. Until the Americans put in place better defenses, though, the East Coast was going to remain the best game in town for the U-boat force. The American reaction. Even a month into Dönitz's assault, the Americans were still in a quandary about how to react. The Navy had hoped that once they weathered January's spate of attacks, the U-boat threat would die down. The unrelenting attacks in February, though, began raising the ominous possibility that this wasn't a one-time effort after all. Instead, it might herald the beginning of a sustained campaign. The first sinkings in the Caribbean were a most unwelcome development, straining frail American and Commonwealth ASW resources, while imperiling Britain's fuel stocks still further. The German subs could attack wherever they chose. Allied defenses needed to be firm in so many places, along so long a coastline, that covering all the potential hotspots was impossible. The British, for their part, were already railing against what they saw as American inactivity. Commander Roger Wynne, in charge of the Royal Navy's submarine tracking, remarked caustically to an American visitor around this time, "The trouble is, Admiral, it's not only your bloody ships you are losing, a lot of them are ours." Wynne, in the Royal Navy's difference in perspective, was understandable. No amount of merchant sinkings could bring a continental giant like the United States to its knees, and the Americans knew it. Painful as they were, losses of U.S. shipping and merchant sailors could be absorbed and made good in the long term by America's shipbuilding capacity and manpower pool. Things looked rather different to the British. As the British histories note, Dönitz's American onslaught was a knife to Britain's throat, and all the more frightening because their vessels were being destroyed in one of the few places on Earth where the Admiralty's writ did not run. Beyond offering to lend the USN some smaller ASW ships and trying to give advice, there wasn't much they could do. Dönitz viewed Allied shipping collectively. An Allied freighter of whatever nationality sunk in U.S. waters was one less potential vessel carrying supplies to the UK. British sailors drowning off the East Coast were still just as dead. Britain had, by virtue of hard work and sacrifice, managed to stay alive during the past 2 years of Dönitz's campaign. Nonetheless, just a few months of effective blockade might silence its factories and bring its people to the brink of starvation. The Admiralty's rising alarm can be forgiven, since it was beginning to look as if the Americans might lose the Battle of the Atlantic for them by proxy. On 12 February, pressured by his British counterparts, Admiral King directed Rear Admiral Adolphus Andrews, commander of the Eastern Sea Frontier, to submit a convoying plan. Andrews, in turn, queried his individual naval district commanders regarding the advisability of such operations. He was told in no uncertain terms that none of them considered it wise to implement convoying until sufficient assets were available, which they estimated as being at least 68 capable vessels. They argued instead for continuing to run independent ASW patrols and hunter-killer groups with what few ships they had. Andrews duly relayed this back to King, and there the matter sat for the time being. As the month wore on, though, it was becoming increasingly clear that something would have to be done. The Channel Dash. While Admiral Dönitz was accelerating his undersea campaign against the Americas, his superior, Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, was trying to salvage what remained of the Kriegsmarine's surface warfare strategy. At the outset of the war, German auxiliary cruisers, Hilfskreuzer, had been moderately effective as commerce raiders, and Raeder had hoped his heavy units would contribute as well. Unfortunately, the Kriegsmarine quickly encountered challenges in utilizing its heavy ships on the high seas. With Scapa Flow sitting like a plug in the approaches to the North Atlantic, getting past the Royal Navy's main fleet base and out into the shipping lanes proved difficult. The fall of France in the summer of 1940 had given Raeder hope that the French ports on the Bay of Biscay would provide ideal bases from which to operate. However, this was before the implications of convoying, radar, and long-range search aircraft started becoming clearer. The bottom line was that the ocean was smaller than it used to be, and solitary targets scarcer. The Royal Navy had methodically hunted down Germany's merchant raiders and their supply ships in the South Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans, greatly curtailing their threat by the end of 1941. This, coupled with the disastrous end to Bismarck's anti-shipping expedition in May 1941 and the destruction of pocket battleship Graf Spee in 1939, had shown that surface raiders were now more constrained than in previous wars. Well before Bismarck met her doom, the battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had conducted a successful raiding cruise into the North Atlantic, returning to the French port of Brest in March 1941. Scharnhorst's boilers then needed repairing, which had taken until July, while Gneisenau had been damaged in an air attack in April, meaning that neither was available to support Bismarck on her fateful sortie. Bismarck's surviving consort, the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen, had made her way to Brest as well. By now, the trio of German heavyweights had been effectively bottled up for the better part of a year. Though the RAF begrudged targeting ships rather than German cities, it became apparent that the British were determined to make the German trio's Gallic stay as unpleasant as possible, though it had been consuming more than a third of Bomber Command's sorties since December. Brest was within easy range of British bombers, and incessant air attacks meant that one or more of them was usually in dock for some damage or other. Oddly enough, surly French shipyard workers never seemed to repair them as rapidly or as well as would have been the case in the Reich's own dockyards. By January 1942, the Kriegsmarine's leadership had had enough. All three ships were now operational, but that could change with the next bombing raid. More important, the Führer, increasingly obsessed with the danger of invasion in Norway, wanted his heavy units arrayed in a defensive stance there. It was time to get them out of France. The longer route home was out through the Bay of Biscay, looping around Britain and into the northern Atlantic, past one side of Iceland or the other, and then back in through the North Sea to either Norway or the Baltic. The shorter way led directly north through the English Channel past Holland, and thence into the Baltic via the Kiel Canal. The longer route was sure to draw opposition from British heavy surface units based at Scapa Flow. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, carrying 11-inch guns, were sufficiently well armed to take on any cruiser. But they would be at a disadvantage if faced with a proper 14 or 15-inch battleship, whether modern or not. The Channel, on the other hand, was mostly barred by light surface forces and the RAF. The Luftwaffe could be effective against both of these menaces. If the Germans were lucky enough to achieve surprise and then capitalize on the speed of their units, they might catch the enemy napping and run the worst of the gauntlet before the British knew what was afoot. Even though British intelligence was aware of the possibility of a breakout through the English Channel, this is exactly what transpired. The Admiralty had expected that the Germans would time any transit through the Straits of Dover during darkness, thereby nullifying British air power at the most crucial point of escape. With British heavy units in Scapa Flow countering Tirpitz, there were no heavies left covering the English Channel. As it was, the trio of German heavies reversed British expectations, raising steam and sortying undetected in the middle of the night on 11 February, then slipped past a British submarine watching the port. They were already 11 hours up the channel before the British realized they were missing from Brest. Hugging the French coast and surrounded by a swarm of destroyers and torpedo boats, the German flotilla passed through the straits in broad daylight. At lunchtime on the 12th, they were taken under desultory fire from a shore battery near Dover, the first opposition they had faced. The subsequent stream of British surface and air attacks was countered by the Luftwaffe, achieving nothing, and the Germans sped their way up the coast to the Kiel Canal. Although Gneisenau struck a mine and Scharnhorst 2 more, all 3 vessels made it safely into German waters. For the British, this was yet another humiliation in a month already replete with them. Despite sortying over 600 aircraft on the 12th, the RAF sank nothing larger than a German patrol boat. 42 British aircraft were lost, and nearly as many aviators. In the words of the RAF, coordination was a joke, communications a farce, and fighter cover unavailable. The Royal Navy had done little better. Its destroyers and torpedo boats caught out of place, and managing to deliver only a single hapless attack. It was one thing to be fighting poorly in abstract places halfway around the world. It was quite another to be doing it on the nation's doorstep. When First Sea Lord Dudley Pound called Churchill to tell him that the German ships had escaped, the Prime Minister paused, barked "Why?" and then hung up. Embarrassing as the episode was for the British, the Channel Dash was a strategic retreat by the Germans, and recognized as such. The Kriegsmarine had expected great things from forward deploying its heavy ships in French ports. Instead of opening up new possibilities to disrupt Allied shipping, French basing had been nothing more than a cul-de-sac. Air power was rapidly transforming naval combat, rendering the old models of cruiser warfare obsolete. Whether the Kriegsmarine liked it or not, the bulk of Germany's big gun ships would spend the remainder of their days lurking in Norwegian fjords, looking for opportunities to make at least some further contribution to the war effort. These would be few and far between. Yet, the mere presence of German heavy surface units would exercise a constant strain on the Royal Navy. On the other hand, with these warships now out of France, Bomber Command was in a renewed position to return its full attention to what it saw as more suitable targets in Europe. Air War Europe. Air Operations. February operations by Bomber Command were surprisingly modest, just 1,414 bomber sorties, the lowest total since January 1941. This was the result of bad weather, the conservation order from the Air Ministry, and being in a bit of a holding pattern with the departure of Commander-in-Chief Pierce the previous month, his replacement Harris not arriving until the month was nearly over. The biggest rate of the month was 98 machines dispatched to Mannheim on the 14th-15th that cost 2 bombers as the price of wounding a man caught outside his shelter. Added to this rather humiliating performance was the escape from Brest of the German heavy fleet units that had been holed up there for months. During the Channel Dash, Bomber Command aircraft were hastily diverted from their upcoming operations and sent instead against the fleeing vessels. A total of 242 sorties were flown in 3 separate waves, using practically every aircraft in the inventory, to hit nothing. The only consolation prize for this poor showing was that with the escape of the German ships, Bomber Command would no longer be required to fly missions against Brest, which had cost 127 bombers over the past months. Hopefully, it could now get back to something more constructive, whenever its mission, and more broadly its fate, was decided. The Area Bombing Directive and Civilian Morale. As it happened, the mission part was about to be clarified, although the mode of its clarification left much to be desired. On 14 February, the Air Staff handed down a new directive, informing Bomber Command that its earlier conservation restrictions were lifted, and that so were the provisos against intentionally targeting civilians. From now on, the primary object of bombing raids should be focused on the morale of the enemy's civilian population, and in particular, of the industrial workers. Air Chief Marshal Portal elaborated further by stating that aiming points are to be the built-up areas, not, for instance, the dockyards or aircraft factories. The initial targets for these attacks were the clump of industrial cities located in the Ruhr and the Rhineland, which were believed to contain about 60% of Germany's war industry, augmented by other targets in Western Germany that were easy to navigate to and identify. These were to be attacked with maximum intensity until they were destroyed, with some slight detours along the way, accompanied by a widening of the target list to eventually include every major metropolis in the Reich. This quest to destroy Germany's civilian morale by bombing its cities flat was the mission that would drive Bomber Command's efforts for the rest of the war. The Area Bombing Directive was a flat admission by the Air Staff that the Butt report was right. Night bombers could not hit discrete targets. Given the navigational aids of the time and the threat environment the bombers were operating in, it simply wasn't possible. Just hitting a city, and a pretty big city at that, was about the best that could be managed, and even doing that consistently was going to take radical improvements in training, technology, and technique. Given that reality, and the twin imperatives of doing something meaningful in the war, while also preserving Bomber Command as an independent entity, rather than having it dismembered and doled out to Coastal Command, the Army, and the Mideast, the best option was to create a war aim the bombers hopefully could achieve, and then make some progress in doing so. This, however, raised the slippery topic of civilian morale. It had been a central tenet of faith in Bomber Command since the writings of Hugh Trenchard, the proverbial father of the RAF, in the interwar period that, as the RAF War Manual put it, the most important and far-reaching effect of air bombardment is its moral effect. The RAF histories echo this, noting that moral effect, it had been continually said, was to the material effect as 20-1. But what is moral effect? How is civilian morale affected? How does it collapse? And how can you measure it? These questions had received far less attention than they warranted, especially considering they were the hooks upon which Bomber Command's fate now hung. At the end of 1941, in the face of skepticism from the American Joint Chiefs regarding the efficacy of targeting something so intangible, the Air Staff conjured up a definition that the attack on morale included the disruption of transportation, living, and industrial facilities of the German population rather than the more restricted meaning, which was still incredibly vague, and also seemed less focused on destroying the German worker's will to work as simply depriving him of the means of working effectively. Whatever German civilian morale actually was, it was also assumed it could be easily broken, whatever that meant, by intensive bombing. This was somewhat ironic, given Britain's own experience during the Blitz. British morale never cracked, and had never even come close to cracking, even under the gray wings of the dreaded Luftwaffe, which in the fall of 1940 had seemed invincible. Though the Germans labored mightily from September 1940 until May of the following year to destroy Britain's air defenses, turn its capital and other cities to rubble, and destroy its citizenry's will to resist, the Luftwaffe accomplished none of this. From an actuarial point of view, British historian Alan Allport notes, the Blitz's effect would turn out to be surprisingly modest, with more Londoners dying from tuberculosis and cancer that year than enemy bombs. Yes, 40,000 British civilians perished, twice as many were wounded, and the centers of London, Coventry, Liverpool, and other towns were heavily damaged. But morale never faltered. The massive early war evacuations and preparations for treating tens of thousands of psychiatric casualties turned out to be superfluous. British citizenry, per their government's famous wartime maxim, kept calm and carried on. Britain's airmen were sure that same stolid obduracy under aerial attack would not play out for their enemies. The Germans, according to one 1941 intelligence report, will not stand a quarter of the bombing the British did. Another report explicitly noted that while British morale had indeed never given way, the wheel has gone full cycle, and it has become increasingly clear that one of the most, if not the most, serious chinks in the German armor is the morale of the civil population. The German economy, and presumably its workers' mental states, was believed to already be strained to the utmost, and likely to be inelastic and vulnerable to a much greater extent than ever before. The Air Staff now saw German civilian collapse as being vitally important to the conclusion of the war. Parshall stated in 1941 that the most vulnerable point in the German nation at war is the morale of her civilian population under air attack, and that until this morale has been broken, it will not be possible to launch an army on the mainland of Europe with any prospect of success. This was a reversal of causality, as if the ultimate prospects of an Allied invasion of Europe somehow hinged on the mood of water cooler banter at German factories, rather than being tied to the application of overwhelming military power to destroy the Reich's forces and physically conquer it. It can also be seen that the lack of clarity around the topic of what moral effects actually were benefited Bomber Command. Since morale was indefinable, Bomber Command would never be obliged to produce quantifiable data or concrete yardsticks of progress to defend its ongoing campaign. German morale would always be just about to crack. All it apparently needed was a few thousand more tons of explosives, a few thousand more bombers to deliver them, and a few thousand more German corpses. Enter Harris. The beneficiary of this new policy, Air Marshal Sir Arthur Travers Harris, assumed control of Bomber Command on 22 February. Like Douglas MacArthur, Harris was destined to be one of the most controversial Allied wartime leaders, in his case because of the tenacity with which he pursued the area bombing policy he had just inherited, and his complete absence of any personal misgivings about it. The son of an English architect in India, Harris had grown up there before being shipped off to boarding school in England. He subsequently made his way to Rhodesia in 1910 and earned a living driving, ranching, and growing tobacco in what then constituted the British colonial version of the Wild West. Though he spent only 4 years there, he identified as a Rhodesian for the rest of his life. After a stint in the 1st Rhodesian Regiment in 1914, fighting the war in Africa's interior, he ended up a fighter pilot in the Royal Flying Corps. Following the armistice, he decided to stay in, carving out a career through a combination of grit, intelligence, and aptitude. His outsized personality was on display from the get-go. Brusque, opinionated, outspoken, and searingly perceptive, in the summation of Tammy Davis Biddle, Harris was basically a human battering ram, devoid of subtlety, but capable of keeping his mind on a goal and doggedly pursuing it, while whacking aside anything or anyone trying to get in his way. That was precisely the attitude he took to his new assignment. To the beleaguered men of Bomber Command, Harris's obdurate defense of them and all they did was a welcome shot in the arm. They may not have exactly liked him, but they were in awe of his pronounced verbal skills, willingness to make tough decisions, and single-minded purpose. That same single-mindedness, however, generally made Harris a terrible team player. Insular, suspicious, jealous of any resources going to the Army and Navy, scornful of any diversions of his aircraft toward aims not wholly his own, and reflexively allergic to even well-considered advice. Granted, at this moment in time, Bomber Command needed a staunch defender who could plow through obstacles and prove its worth. However, it must also be admitted that this was no small laundry list of personality flaws for an officer playing a vital part in a multinational coalition, who was almost solely responsible for disposing of roughly a third of Britain's entire war effort. Harris couldn't stand Portal's air staff officers, nor the Ministry of Economic Warfare experts who kept trying to tell him how best to dislocate the German economy. Any notion of exploiting economic linchpins, bottlenecks, or sophisticated targeting programs to bring about a precipitous collapse of German production he held in utter contempt, snorting that these panacea objectives represented nothing more than the ill-informed bleatings of these Schweinfurt fans in favor of attacking Germany's ball-bearing industry, oily boys who wanted to do the same to its petroleum industry, and other alleged idiots. His own staff he kept largely under his thumb. His overwhelming personality seems to have ensured that only a very few brave individuals were likely to cross swords with him regarding operational matters. Harris also despised the other service branches. The proposed invasion of the continent he mocked as the soldiers' blind and even pathetic urge to do that only thing which they know how. Bomber Command was going to win the war on its own, by God, by so smashing the Reich that a landing would be an afterthought. Area bombing suited Harris to his core, both emotionally and technically. He wasn't shy about what he was going to do, and was frustrated by the government trying to sugarcoat it to the British public still being told their brave airmen were aiming at discrete military and industrial targets. That was baloney. Harris's aim, he wrote later, was the destruction of German cities, the killing of German workers, and the disruption of civilized community life throughout Germany. He pulled no punches about wanting to create a massive refugee crisis and the breakdown of morale, adding that these were the accepted and intended aims of our bombing policy. They are not byproducts of attempts to hit factories. In Harris's view, the quickest, most efficient way to destroy Germany's economy and morale, and thus end the war, was methodically bombing its major cities completely flat, and their workers along with them. Whereas the Americans would take another 3 years to reach roughly the same moral position, and only then against the Japanese, Harris was already solidly behind the notion of killing as many German civilians as he could possibly manage. The problem for Bomber Command CNC right now, though, was twofold. First, his force was seen as flailing and not producing anything like commensurate returns on its very substantial investment. And second, despite that sizable investment, Harris still had too few assets with which to launch the sort of annihilating campaign he envisioned. What was urgently needed, he knew, was a tangible success that would sway the ongoing debate in his favor. On this task, he focused every ounce of his formidable energy. The Yanks are coming. Harris would add to his list of responsibilities that of entertaining and even housing some American guests, because 8th Air Force's men had just reached Britain, all 7 of them. General Ira Eaker and his advance team had taken 3 weeks to wend their way from New York to the UK, getting stranded with their Pan Am Clipper in Bermuda for 2 weeks in foul weather, then taking a chartered flight from neutral Portugal over to Ireland. Narrowly avoiding being shot down by a Ju-88 in the process, they had landed on 21 February and then made their way down to Bomber Command's headquarters northwest of London. Harris and Eaker were already acquainted, having been on very friendly terms during Harris's recent stint in Washington. That friendship would continue throughout the war, with Harris putting Eaker up in his own house until better accommodations could be found. These were secured forthwith, with 8th Bomber Command establishing its headquarters at Wickham Abbey, a girls' school. Eaker and his team would be located 5 miles from Harris's own headquarters at RAF High Wickham for the remainder of the war. Harris's American house guest was wearing a lot of hats. Technically, Eaker was only head of a single component of 8th Air Force, 8th Bomber Command, which would carry out strategic bombing. But when they arrived, the fighter and service commands would need facilities set for them as well, and Eaker's team was entrusted with getting those underway, as well as establishing training programs for the forthcoming influx of American airmen. His most important mission, however, had come directly from his boss, Carl Spaatz. He was to study Bomber Command's operations and methods, learn what he could, and prepare for the arrival of his own bomber force. As one of his officers noted, General Eaker arrived with only one preconceived notion about Britain, namely, that it was his job to get along with the British. This he accomplished masterfully, displaying diplomatic ability in the process. Despite his gruff-looking, cigar-chopping exterior, Eaker held a journalism degree and had worked hard to hone his communication skills. He was affable, honest, and gifted at PR. Dragged into a dance for British servicemen and women shortly after his arrival in town, Eaker was treated to speechifying from an MP and then the mayor, whereupon he was obliged to insert some impromptu remarks of his own. Rising to his feet in front of 2,000 residents, he said simply, "We won't do much talking until we've done more fighting. After we've gone, we hope you'll be glad we came," and then stepped back down. The locals ate it up, as it embodied that certain American aw-shucks folksiness that the British imagined came with the national character. It also highlighted their new allies' determination to fight with all their might and main in these dark times. Eaker needed every ounce of his charisma to walk his various diplomatic tightropes. On the one hand, he was technically part of Major General James Cheney's European Theater of Operations and under the command of U.S. Air Forces Britain, USA FBI, which was also commanded by Cheney. The last thing Eaker, or Spatz, or Arnold wanted was for strategic bombing to become subordinate to a nascent ground campaign. His initial London meetings with Cheney had not been propitious. Only 4 of Cheney's 35 staff officers were flyers, and the remaining so-called ground pounders were definitely antagonistic to air forces and air effort. One went so far as to later return a pile of staff work to Eaker's team, insisting that all mention of Army Air Forces be rewritten to eliminate the word air. When Eaker asked for a headquarters for Spatz, the reply was that Spatz was not coming, and there would be no Air Force headquarters. USA FBI was that headquarters. What made this so ironic was that Cheney himself was an airman. Yet he and his officers seemed perfectly cheerful to subordinate themselves to the British in terms of shaping a strategic air offensive. In the wake of this deflating first encounter, Eaker decided to stay carefully arm's length from Cheney, pointing out that Arnold had tasked him with being an understudy to Bomber Command, and he couldn't very well do that if he was down in London. This was one of the reasons he had deliberately chosen High Wycombe for his headquarters, to be as close as possible to Bomber Command's operations, and at 30 miles removed from Cheney. If the U.S. theater commander was going to be obstinate, there wasn't much a newly minted one-star could do about it, except inform Spatz and Arnold of the situation and grit his teeth. Arnold, in response, told Eaker to go about his business on the assumption that things will iron themselves out, so that we will be entirely satisfied. Arnold was one of the few men in the know regarding George Marshall's looming War Department reorganization, so he bided his time, knowing he would have more leverage shortly. At the same time Eaker was dealing with Cheney, he also had to hold the British at bay. Churchill, Portal, Harris, all of them wanted to have America's forthcoming fleet of bombers fighting the air war their way, and preferably under their control. Throughout the coming months, the British would make it abundantly clear that they were chomping at the bit to get the Americans to discard their silly notions of daylight operations and get busy bombing at night, as God intended. Eaker must have known this was coming. A month earlier in Washington, during the Arcadia Conference, Hap Arnold had thrown a dinner party for Charles Portal, inviting both Harris and his wife Jill, along with Ira and Ruth Eaker. With the meal over, and the brandy flowing freely, the conversation, naturally enough, turned to the enthralling topic of air war theory and practice. Arnold began holding forth on precision daylight bombing, and how the Americans intended going about their business once 8th Air Force made it over to England. Harris interrupted Arnold's discourse. "I bloody well don't think you can do it. We've tried it. We know. We've even tried it with your fortresses." "Sure," replied Arnold. "You tried it with 1 or 2 B-17s at a time. We don't plan to do it that way. We're going to send them out in mass formations." Harris was, as usual, unimpressed, noting, "It doesn't matter a tinker's damn what you send them out in. The Boche have too many fighters, too much flak, too much bloody power against that west wall to make it worth the losses. God knows, I hope you can do it, but I don't think you can." Then, turning to Eaker, Harris added, "Come join us at night. Together we'll lick them," to which Eaker replied, "Yes, we'll bomb them by day, you bomb them by night. We'll hit them right around the clock." By late February, Eaker was over in England, living in Harris's own house, and undoubtedly hearing a lot more of the same skepticism at the breakfast table. Eaker was quick to acknowledge that the RAF had much more operational bombing experience than the AAF. As he was to write to Harris later in the year, "I shall continue to look upon you as the senior member in our firm, the elder brother in our bomber team." But to every entreaty from Harris and others that the Americans turn themselves into a night bombing force, Eaker offered polite deflections. As he somewhat disingenuously pointed out, the decision wasn't really his. His orders came from Arnold, whose views were that the Americans were to bomb by day when precise military targets could be seen, that American planes were designed and their crews trained for those tactics and not for night attacks, that he believed the daylight program would work, and that he was going to give it a thorough trial. Secretly, Eaker wasn't completely sold on daylight precision bombing yet, but he knew that Arnold and Marshall were counting on him to make it work, and he was determined to try. At the same, he was not a fan of the Air Ministry's move toward area bombing, noting bluntly after the war, "I never thought morale bombing made any sense." Until he had bombers in country, however, in-depth targeting questions were somewhat moot. In the meantime, Eaker's staff, such as it was, got busy. 2 career Army officers, 3 reservists, and a freshly called-up civilian, they were derisively branded Eaker's amateurs by the British. They soon proved themselves capable and industrious. 3 would end up generals, and 1 a posthumous Medal of Honor recipient. Each of them knew Spats would be arriving sometime in the next few months to take command. There was a mountain of work to get through before then. Eaker had already written to Hap Arnold that he was determined to show you that you did not pick the wrong guy on this job I'm about to undertake. The last thing his staffers wanted was to be a source of disappointment to Eaker or Spats, who was, after all, Arnold's chosen major domo of strategic bombing. Mediterranean Theater. Malta besieged. Rommel's January victory over Ritchie was the beginning of dark times for the crucial island of Malta. With the airfields of Cyrenaica once again in Axis hands, British convoys making the supply run west from Alexandria to the beleaguered island entirely lacked fighter cover in the middle portion of their journey. Indeed, by February, those convoys were doubly exposed to air attacks emanating from both Crete and Cyrenaica. This was duly demonstrated on the 12th. 2 of 3 fast merchantmen sent from Alexandria, though guarded by 3 cruisers and 15 destroyers, were promptly sunk, and the 3rd damaged early on and turned back. Malta would receive no supplies at all this month. Meanwhile, the Regia Marina ran another battleship-covered convoy of 6 transports into Tripoli on 23 February. The dynamics of the new war in the Middle Sea were becoming painfully clear. Malta forced to tighten its belt, while Rommel was enjoying his first period of sustained supply in months. Whereas in the last 2 months of 1941, he'd received only 69,000 tons of 127,000 cent, 54%. The first 2 months of 1942, he had seen 125,000 tons landed, of 125,700 tons sent, 99%. Given the parlous state to which Malta had driven Axis shipping in the latter half of 1941, this was welcome news for the Desert Fox, and promised the potential of a new offensive. Without supplies, Malta's effectiveness as a thorn in the Italian merchant fleet's side was waning. After its December mining debacle off Tripoli, Malta's Force K was now down to a handful of destroyers and the light cruiser Penelope. Their base was now imperiled. After sorties, British surface warships had to dock to refuel and provision, and those docks were a prime target for Axis bombers. Meanwhile, the hard-worked submarines of Flotilla 10 were suffering daily attacks against their base at Manuel Island, inside Malta's main harbor at Valletta. Neutralizing or capturing Malta had been Field Marshal Albert Kesselring's intent when he had taken over as CNC South in November 1941. Tripolitania stood or fell with its supplies, was Kesselring's summation of the matter. Malta's reduction was thus the indispensable precondition for establishing secure lines of communication between Italy and North Africa. Kesselring was still in the process of moving Flieger Corps II into Sicily and preparing its airfields for a sustained campaign, and already the number of air raids against the island was ratcheting up. Before mid-December, fewer than 10 enemy aircraft a day appeared over the island, mostly Italian. By January, the island's naval commander wrote that he had given up counting the number of air raids we were getting. In February, Flieger Corps II flew 2,299 sorties over the island, and the Italians 791 more than 100 Axis flights a day. By early March, the RAF was down to 32 operational Hurricane fighters, none of which was a match for the Me-109Fs and Mach-E C-202s that daily prowled overhead. With those Axis planes came about 1,000 tons of bombs in February. The big destroyer Maori was sunk at her moorings, only her bow and forward gun mounts left jutting out of the water. Buildings were flattened, many civilians left homeless, and food, already rationed, was reduced to siege levels. Communal dining halls, dubbed victory kitchens, were set up to feed the public, particularly the newly homeless. Shelters were hewn from Malta's chalky rock, and people began a subterranean existence. Kerosene and fodder were both increasingly scarce. Life began taking on a bleakness beyond the grayness of winter. The island's governor, Lieutenant General Sir William Dobbie, radioed to London that stocks of the most important supplies could hold out until June, but that 15,000 tons a month of cargo was needed just to break even. By mid-February, Axis invasion plans were well underway. The Italians had long been aware of Malta's potential to make trouble for their Libyan holdings and had notions of occupying the island since 1936. When Italy entered the war, Mussolini opined that a short conflict would see Malta handed over by the British as part of a post-war settlement. There seemed no reason to undertake a potentially costly invasion at the outset of the war. The Royal Navy's proven lethality in 1941 had dimmed any prospects for capturing the island. Now things had changed at sea, and both the Italians and the Germans understood that if Rommel were to have any prospect of advancing deep into Egypt, Malta had to be neutralized. The problem was how to do it. Malta was a tough nut, a hardscrabble plateau of yellow karstic limestone jutting abruptly out of the Mediterranean's blue waters. With cliffs aplenty, few real beaches, and no lack of stone dwellings or natural caves in which defenders might hide, it was not exactly the sort of place that invited an amphibious assault, as the Ottomans and British themselves could attest. Malta's garrison of 26,000 men was substantial, and its airfields festooned with anti-aircraft weapons. For their part, the Italians had precisely 0 troops trained in amphibious operations, nor did their air force have any air units practiced in ground support. An Italian plan, dubbed C3, to capture this formidable bastion had been bandied about in 1940 through 41, envisioning a force of 20,000 to 40,000 Italian troops. Barbarossa and Operation Crusader had put things on hold, though planning continued. By early 1942, Italian plans were getting more elaborate, particularly as they realized that German assistance would be necessary. Only the Luftwaffe had fighter aircraft, the Me-109F in particular, capable of stamping down the RAF, and the dive bombers to attack the coastal fortifications. Given the inhospitable nature of the potential landing sites, paratroops would be needed too. Kurt Student's elite 7th Fallschirmjäger Division, the victors at Crete, were the logical choice to lead the assault, along with Italy's new Folgore Lightning Paratroop Division. These troops would seize the island's air bases and capture the high ground overlooking the landing beaches. The overall size of the invasion force had increased to 62,000 men. In its final form, the plan called for an even more elaborate multi-divisional paratroop amphibious operation. The Luftwaffe would preface the invasion with an all-out 3-week blitz designed to crush the RAF and destroy the anti-aircraft defenses around the airfields. Such weapons had extracted heavy losses from Student's men and transport aircraft on Crete, killing or wounding a third of his men. Only when this softening up was completed would the airborne troops go in. The next day, the invasion force, supported by almost the entirety of the Regia Marina, would appear offshore. Italian underwater commando teams would be landed to capture the fortifications covering the beaches. The landings themselves would be undertaken by 2 Italian infantry divisions, backed by Marines. with the older Italian battleships supplying gunfire support. Another Italian division would be airlifted into the captured airfields. Even Japanese advice had been sought, with a visiting imperial general opining that the plan was feasible but would require careful planning, tight signal security, and the usage of elite mountain troops to form the amphibious landing forces. The total size of the operation ballooned to 96,000 men. This was, to put it mildly, a tall order for two militaries hardly noted for their amphibious skills, and represented a commitment of troops nearly as large as the Allies would put ashore in North Africa later in the year. It was here that Italian ambitions ran into German skepticism. Hitler was never keen on the idea, nor was General Alfred Jodl, OKW's chief of operations. After disasters like Cape Matapan, the Führer held the Regia Marina in low regard. The near fiasco on Crete in 1941, where students' paratroopers had taken heavy losses and almost been defeated, had likewise soured Hitler on airborne operations in general. Goering shared this aversion. As of mid-February, the point was moot. Flieger Corps II was not yet prepared for its pre-invasion duties, nor would the Italians be ready for landings until the end of April. Kesselring, though, felt the operation was not only feasible, but also vital to Axis success in the Mediterranean. At some point, Axis leaders would need to make a definitive go, no-go decision regarding Malta's fate. Auchinleck regroups. In Cairo in early February, Auchinleck was left picking up the pieces after Rommel's wholly unexpected reconquest of Cyrenaica. One of the key questions facing him was when to retake the offensive. Not surprisingly, Winston Churchill and the chiefs of the Imperial General Staff were wondering the same thing. Equally unsurprisingly, there was sharp disagreement between London and Cairo as to when that might happen. Churchill was a man who wanted everything now, and hardly ever understood why this could not be so. Auchinleck, on the other hand, was taking a cautious approach and keeping the big picture in mind. He had to worry about Rommel while also being mindful of his northern flank, Turkey, Persia, and the Caucasus. He did not know what the summer might bring in terms of a renewed German offensive toward the Caucasus, or whether Turkey would remain neutral. Alternately, if the Germans made it over the mountains and then decided to attack the Turks, he had no ability to help them. Quite the opposite. He was looking to Turkey's formidable terrain to defend him. He was also losing strength daily to the Far East, as British hopes of holding Singapore were collapsing. This juxtaposition of Auchinleck's larger theater concerns and Churchill's impatience to defeat Rommel would lead to 5 months of acrimonious cables between Cairo and London. At the center of the dispute was how many tanks each side had. British intelligence had muffed this question before Rommel's January advance. Indeed, it was the central factor in Eighth Army's having been caught so badly off guard. Matters were no clearer a month later. Having been burned once, Auchinleck's intelligence services were erring on the side of caution. On 18 February, he estimated that the Axis had 227 tanks, 42 German and 185 Italian, of which 140 belonged to the newly landed Littorio Armored Division, which was to join Ariete. A week later, that guess had more than doubled to 475, as more German tanks were brought in, and Littorio moved to the front. Given the technical and tactical deficiencies the British were currently laboring under, which was a polite way of acknowledging that the British Crusader tank was every bit as bad as the men in the field were saying, the Auk was disinclined to take the offensive until he had achieved a ratio of 3-2 in tanks. This meant no offensive before 1 June at the earliest. Any sooner would be to risk defeat in detail and possibly endanger safety of Egypt. This response landed like a bomb in London and marked a downward turning point for Auchinleck's political fortunes, one from which he would never recover. Churchill was furious and began composing an angry reply, but in a subsequent meeting of the Defense Committee, Brooke managed to talk him out of sending the wire, which poured abuse on Auchinleck. Instead, a jointly drafted message laid out the Defense Committee's objections. Uppermost among these was the drastic revision in German tank strength, which London felt was arbitrary and unexplained. What was driving Churchill's rage was the danger to Malta, whose fate might well be sealed by June unless the Cyrenaican airfields could be recovered. As Churchill pointed out, no one is going to stand your remaining in deep peace while Malta is being starved out, while the Russians are fighting like mad, and while we are suffering continued disasters in Burma and India at the hands of the Japanese. He felt it imperative that British forces everywhere must fight and force the enemy to consume lives, munitions, tanks, and aircraft. Churchill's dyspeptic mood was not helped by the catastrophes then befalling British arms in Malaya and Burma. Indeed, Churchill's original reply to Auchinleck, that Brooke had dissuaded him from sending, stated flatly that Churchill was looking to the Eighth Army to repair the shame of Singapore. The fact that Churchill bore no small portion of that shame in the eyes of both the British public and Parliament cannot have been lost on so shrewd a politician as the Prime Minister. Nevertheless, in February, the British High Command could only endure in the Mideast, as Auchinleck was clearly disinclined to wager the fate of Malta, let alone Egypt and his entire command, on a half-cocked offensive against a masterful enemy general. This was no time to bet the ranch out of a sense of desperation, even if Malta's future was itself at stake. The fate of the Mideast as a whole was vastly more important, and that, in turn, meant ensuring that Eighth Army was not to be destroyed in the course of a single campaign. As dire as this month had been for the British Empire's fortunes, Churchill and his chiefs needed to stay focused on longer-term strategic goals. The best strategy was fighting hard but judiciously, preserving as much of the British Empire as feasible, waiting for American war-making potential to begin translating into actual materiel, and then being in a position to capitalize on it. Eastern Front. Slugfest in the snow. By the beginning of February, the Eastern Front had a tangibly different feel than it had had a month prior. For the Germans, things were still bad, potentially catastrophically bad, but the situation was becoming less fluid. Everything was slowing down. The Heer and the Red Army were locked in a death grip, leading General Halder to comment that the fighting was degenerating into a sort of slugging bout. The question was whether the Germans would retain enough fighting strength to survive, or whether the Soviets would muster sufficient reserves to destroy at least one of the German army groups before their own troops were isolated in the German rear and destroyed. In the north, after the first shock of the January assaults from the Volkov front, the German 18th Army appeared to be holding its own. While 2nd Shock Army's 25-mile incursion into its lines was worrisome, the location of the break-in seemed to preclude its expansion. A swamp, even a temporarily frozen one, was a lousy place to generate offensive momentum. There were no roads, no real logistical arteries of any sort. The snow was 3 feet deep, and the cold debilitating. Beyond impediments of terrain and the elements, Soviet attempts at widening the gap were being retarded by the Germans resolutely hanging on to the northern shoulder of the break-in at Spasskaya Polist. Wedged inside, 2nd Shock and the neighboring 59th and 52nd Armies managed to push the Germans out of rifle shot of the single supply route into the gap. Still, the fact remained that you could practically throw a stone across the narrow neck that supported the entire salient beyond. The Stavka sent representatives to 2nd Shock's headquarters and demanded that the army turn its axis of advance to the north, to cut the German Rollbahn running from Leningrad southeast through Lyubin to Chidovo. German resistance was fierce, however, and 2nd Shock made little progress toward reaching the road, let alone crossing it and then thrusting onto Leningrad. Unless the Soviets could regain the initiative, Leningrad citizens would continue starving, and 2nd Shock would likewise remain hemmed in and in danger of encirclement. South of Lake Ilmen, though, things boded ill for Army Group North. Here, 16th Army was hanging on by the skin of its teeth to Staraya Russa, the main German supply hub in the area. General Ernst Busch, 16th Army's commander, had been understandably concerned about his southern flank, since it had been destroyed by 3rd and 4th Shock Armies during their opening offensive. Halder, claiming that as an old soldier he had a certain nose for such things, felt retaining Staraya Russa was absolutely vital, and correctly demanded that Busch hold firm at all costs. Had Staraya Russa fallen, 11th Army could have curled around the western shore of Lake Ilmen and marched north on Leningrad. Given that 18th Army was using every soldier it had to contain 2nd Shock Army's break-in, it's reasonable to suppose that the Germans might have watched their entire position in the north disintegrate. Soviet 11th Army used everything it had, including heavy tanks and ski troops, and closed all but a narrow corridor to the west. But in the town itself, 18th Infantry Division fought tenaciously, and all the Soviet batterings went for naught. The Germans would not be ejected from Staraya Russa until 1944. Just to the southeast, however, a large pocket was developing around German 2nd and 10th Corps near Demyansk, as 11th Army and 3rd Shock Army curved in to join forces. The Germans might be holding on at Staraya Russa, but they couldn't keep the Rollbahn open to Demyansk. 16th Army's General Kukler saw no way of preventing what was shaping up to be an enormous encirclement of his soldiers. Making matters worse, Hitler was determined to retain Demyansk as a forward position for renewed offensive action. In other words, the pocket was the Haltefeld's almost preordained outcome, a needless entrapment that probably never would have happened had more flexibility been given local commanders. The gate snapped shut on 15 February, leaving 6 German divisions and 95,000 men trapped inside about 1,000 square miles of forest and clearings. Hitler designated it a fortress. Meanwhile, 60 miles to the southwest, a smaller pocket of some 5,500 Germans was surrounded at the town of Kulm as 3rd Shock Army barreled on past. On 25 February, Stalin ordered General Kurochkin of Northwest Front to liquidate the Demyansk pocket in not more than a period of 4 to 5 days, and it was expected that the Kulm pocket would fall equally quickly. The Germans had other ideas. In short order, the Luftwaffe began ferrying in supplies with hundreds of Ju-52 trimotor transport aircraft, the first instance of military airlift in recorded history. The Demyansk defenders were fortunate to have 2 airfields in their redoubt. Though the transports failed to bring in more than 40% of the 200 tons a day that 2nd Corps HQ demanded, it was enough to stave off starvation and capitulation. The Kulm pocket was much smaller, little more than a mile across. There was nowhere to land. Instead, the troopers of Group Scherer lived off the parachuted parcels of food and ammunition that drifted down from the trimotors that juked and jived through Soviet anti-aircraft fire. It was enough, barely, to allow Scherer's men to hang on, which in turn stalled 3rd Shock's drive to Velikiya Luki and points beyond. Unlike Demyansk, though, Kulm had no ability to airlift its wounded out or bring fresh troops in. As valiant and technologically innovative as the airlift was, it produced several negative long-term effects. First, cobbling together the lift required every one of Army Group Center's transports, half of Army Group South's, and not a few medium bombers in order to make as many as 150 trips a day. Second, keeping the planes flying required transferring instructor pilots from the Luftwaffe's training commands, which would diminish the downstream supply of German aviators. Third, the effort ended up costing at least 262 Ju-52s, at a time when production was only running at about 500 units a year. Fourth, and most important, the success of the airlift, as uneven as that success was, convinced both Goering and Hitler that such airlifts were not only feasible, but also advisable. This was a dangerous lesson to learn, particularly in support of a questionable military objective. The pocket at Demyansk should never have been allowed to form in the first place. and its troops could have been put to much better use elsewhere on the front. Instead, the rigidity of Hitler's Haltbefehl obligated the Luftwaffe to perform logistical cartwheels at a time when it had other fires to fight. That said, the temporary resurgence of the Luftwaffe's tactical forces was making a tangible difference on the front. The Germans were learning to deal with the cold, in some cases erecting collapsible heated airplane sheds to prevent engine fluids from freezing or lighting fires under their aircraft. Whereas Zhukov's Western Front had noted the VVS was outsortying the Luftwaffe by 6.2 to 1 in January, just a month later, Zhukov's neighbor Konev saw that sortie ratio dip to 2.3 to 1, a fall of more than 60%. Plane for plane, the highly experienced Luftwaffe air crews were much more effective. Many VVS pilots were being sent to frontline combat with only 50 hours of stick time, and less than 10 of those in combat models. Soviet tactics were crude, their organization clumsy, and communications with ground forces mostly lamentable. On the ground, Soviet troops were more vulnerable. Attacking on the ground necessitated moving, and moving necessitated breaking cover. Taking to the roads, in the bleak snow-swept landscape, frequently meant encountering German aircraft. One Luftwaffe pilot recalled Soviet soldiers congested like sheep herds, tightly squeezed between vehicles and other equipment on roads that often featured high snow berms that prevented escape. We mowed them down on road after road and saw the snow stained red. Meanwhile, closer to Moscow, Army Group Center began the month of February with a front that looked more like the scribblings of a hyperactive toddler than a coherent defensive line. 9th and elements of 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies were hemmed around on all sides in a bizarre-looking salient running north from Vyazma to Rzhev and then west to Olenino. After the pullback in mid-January, its eastern face was now reasonably contiguous. Model had patched up the north as well, but its western and southern flanks were more notional than actual. Further west around the edges of the break-in that the Soviets had blasted through Otashkov, a collection of scattered blocking detachments and mobile fire brigades from 3rd Panzer Army were rushing to protect vital towns and road intersections. Flung across the rear area in a huge semicircle sketched roughly from Demyansk to distant Yartsevo, they formed a 300-mile-long tripwire, the only thing hemming in 3rd and 4th Shock Armies. South of the Rzhev, 4th Army likewise was facing foes everywhere it turned. Though it had at least established a narrow land bridge running north from Yukhnov to Vyazma and 4th Panzer Army. To the south, however, a yawning gap still separated it from 2nd Panzer Army. Despite the new land bridge, Heinrizi's 4th Army was still basically alone. German detachments guarding the south side of the Rollbahn from the menace of 10th Army were backed up practically to the road's shoulder, leaving even the poisoned dwarf wondering whether he could extract his army from such a predicament. Thus, through most of February, things for Army Group Center were still hanging in the balance. Should the Red Army succeed in capturing Vyazma, the nexus of the defensive system for 9th, 3rd Panzer, and 4th Panzer Armies, the Army Group might be completely destroyed. This would also be true if 4th Shock Army managed cutting off Smolensk even further to the west. However, as February continued, the toddler scribblings began resolving themselves, with the Germans doggedly laboring to fill in more of the gaps and creating some semblance of a coherent line. By early February, the Red Army was having problems of its own. Stalin had laid too many objectives in front of his generals, and the chickens were now coming home to roost in terms of force and supply allocation. Stalin was demanding that Rzhev be captured forthwith and Vyazma too. 3rd Shock Army was to come down from the northwest and first grab Velikiye Luki before cutting off Smolensk from the west. Yet 3rd Shock was also supporting the reduction of the Demyansk pocket. The net effect, as historian John Erickson notes, was that the Red Army was pumping diminishing manpower out in expanding circles, at a point when men and machines were in desperately short supply. By the end of January, for example, Konev's Kalinin front had already lost 80,000 men and was down to 35 tanks. Its divisional strengths were under 3,000 men. The Stavka's reserves didn't have sufficient units to bring this crucial front back up to strength. New forces were being fed into attacks all up and down the line. Operationally speaking, the Soviet armies, 3rd and 4th Shock, 29th, 33rd, and 39th, that now hemmed the Germans in, were themselves stuck deep in the enemy's rear and facing their own encirclement and destruction. To the west and southwest, behind 9th Army, were lodged 29th and 39th Armies. South of them, 33rd Army, 11th Cavalry Corps, and the airborne brigades that had been dropped in were threatening Vyazma from the southwest, while themselves being ringed all around by German forces. Vyazma's defenses now amounted to 6 German divisions, and though the Soviets hammered away mightily, leaving a daily toll of corpses in the snow, the Red Army could not take the town. All Zhukov was doing here was reinforcing failure. Though endangered, the main supply arteries of Army Group Center were at least functioning, which was more than could be said of many of their Soviet counterparts. German intelligence was detecting increasing signs of desperation, as many Red Army units began running out of food, ammunition, men, and crucially, time. Unsurprisingly, men like Model were not slow to take advantage of the opportunities now presenting themselves. It was simply a question of mastering the road network. For all the vaunted deep snow capabilities of a tank like the T-34, other items like artillery, fuel, supplies, and ammunition had to be hauled in by trucks and tractors. Even Soviet military models of these sorts of vehicles could only negotiate about 8 inches worth of snow, meaning cross-country supply was almost impossible. When Model had hammered shut the gap between Rzhev and Olenino to create a solid northern flank for his army, he also slammed the door that 29th and 39th Armies had used to create the initial pocket behind 9th Army, and cut 29th Army in twain in the process. Likewise, 3rd and 4th Shock Army's opening assault had captured both a road and railroad running southwest from Oshtakov through Toropets and on toward Velikia Luki. But there were precious few roads running southeast from Toropets toward 29th and 39th Army's enclave. The key was the road junction at Belyi. On 24 January, the Germans ran a detachment up from Smolensk to create a roadblock there, and then gradually scattered blocking detachments in its wake along the road junctions further south. They could not completely stop infiltration of Soviet troops into and out of the pocket, but they kept out Red Army trucks. This long, porous series of roadblocks would form 9th Army's western line until July. The effect on the trapped Soviet armies was extreme. Despite Konev's orders to break back through either north or northwest, neither army could do so. On the other hand, at this stage of the game, the Germans didn't have the strength to wipe out the Soviet pockets, and wouldn't for months. Though gradually rendered combat ineffective, 29th Army did not disappear from German situation maps until 8 May, while remnants from 39th Army and 11th Cavalry Corps would still be on German maps as late as the middle of July. In the end, only 5,200 men of 29th Army, most of them injured or frostbitten, would eventually make it out of the pocket. None of their heavy equipment would come with them. While the Rzhev and Vyazma battles slowly began to shift in the Germans' favor, Heinrizi's 4th Army was still fighting for its life. The Rollbahn had been pried back open at the beginning of February, yet was still constantly endangered by the forces of Belov's 1st Guards Cavalry Corps and 33rd Army. The narrow corridor northward to 4th Panzer Army was also being held, barely. Nonetheless, Soviet 49th and 50th Armies were battering it from the east, while 10th and 33rd Armies were clawing at it from north and south, and were now separated by only a few miles. The rear areas were still overrun with partisans, and a 60-mile gap separated Heinrizi from 2nd Panzer Army to the south. Throughout this time, Army Group Centers Kluge, along with Hitler and OKH, was searching for opportunities to close that gap. Hope briefly flared when 2nd Panzer Army launched a northward thrust and scored a tactical success by linking up with the isolated column near Sukunichi. However, it couldn't muster the strength to continue driving further north to link up with 4th Army. 2nd Panzer's Schmidt could now count a mere 45 tanks in his entire army, the equivalent of a quarter of a single panzer division back in the good old days of 1940. Heinrizi's cupboard was even more bereft of that crucial offensive ingredient, and he was fully engaged just protecting his Rollbahn and beating off attacks to his front. 4th Army could not have contemplated a southward lunge to complement Schmidt even if it had wanted to. The Red Army, though, lacked the strength to crush this new northward-facing protuberance into the southern flank of the Kaluga Bulge. Stalin doubles down again. The Soviets were now encountering the same conundrum that Field Marshal von Bock had faced at the tail end of Typhoon in November 1941. Across the snow-swept breadth of the Army Group Center battle area, the Red Army was growing too weak to carry on everywhere it needed to. Stopping the offense, though, might be fatal too. Despite evidence that the offensive was faltering, all the outward indications were that the Germans had to be in an even worse position. Unsurprisingly, given Stalin's perennial optimism, the Stavka doubled down on 16 February and issued new orders to Zhukov. He was to marshal the strength of the Western and Kalinin fronts and finally smash Army Group Center. Capture Rzhev, Vyazma, and Bryansk forthwith, and then drive to the Dnieper. Kalinin Front received a new Guards Rifle Corps and some sundries. Western Front was given 60,000 replacements. Another Guards Rifle Corps, some rifle divisions, and 200 more tanks. All were newly raised formations of dubious quality. On the other side of the line, Army Group Center finally received some 70,000 replacements. This was better than nothing, though it still left Kluge with a deficit of 227,000 men since December. The effect of these mutual reinforcements was to leave this strategic situation largely unchanged. The Germans were still in desperate shape. Nevertheless, they held the positional advantages of the defense, were eating regularly, and were heartened by the simple fact that they'd managed to survive this far. As one German soldier noted in his diary, "Time is working for us now, every day." Meanwhile, out in the frozen woods, the Russians were rapidly starving and running out of cartridges. A couple of Guards Rifle Corps sprinkled across a huge battle area wasn't going to fix that. During February, in the south, the Soviet breakthrough at Izium, while slowing perceptibly, had yet to be fully contained by 6th, 17th, and 1st Panzer Armies. Kharkov was still threatened, and a gigantic divot had been carved out of German lines. By the middle of the month, 14th Panzer Division had managed to drive a northward-facing spike into the southern portion of the Soviet breakthrough, but lacked the strength to completely close off the salient. Things settled into a momentary stasis, but both sides knew it was only a matter of time before things heated up again. Even further south in the Crimea, 11th Army, similarly enervated, could not renew its offensive against the two Soviet armies facing it across the neck of the Kerch Peninsula. The Soviets were continuing to pump reinforcements into the area, and it was clear to Manstein that a renewed Red Army offensive was in the works. Broadly speaking, Stalin's counteroffensive was failing, or, at least, it had yet to deliver the sort of decisive results that would have made it worthwhile. This was causing angst in the Kremlin, and, as everybody knew, angst had a tendency to flow downhill. In Stalin's world, mistakes always came with somebody else's name attached. Everybody also knew that the spring Rasputitsa was just around the corner. And whereas the fall version of the muddy season tended to last a few weeks, the spring edition of this climatic nightmare was typically longer and more profound. Snowmelt and leg-sucking mires would pool on top of the still frozen ground until a complete thaw allowed the quagmires to finally drain down into the groundwater table. This might take more than a month, and during that time, combat would be largely impossible. If the Red Army was going to turn in the big-picture results Stalin was looking for, it had to do it quickly. The problem remained, however, that the demand for victory everywhere, paradoxically, made the Red Army weaker everywhere, too. It needed to focus on one strategic axis, but Stalin wouldn't let it. Rise of the Partisans. As the Red Army regained territories lost since 1941, its efforts were supplemented by coalescing bands of guerrillas, although early partisan efforts were haphazard. Many of those operating behind the lines were Red Army soldiers who had escaped during the initial German onslaught and sought shelter in the hinterland, aware of the reprisals that often greeted soldiers who managed to regain Soviet lines. While some partisan bands were built around actual combat units, most were little more than desperate groups of stragglers, focused more on surviving than exerting an effect on the outcome of the war. That meant that they laid very low much of the time. One Soviet colonel recalled operating behind German lines for 3 weeks without seeing any evidence of partisan activity. Then again, given the size of the operational theater, he simply may have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. This was not the instant upwelling of popular resentment against the German invaders portrayed in post-war Soviet accounts. Initial lethargy reflected the apathy of conquered peoples, who for the most part disliked aspects of the Soviet regime, hoped things would return to normal, and were waiting to see what the German occupation would look like. It took some months for the Nazi gift for public relations to convincingly manifest itself. Inexorably, though, the death of millions of Soviet POWs, the massacre of Jews, the mandated execution of captured Red Army political officers, the expropriation of civilian food and shelter, and lax discipline against German soldiers who committed offenses all began having their effect. By the beginning of 1942, the seeds had been sown for an increasingly violent war within a war in the rear areas. The Germans viewed any form of popular resistance as stemming from Jewish Bolshevism. Hence, SS Major General Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, who was already guilty of murdering tens of thousands of civilians, simultaneously directed both the Einsatzgruppen, who were liquidating the Jews, and the Army's anti-partisan efforts. Harsh reprisals were directed against civilians suspected of aiding the enemy, hardly surprising, given that these conquered Slavs were Untermenschen, slated for slavery or death anyway when the expected influx of German settlers occurred. Thus, when the notorious 707th Infantry Division lost 2 of its soldiers to guerrilla attacks, its response was to murder 10,431 partisans, the majority of them women and children, in reprisal. This reaction was atypical only in its grotesque disproportionality. Shooting civilians in reprisal for partisan attacks, real or imagined, was par for the course for the Wehrmacht. In the beginning, many Soviet citizens in the captured territories, particularly Ukraine, may have marginally preferred the Germans to the partisans, whose extortionate nature had quickly manifested itself. That quickly changed as German racial policies asserted themselves. Large swaths of non-combatants found themselves caught in the middle. Aiding the partisans, or even living in an area where they were active, often meant death at the hands of the Germans, while aiding the Germans increasingly meant death at the hands of the partisans. The result was misery, terror, treachery, and pitiless murder on all sides. From the very first moments of the war, the Kremlin sought to support and control partisan efforts by inserting operatives behind the lines, supplying fighters with light weapons and radios, and attempting to create a measure of military order within the bands. These efforts produced uneven results. There were an estimated 300,000 semi-regular partisans operating in the rear by the end of 1941. However, these groups lacked sufficient weapons, grenades, explosives, radios, medical supplies, and food. Another commodity in very short supply was organization. Partisan warfare, by nature, was decentralized, making direct political and military control difficult to exert. In some cases, particularly in the Ukraine, Partisans wanted neither the Germans nor the Russians to prevail, and were fighting everybody simultaneously, including the Polish resistance for good measure. When the partisans weren't busy liberating the necessary food to survive, their military actions consisted of blowing up bridges and railways, destroying German fuel and food stores, ambushing military convoys, cutting telephone and telegraph lines, and generally causing such mayhem as could be unleashed against soft targets. German convoys and outposts were also a good source of food and weapons, if they could be overwhelmed quickly before reinforcements arrived. The partisans also exerted what influence they could over the surrounding villages, meting out the ultimate punishment to those suspected of collaborating with the Germans. Life in partisan outfits was nasty, brutish, and frequently short. Though areas like the expansive Pripyat marshes, south of Minsk and Army Group Center's rear, or heavily forested portions of Belorussia offered cover and shelter, the steppes of the Ukraine did not. Units unable to carry out their raids and return to ground quickly could be hunted down and exterminated. Since many of the men and women of these groups lacked recent military training, against any sort of organized opposition, they almost invariably suffered heavy casualties. They lived outside in the elements or had only primitive shelters. Food was bad, medicine often non-existent. The sick and wounded frequently died. Given the abject poverty of many locals, the pressing need for food, and in some cases long-standing ethnic antipathies toward Russian rule, it was unsurprising that as many as 150,000 former Soviet citizens either collaborated with or served in the SS. Life wasn't worth much more than a loaf of bread, which sometimes resulted in civilians or collaborators selling out the neighborhood partisans to the Germans. The bitterness of this behind-the-lines conflict helps explain the unprecedented levels of violence inflicted against civilians on the Eastern Front. The conventional battles that passed over the area were grim enough, catching tens of thousands of innocents in their vortex. But by early 1942, portions of the Eastern Front's rear area, most commonly in the center and north, had been transformed into low-intensity battle zones where it was often impossible to tell friend from foe, or combatant from non-combatant. On top of this fell widespread hunger and outright starvation that may have carried off as many as 5 to 10 million souls. The sucking maw of this gigantic demi-war consumed civilians like a chaff, a dozen here, a dozen there, in a farm, in a cart by the roadside, maybe a whole village, day in and day out for years. On average, the Soviets lost about 12,700 non-combatants dead every day. While many of them died in areas where active combat was occurring, many also succumbed in the occupied zones. The same dynamic was playing out in the other major counterinsurgency in this war, China. Virulent racism and a stunning indifference to human life made it possible for the Japanese to lump almost any Chinese non-combatant in with whatever bandits were operating in the area. The result was the wholesale slaughter of the most horrific kind, and in almost the same numbers, differing from Russia only in the caliber of bullet or length of bayonet. Pacific Theater, the fall of Singapore. When Yamashita's 25th Army drew up the Johor Strait on 1 February, it was victorious and in high spirits, yet very tired. The Japanese had advanced nearly 500 miles from their landing beaches while fighting 90 battles, repairing 250 bridges, and capturing more than 4,400 vehicles and pieces of rolling stock along the way. Along with that had come tons of supplies generously donated by Malaya Command, without which Yamashita would not be standing where he was now, staring across a half-mile of turgid water at the densely forested mangrove swamps opposite him on Singapore Island, contemplating how to effect the rapid capture of Britain's Far East fortress. It would be easy to imagine 25th Army's commander being serenely confident of his ultimate victory. In reality, he was fatigued and worried. He knew the toughest battle of the campaign lay directly in front of him. First, he had to cross what was essentially a wide river and then breach a defended shoreline, never a pleasant prospect. Thereafter, if he did not triumph quickly, he might be faced with grinding, house-by-house fighting in a densely populated urban area. Yamashita wanted to avoid that at all costs. He was still outnumbered by the enemies he'd herded into Singapore. City fighting would deprive 25th Army of its cardinal advantage, mobility, and force it into a mode of attritional combat where sheer numbers and British artillery could extract ruinous losses. Everybody knew the most dangerous animal was one cornered. There was every likelihood of Percival's forces fighting savagely. To top things off, Yamashita had been feuding with Colonel Tsuji throughout the campaign, and had recently discovered that his devious head of operations was sending private reports back to Tokyo. Yamashita was convinced that Tsuji and Tojo were conspiring to bring him down, whether he was victorious or not. By now, as 25th Army's Chief of Staff noted, his boss was near to mental explosion. Yamashita would waste no time opening his final assault. His enemies were in disarray. He wanted to keep them that way. Nevertheless, he also had to reorganize his units and haul up the materiel required for his attack. Yamashita's temper was not helped by the fact that his logistical situation was a mess, with Japanese supply lines snaking all the way back to Singora and Patani, hundreds of miles in the rear. Yet trucks and logistical moxie were two things the Imperial Army was least noted for. Ammunition was particularly scarce. Yamashita's artillery park was only 168 guns, most of them 75 mm. He had about 1,000 rounds per barrel for his smaller field pieces and 500 for the heavier artillery. That wasn't much, especially measured against the likely needs of a battle that would certainly last several days, and possibly several weeks. Only the last-minute arrival of a supply convoy to Endau, just 80 miles away from Singapore, brought in enough shells to make an invasion even feasible. 25th Army staff believed the northwest corner of the island was the most propitious point for a landing. This would steer clear of fresh British forces that Japanese intelligence indicated were in the island's northeast, around the naval base at Seletar and the heavily protected army barracks at Changi. The assault would be led by 5th and 18th Divisions. They were Yamashita's best formations and highly experienced at this sort of thing. In fact, it was 5th Division that had conducted Japan's first ship-to-shore landing back in 1918. The Imperial Guards would initially be relegated to making feints aimed at the northeast sector, and then would be landed behind the lead echelons and moved up. However, this brought Yamashita into conflict with General Nishimura, who insisted that his division be allowed to make an assault as well. Yamashita, in one of his few missteps of the campaign, eventually relented. Meanwhile, in the mordant words of H.P. Wilmot, across the strait on Singapore Island, farce rubbed shoulders with pathos. Percival's beaten army had retreated across the strait to find the island in near chaos. It was brimming with frightened refugees, and a palpable disbelief hung in the air, mingling with the smoke of Japanese air raids. The island was devoid of any prepared defensive works. During the previous weeks, Singapore's civilian administrators had decided that constructing earthworks would have been bad for morale. Percival's exhausted troops now had no choice but to start digging, while everybody suspected there was precious little time before 25th Army hit them. Singapore's formidable shore batteries, which ranged in size up to 15 inches, were unlikely to be able to intercede to good effect. Contrary to legend, most of Singapore's guns could, in fact, be trained against targets to the north, but most of their ammunition was armor-piercing for use against ships, rather than high-explosive, and there was a critical lack of fire control, communication, and observation capabilities. Percival was of the opinion that the main Japanese effort would be made against the island's northeast corner. Wavell disagreed, and his meddling would actually have been useful in this instance. He eventually relented to Percival's objections, however, deciding that his subordinate's longer acquaintance with Singapore's terrain probably translated into greater prescience in these matters, thereby allowing Percival's wrong-footing the defense from the get-go. The freshly landed 18th Infantry Division was therefore sent to what would be a quiet sector, and the fought-out 8th Australian Division was stretched across the northwest quadrant of the island. The terrain there, a series of deeply indented mangrove swamps, made it impossible to create any sort of coherent defense. This was unpropitious, because if the Japanese were to be held off, they would need to be stopped at the water's edge, and then resolutely counterattacked. It was going to be nearly impossible to do that in a bog. There was no real force available for counterattacking anyway, nor any specific plans in hand for doing so. Though Percival had roughly 100,000 troops on the island, which probably outnumbered Yamashita 3-2, many were in a calamitous state. Most of 3rd Indian Corps' battalions were shattered beyond redemption. Freshly landed Australian reinforcements were poorly trained, a positive menace to anyone near them and to any commander who expected his orders to be carried out, in the words of one officer. Percival remained convinced that an amphibious landing against the island's heavily fortified southern shore remained a possibility, thus squandering what might have been a credible reserve by posting formations on beaches that should have been left empty. Artillery ammunition was severely constrained. Despite all these handicaps, Wavell hoped that Singapore might resist for several months, giving him time to reorganize the defenses of Java and Borneo. As ever, 25th Army's unrelenting commander unleashed his attack well before the British were ready. On the morning of 8 February, Japanese artillery opened in earnest across the entire northern shore of Singapore. During the day-long bombardment, the oil tanks at the Seletar Naval Base were set ablaze, mixing with the greasy black smoke from ongoing Japanese air raids to shroud Singapore in a pall of doom. As evening fell, cloaked by smoke and the infernal din of the shelling, Japanese units on the north side of the straits began moving into position. At midnight, 5th and 18th Divisions piled into 300 canvas-sided assault boats and began crossing. The thunder of the bombardment concealed the noise of boat engines, and the British were slow in laying fire on the straits as a result. By 01:30, Yamashita was gratified to see blue flares rising from across the water. The first elements of 4 regiments were now ashore, facing a single, tired Australian brigade. Yamashita's assault boats then came back for the follow-up waves. The Australians fought as hard as they could, but the action devolved into dozens of small engagements in the underbrush, with no central control and no ability for 22nd Brigade to commit its feeble reserves in a cohesive manner. Despite inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese first wave, the Australians were already losing the struggle for the water's edge. Given the way things had unfolded over the past 2 months, it would not have done to ring down the curtain on Percival's miserable campaign without one final, wretched display of British military incompetence. Brigadier Duncan Maxwell, the commander of Australian 27th Brigade, was duly anointed by the gods of war. A doctor in civilian life, Maxwell later admitted to another AIF officer that he really wasn't cut out for this sort of thing, and had recently argued with Percival that they might as well just surrender and save the lives of their men. On the afternoon of the 9th, with the adjacent 22nd Brigade fighting for its life, Maxwell completely lost his nerve. Apparently concerned about his own flank, he ordered his brigade to wheel left and reorient its frontage facing west toward the 22nd, from whose direction he shortly expected to be confronted by Japanese bayonets. These instructions were given without either Bennett's or Percival's knowledge. This, in turn, meant that when the Imperial Guards Division made their own clumsy crossing that night right onto 27th Brigade's beachhead defenses, they found them only half-manned. A company of guards was horrifically immolated by burning gasoline released into an estuary, and a stiff fight then developed at the water's edge near the causeway. However, Instead of being savaged as the price of Nishimura's vainglorious assault, the guards eventually made it ashore in reasonably good order. Maxwell's brigade now had an enemy on its northern flank and was itself caught wrong-footed. 11th Indian Division, to the east of 27th Brigade, had never been notified of its neighbor's move and was unaware of it. Its left flank was now hanging in midair. In short order, the Imperial Guards ensconced themselves on the Causeway Road, which led directly south to Singapore. The shape of the fighting was now predictable, with 5th and 18th Divisions pressing in from the west and Imperial Guards coming down from the north. The two Australian brigades, followed by 11th Indian Division's remnants, all came apart under the hammering, while the fresh 18th Infantry Division stayed where it was. On the 10th, Wavell flew in to have a final look over the unfolding disaster, issuing firm instructions to Percival that he should counterattack and fight until total destruction. He then flew back to Java, sending an inane telegram to Churchill informing him that the battle was not going well, and that while everything possible was being done to produce more offensive spirit and optimistic outlook, he could not pretend that these efforts have been entirely successful up to date. Meanwhile, Percival's counterattacks were predictably weak, ruining 12th Indian Brigade to little effect as the British continued falling back towards Singapore town. The Japanese, for their part, were resolute but increasingly exhausted. Ammunition was running shorter than Yamashita's temper. 25th Army's artillery was down to a mere 20% of the shells it had had a week prior. His troops could no longer really maneuver against the British. There wasn't any room. All they could do was continue shoving. Conversely, practically the only thing the British still had going for them was an abundance of heavy guns, and no reason not to fire them profligately. Plenty of Japanese targets were now packed into northern Singapore. British bombardments, some of them unimaginably vehement in Japanese eyes, became commonplace during the last days of fighting. Indeed, this final week's combat cost 25th Army as many casualties as it had suffered during the rest of the campaign together. On the afternoon of 13 February, Percival called a command conference. By this time, the British perimeter barely encompassed Singapore town and its suburbs. The high ground at Bukit Timah, Tin Hill, had been lost 2 days prior, and with it, the McRitchie Reservoir, upon which the city depended for fresh water. Singapore town was devolving into a mob scene. Bodies of civilians killed by Japanese air raids lay unburied in the streets. Roving gangs of deserters milled about in the rear, looting, boozing, looking for boats to steal, and adding to the general mood of defeat and despair. Civil order was hanging by a thread. If the battle entered the city itself, huge civilian casualties would be inevitable. Nobody wanted another rape of Nanjing at the hands of the enraged Japanese army running amok. Given all this, Percival's senior commanders opined that there was little left worth fighting for. Percival, however, replied that he still had his personal honor to consider, not to mention their collective reputations for surrendering such a valuable fortress. General Heath, 3rd Indian Corps' commander, responded, "You need not bother about, Your Honor. You lost that a long time ago in the north." Wavell, however, continued exhorting Percival to defend Singapore to the last, and 2 more days of largely senseless combat was the result. By the morning of the 15th, Percival had finally had enough, sending a message across Japanese lines asking for a parley. At 1600 hours, Percival's small party, a pair of them shouldering the Union Jack and a white flag, made their way to the Ford factory near Bukit Timah. There, a dozen Japanese and British soldiers crammed into a tiny conference room around an equally tiny wooden table to decide the fate of Britain's Pacific fastness. To Japanese observers, Percival looked pale and thin and ill. Yamashita, bear-like and gruff, offered a perfunctory handshake and then got down to browbeating his opposite number into accepting the inevitable. Another major attack was about to be launched, he growled. Percival, characteristically, dithered and haggled. For his part, Yamashita was far from complacent. His army was outnumbered, outgunned, and running out of ammunition. If fighting continued, he figured it might take him at least another week to capture the redoubts at Fort Canning and Changi. Playing his hand for all it was worth, Yamashita lost his temper. Banging his fist on the table, he demanded, "The time for the night attack is drawing near. Is the British Army going to surrender or not?" And then, for emphasis, in English, answer yes or no. Percival folded. The documents of surrender were signed, and Percival sent a final communication to Wavell announcing that his garrison was unable to continue the fight any longer. All ranks have done their best, and grateful for your help. There was no rape of Nanjing. However, the Japanese army's casual brutality was amplified by the presence of a large Chinese civilian population. Plans had already been cooked up in 25th Army for eliminating any troublemakers, plans in which Colonel Tsuji played a central role. The result was that practically every Chinese male past the age of puberty was rounded up and screened, often hastily and arbitrarily. Large numbers were taken away and machine-gunned in what came to be called the Sukching massacres. Within a month of Percival's capitulation, tens of thousands of Chinese civilians had been killed in Singapore and Malaya. General Yamashita's triumph over the British did nothing to lessen the personal grudges underlying the campaign. Indeed, the more Japan's newspapers lauded their new Tiger of Malaya, the more jealous and infuriated Yamashita's rivals in Tokyo became, particularly Tojo Hideki. Yamashita would presently be shipped off to Manchuria to take over the largely irrelevant command of 1st Area Army, thus sidelining one of Japan's most able generals. None of this, of course, would have been of any comfort to the British. Over the course of this wretched 10-week campaign, according to their official estimates, the British lost 138,708 men, including between 18,000 to 20,000 killed and wounded, and more than 120,000 taken prisoner. Nearly 18,000 of these latter would die in Japanese captivity, many during the construction of the infamous Burma Railway. 2 valuable capital ships and more than 200 aircraft had also been destroyed. On the Japanese side of the ledger, 25th Army had lost 9,657 men since 8 December, with a bit over a third of those killed in action. Despite being outnumbered at every step, the Japanese had inflicted casualties on the British at a rate of better than 14-1, while capturing Singapore a month earlier than planned. In the words of Wilmot, "Nothing in any way can diminish the humiliation explicit in these losses." Throughout the campaign, the Japanese army had demonstrated its complete superiority over Malaya Command. Its generalship was aggressive, determined, and flexible. Its staff work was better. Its order of battle and force allocation were perfectly suited for the offensive it intended waging. It had employed armor effectively and used its air cover well. Meanwhile, at the tip of the spear, Japanese troops had consistently demonstrated that they were more than a match for any of their opponents. All in all, Yamashita and 25th Army's achievement was nothing less than brilliant. Conversely, British leadership had been insipid at best, and more often, simply incompetent. Their troops had been amateurish. Half-trained Indian levies had earned every bit of the prejudicial racial contempt the Japanese brought with them into the campaign, and the white battalions were no better. Even the Australians, though pugnacious, still needed better leadership and tactics if they were to succeed against the Imperial Army. The roots of the disaster, however, lay in interwar British strategic thinking. The defense of Malaya had always been based on a gamble that the prestige of the British Empire and its celebrated ability to muddle through crises would somehow compensate for short-term military weakness. To this had been added a wholly unwarranted sense of superiority over an undervalued opponent, a product of the colonial system the Japanese were now industriously destroying, when it was actually the British whose hand was weak. Churchill, London, and Wavell then persisted with their mental inflexibility, shoveling fresh forces into the conflict with no good prospects for success. The fact that substantial reinforcements had somehow been made to materialize when needed, when apparently they were not available for Malaya Command before the war, when they might have actually done some good, again points to the lack of coherent thinking on the part of Churchill and his chiefs. The final outcome was a first-class disaster. It would be difficult to overstate how stunning the loss of Singapore was. Churchill described the debacle as the worst defeat and largest capitulation in British history. General Brooke confided to his diary that he certainly never expected that we should fall to pieces as fast as we are, and to see Hong Kong and Singapore go in less than 3 months, plus a failure in the Western Desert, is far from reassuring. Noting Britain's previous powers of recovery, he wondered whether we shall again bring off a comeback. Defending Burma. With Moulmein having been lost on 31 January, the British had to decide where next to offer battle in the colony's defense. General Smythe, 17th Indian Division's commander, felt that anchoring a new line on the substantial obstacle of the Sitang River, about half the distance back to Rangoon, offered the best hope of halting the Japanese. His superior, Lieutenant General Thomas Hutton, disagreed. He was already facing pressure from Wavell not just to hold but counterattack. Hutton was under no illusions that 17th Indian, having already been beaten at Moulmein, was in any position to recross the swift Salween against 2 Japanese divisions. Indeed, he was already telling Wavell he'd need 5 or 6 divisions, as well as Chinese help, to hold Burma at all. This was greeted icily by Wavell, who, like London, could not understand why British troops in the Far East were not fighting better. Flitting as he was from one abject crisis to the next, Wavell was still devoid of any understanding of Burma's tactical particulars. The net result was that Smythe was ordered to defend as far forward as possible on the Salween. General Aida's troopers waited a week to bring up more supplies and recover from their arduous crossing of the Donna Range before attempting the river. Once 15th Army began moving on 8-9 February, Aida deftly used the advantage of waterborne outflanking, placing first the 55th Division on the opposite bank a dozen miles north of Moulmein, followed 3 days later by the 33rd even farther up the river. Maneuvering rapidly once ashore, they defeated the smaller detachments in front of them and cut the main road behind Smythe. Though 17th Indian escaped the trap, Smythe had little choice but to abandon the Salween and retreat to the smaller Beeline River, 30-some miles to the rear. He was brought to battle a week later, and his outfit fought as well as they might. Starting on the 16th, 4 days of bitter combat saw both Gurkha kukris and Japanese samurai swords liberally employed during vicious close-quarters fighting. Aida was not alone among the Japanese in acknowledging that the British fought fiercely. The RAF also provided credible ground support, something the Japanese had rarely faced up to this time. But eventually, the Japanese outflanked Smythe's line and threatened the road once again, obliging him to withdraw on the evening of the 19th. Despite its good showing, Smythe's division was exhausted, with many wounded. Smythe himself was wrong in not relinquishing command at this point, as he was battling an anal fistula, malaria, and a heart condition. He was in no condition to lead a pack of Boy Scouts, let alone the only real division in Burma. British medics, however, were apparently impressed enough by his previous Victoria Cross that they were disinclined to question his fitness, which ultimately did him and his division no favors. At Chaiteau, the midpoint of the retreat, the pavement ended and the road became an unimproved track paralleling the railroad. The lorries ground along in low gear, choking the men and coating the thick vegetation on either hand with dust. The heat and humidity were appalling. Fresh water was scarce during the dry season, and Smythe's men suffered heavily. The only good news seemed to be that the Japanese were not pressing hard on the heels of his retreating troops, though small skirmishes and sniping were constant. Smythe's brigadiers, on the other hand, were worried that the Japanese might be flanking them to the north and wanted to push on to the Setang with all speed. Smythe was more concerned about the state of his tired soldiers and declined pressing them as hard as he might have as they shuffled westward. For his part, 33rd Division's Lieutenant General Sakurai Shozo was the sort of divisional leader that any army commander loves having on his roster. Hyper-aggressive, fast-marching, and wound spring-tight. With Aida handing the coastal road over to the more deliberate 55th Division for its advance, Sakurai took to the rough inland trails. Even before the battles on the Bilin had concluded, he had located tracks heading west. His two regiments were indeed paralleling Smythe's retreat now, hidden in the deep forest, some 7 miles north of the road, and now marching as fast as they could. Irregular troops of the Burma Frontier Force, supposedly screening the British retreat, found themselves swatted back by Sakurai's patrols. They were overly slow in reporting these worrying encounters to Smythe. At the village of Setang, another time bomb was ticking. There was no motorway across the river here. Only an imposing railroad trestle, which leapt a third of a mile of turgid water in 11 150-foot spans. British combat engineers were still in the process of converting it to accept motor traffic. At 2 a.m. on the night of the 21st-22nd, 17th Division's lead elements finally started slowly crossing the span. Only a couple hours into this process, a truck slipped off the roadway, lodging itself in the girders, thwarting Smythe's best chance of moving the bulk of his mortar transport across the river before dawn. Nightfall found the division's 3 infantry brigades, 48th, 16th, and 46th, still stretched out along the main road, with the farthest still a dozen miles from the Setang. On the east end of the span itself, 2 crucial heights, a pagoda atop one and a statue of Buddha on the other, overlooked the bridge, manned only by a handful of troops. Meanwhile, around midnight, scouting reports began filtering back that something might indeed be lurking out there in the jungle. All 3 British brigades duly got themselves into motion before dawn on the 22nd. Disaster on the Setang. The sun rose lazy, hazy, and hugely red over the misty jungle. In front of the bridge, there was already an enormous traffic jam, 2 or 3 vehicles abreast and miles long, sitting parked in the ravine formed by the railway cutting, waiting to cross. It was at this vulnerable juncture, around 0830, that a green-clad battalion of the 215th Infantry Regiment burst out of the underbrush north of Setang village. Storming up Pagoda Hill, they quickly overran 17th Division's field hospital. General Smythe himself had been there only minutes before. Had he stopped to enjoy the cup of tea he had been offered, he almost surely would have been captured. Confusion was total, with the Burma rifles first being expelled from the top of the ridge, and then the bridge itself being taken under automatic fire. Though the Japanese were shoved back, they could not be expelled from the north face of Buddha Hill, which commanded the railway cutting. Simultaneously, miles to the rear, 16th and 46th Brigades found that parties of Japanese had descended during the night and established roadblocks up and down the road. These positions had to be reduced or bypassed through the jungle to continue the march west. In doing so, men were inevitably killed or dispersed, vehicles set ablaze, and equipment abandoned in the struggle to get clear. And now, 33rd Division descended in earnest on their prey. What developed throughout 22 February was the Burmese equivalent of the Roman disaster in the Teutoburg Forest, as 16th and 46th Brigades essentially fought their own private wars while attempting to run the gauntlet of Japanese lurking in the shadowy jungle. Meanwhile, 48th Brigade desperately tried to hold on to the east end of the bridge long enough to secure the retreat of the other 2 brigades. Confusion was total, as many of the division's radio sets had been destroyed by an RAF friendly fire incident the previous day. Fighting raged the entire day in dozens of vicious encounters all along the road and its verge. By nightfall, only a tithe of the division's motor transport had made it across the bridge, along with a similarly low percentage of Smythe's men. Darkness brought no cessation, as combat continued well into the night. Near the bank, Japanese infiltrators periodically snuck through the perimeter to take the span under fire with light machine guns. By now, Smythe's headquarters had had no word from either 16th or 46th Brigade for hours, and had no idea of their whereabouts, status, or even existence. Meanwhile, 48th Brigade's commander was uncertain whether he could hold through the night. At the same time, through a garbled transmission from the 48th Brigade HQ, a sick and exhausted Smythe may also have been under the impression that more of his missing brigades were across the river than was actually the case. By 0430 on the 23rd, concerned that the bridgehead could not be held against the Japanese, he ordered the 48th's remaining troops back across the span. At 0530, 3 enormous explosions announced its demise, with the No. 5 section landing in the river with a splash. On the eastern bank, a silence descended across the jungle. Ironically, up to this point, the Japanese had been under the impression that they were getting the worst of the fight, as their efforts to take the bridge had been unavailing. Now, they knew they had lost the bridge, but won the battle. Meanwhile, the survivors of 16th and 46th Brigades, and not a few of 48th Brigade's troops as well, found themselves on the wrong side of the Setang, facing an enemy that had shown a marked disinclination for taking prisoners. The sun rose shortly. Throughout the 23rd, Smythe's trapped soldiers on the east bank demolished what equipment they could, then made their way in small groups to the river to see what might be attempted. Fortunately, the current was not swift at this time of year, and some of the men were able to strip down and swim or make their way across on makeshift rafts. But many of the Indians, particularly the Gurkhas, could not swim. Scores were drowned or captured, the wounded often being killed on the spot. By the evening of the 24th, a roll call revealed that 17th Indians Infantry Complement was down to only 3,500 men. There were only 1,420 rifles and about 100 automatics between them, mostly held by a battalion of Gurkhas who had been on the west bank. The division's artillery had all been lost. Many of the remaining troops had no boots and were dressed in tatters. London and Wavell were appalled by the catastrophe. Being ignominiously routed at Jungle River crossings was becoming a bit of a British specialty by now, with the disaster on the Setang being eerily similar to the Slim River fiasco. Each had left an Indian division in ruins, and each had probably been avoidable had the senior divisional officers taken elementary precautions or pushed their men a bit harder. A month of pitched battles and retreats, though, had exhausted officers and men alike, allowing torpor and bad decisions to set in. Smythe was duly sacked. Hutton wasn't long for command either, particularly after conveying what turned out to be a prescient appraisal of the situation on the 20th. In it, he informed Wavell that Rangoon was unlikely to be held, and that he was taking measures to evacuate the capital and destroy its facilities. To Wavell, this smacked of defeatism. With London already asking whether Hutton should be replaced, Wavell was determined to make a change. As the official British history noted, the authorities in London and India, blaming the local commander for a course of events for which they themselves were largely responsible, decided to swap horses in midstream. In other words, scapegoats were clearly needed. General Sir Harold Alexander was appointed the new GOC Burma. Hutton was kept as his chief of staff, while Lieutenant General William Slim would take over tactical command of what was soon to become Burma Corps. The immediate problem was the same as in Malaya, a kitchen cupboard devoid of reinforcements. 17th Indian Division had been wrecked and was at about brigade strength. 1st Burma Division was still forming. 7th Armored Brigade was even then debarking in Rangoon, which was most welcome, though insufficient to the needs at hand. Further afield, Churchill and Wavell had just squandered the British 18th Infantry Division in Singapore. Not a single complete division was to be found in the entirety of India at this time, although a brigade was en route. This left only the Chinese and the Australians to retrieve the situation. The British let it be known to Chiang Kai-shek on 19 January that his forces would now be welcome in Burma after all. Accordingly, the lead unit of the Chinese Fifth Army, the elite motorized 200th Division, was already beginning the long road trip south from the Shan states down to Toungoo. Churchill next cast his gaze towards 7th Australian Division, which was currently at sea near Ceylon, bound for home. To Churchill's mind, it was the only formation capable of reaching Rangoon in time, and on the 20th he unilaterally rerouted it toward Rangoon, without first informing Canberra. When the Australians found out, they were livid. In a series of brutal telegrams, Prime Minister John Curtin pointed out that Churchill's previous blunders in Greece, Crete, and Malaya had badly eroded Canberra's confidence in London's military acumen, and informed the Prime Minister that Australia's decision regarding the disposition of its own troops was bloody well final. Churchill capitulated in bad grace, and 7th Division sailed unmolested on toward Adelaide. As soon as he knew that the AIF's experienced 7th Division would not be landed, Hutton judged that Rangoon was now doomed. He and Burma's governor concurred that any further commitment of British troops to the fight likewise served little point. On the 27th, Hutton informed both Wavell and India's GOC, General Alan Hartley, that he was implementing his previous plans for demolishing and evacuating Burma's capital. He likewise opined that 63rd Indian Brigade, which was en route, should be turned about, a decision Hartley confirmed. Wavell, though, had one last monkey wrench to toss into Burma's defense. Abda's demise. By mid-February, as Japan's offensive steamrolled south, the fate of Java was rapidly coming into focus. On the 16th, Alan Brooke was already confiding to his diary that sending any further reinforcements to Java was unsound. On the 21st, Wavell advised London that Java's air power was now in a death spiral and could not last more than another few days, noting that anything put into Java now can do little to prolong the struggle. Then again, after having stubbornly poured reinforcements into Singapore in the defiance of objective reality, there was nothing left to send to the Indies in any case. Wavell recommended that Abda be dissolved. As Wilmot notes, in effect, the Americans and British, after creating Abda Command without consulting the Dutch, taking for themselves all the major command appointments, and having contributed very little to the attempt to hold the general area, were intent on abandoning the Dutch before the last battles for Java were fought. Unsurprisingly, Wavell's meeting on the 22nd to discuss these matters with the Dutch was an unhappy one. Nearly 10,000 American, Australian, and British personnel already in Java would be staying to fight. There was no means to evacuate them. Wavell also promised to continue urging the combined chiefs of staff to send reinforcements to Java, a statement belied by his private words to the Prime Minister just days before. These were empty diplomatic nothings, verbal palliatives for the terminal patient. With his painful duties to coalition warfare now concluded, Wavell and his staff boarded a plane for Ceylon. For his part, Brooke now foresaw an early end to Marshall's notion of unified command, which he despised, crowing to his diary that "we can at last dissolve Abda and run the war on a rational basis. So far there is very little that was settled at Washington which is surviving the test of time, and thank God for it." He would surely discover that Marshall's vision was more enduring than he gave it credit for. Nevertheless, in the short term, he was right about Abda. After a tortured existence of only 42 days, it formally ceased to exist on 23 February. Fighting on Bataan. By late January, the Japanese had won the fight for MacArthur's main line of resistance, MLR, on Bataan, obliging the Americans to retreat to their rear battle position, RBP, in front of Mount Miravelis. General Hama was determined to cash in on his success and end the campaign in one fell swoop. The key was hitting the Americans hard and fast, bum-rushing them, before they could solidify their new positions. The problem was that 14th Army was by now far from peppy. Hamma's reserves had been squandered at the Battle of the Points. If the Americans were to be crushed, the troops already at the front would have to do it, despite the previous month's difficult battles in the steep terrain around Mount Natib. Many of the Japanese units were down to a third of their rated strength, with officers in particular having suffered stiff casualties. Almost every man in 65th Brigade had diarrhea from drinking bad water, and their food was running out too. Nevertheless, the Imperial Army's lexicon strongly disapproved of admitting that things could not be done. Beginning on 27 January, 16th Division and 65th Brigade began piling into MacArthur's troops. On paper, at least, the RBP was stronger than the MLR. For one thing, it didn't have a mountain bisecting it, and it was also somewhat shorter. Immediately behind the line, too, the heights of Mount Samat, a sub-peak in front of Mount Mariveles, dominated the low ground in front of the RBP and provided a perfect location for artillery observers. That said, the RBP was also currently a mess. Like the Japanese, many of the Phil-American units were at the end of their rope after their retreat. The 51st Philippine Division had basically ceased to exist. 1st and 31st Divisions had lost their trucks and heavy weapons. Both Generals Parker and Wainwright were hurriedly rearranging their corps to create some semblance of reserves behind their fronts, leaving temporary gaps in the lines. Thus, when the Japanese began their assault, the Americans were not in great shape to receive them. Hamma's new assault was a carbon copy of the MLR battles, striking both 1st and 2nd Corps simultaneously and probing aggressively for weak points. When 9th and 141st Infantry jumped off for their attacks on the evening of 27 January, they drove in the American pickets with little difficulty, but were then immediately brought to a halt on the main line. The Japanese were initially convinced they were facing a series of outposts, and that the American main line lay somewhere in the rear, closer to Mount Samat. Over the next 5 days, the two Japanese regiments beat their heads against the wall. They were joined by 142nd Infantry on the 29th, but 2 more days of fruitless attacks left Nara's men nowhere near victory. American machine gun fire was now concentrated in lethal quantities and was able to ambush Japanese attackers at practically point-blank range as they struggled through the dense vegetation. Even worse for General Nara, 65th Brigade's commander, the Americans had exercised extensively in this area pre-war, and their artillery was now being used against pre-registered targets. The effect was devastating. A post-war Japanese account noted that the enemy concentrated their fire on any movement instantly, and were dumping as many as 10,000 shells daily on the hapless men of 65th Brigade. A Japanese attack on the 31st was smashed behind the lines as it was assembling. Finally, an American counterattack by 41st Division on the 3rd routed the Japanese, placing them back at their starting line. Though Nara was ready to reorganize his exhausted forces and renew the offensive, his attacks on the American right flank had clearly failed. During this same time, fighting was raging along 1st Corps lines as well. The 3rd Battalion of 20th Infantry Regiment, the same battalion that had created the roadblock that had unhinged 1st Corps on the MLR, managed to infiltrate and ensconce themselves more than 1,000 yards behind the American main line. This time, their reward would be virtual annihilation. Phil-American forces were slow to realize they were dealing with more than just Japanese probes. The riotous vegetation made even locating the enemy almost impossible. However, when counter-patrols started being brusquely slapped back, Wainwright began moving reserves into the area, beginning what came to be known as the Battle of the Pockets. As was typical for Japanese infantry, the forces in the pockets were skillfully dug in and camouflaged. At the same time, they were also hungry and weakened from their previous ordeal. When the Americans hacked trails wide enough to bring in some tanks on 2 February, the writing was on the wall. Philippine scouts, cinching on their helmets, shouted, "Patay sila, they shall die," and die the Japanese did. It happened slowly at first, though. So challenging was the terrain, and so unyielding the Japanese. With undergrowth thick enough that an enemy might be invisible 10 feet away, bushwhacking, grenading, bayoneting, and other tete-a-tete killing was the way things got done. Throughout the combat, Wainwright was physically present much of the time, sometimes even taking a rifle and fighting alongside his troops. As one of his soldiers remembered, he had great physical courage and was quick on decisions. He was a lion of a man. Both sides were miserable. Daytime temperatures were in the 90s, but it was also the dry season, and there was no water to be had from the streams. The Japanese were also starving, and eventually resorted to eating their pack horses. Inexorably, the pockets were shoved inward by a combination of armor and infantry. By the time combat ended on the 14th, only 377 of the 3/20th's 1,000 men made it back to Japanese lines. Hama's attempt to push the RBP had decisively failed. 14th Army was beaten, and though an argument erupted at his headquarters on the night of 8 February about whether or not to press ahead, Hama knew that he could do no more. 65th Brigade had lost 1,472 combat casualties from its strength of 6,651 officers and men. 9th Infantry Regiment was living off wild caribou and grassroots. Non-battle casualties alone totaled 11,000 of 14th Army's soldiers, and Hama estimated his total effective fighting power now stood at only 3 battalions. That same night, he ordered his forces to retreat and secure an advantageous defensive line some distance to the north. Thus, even before the Battle of the Pockets was over, an uneasy quiet settled in along the rest of the RBP. Gradually, the Phil-American forces began realizing that the Japanese had not only stopped attacking, but had actually pulled back. At this point, Hama could have opted to starve Bataan out. He wasn't going to do that. Instead, he alerted Tokyo that he needed more troops to launch a final decisive attack. Much like Yamashita, Hama's relations with Tojo were strained. Having to admit to both his superiors and the Prime Minister that he had failed to accomplish his mission was humiliating. But Hama still had every intention of defeating MacArthur outright, if for no other reason than to achieve something that had never been done before, destroying an American army on a foreign field of battle. Hama badly wanted this, even if he had to grovel to Tokyo to get it. Among Wainwright and Parker's rank and file, jubilation reigned, and with some justification. Rumors circulated that Hama had been forced to commit suicide, although the same rumor mills also had it that General Yamashita was taking over for Hama in the Philippines, which ought to have given the Americans pause. The Philippine Army had matured during the past month of combat. Desertion had thinned the ranks, but the men who remained were better than the ones who had left, and they knew it. There was talk among Second Corps troopers of taking the offensive and driving the Japanese back still further. Some wanted to march all the way to Manila. For his part, Hama declared after the war that the Americans could have taken Manila without encountering much resistance on our part. Whether this was truth or hyperbole is unknowable. Nonetheless, it is clear that 14th Army was no longer capable of taking the offensive. Cooler heads prevailed in the American High Command. There would be no counteroffensive, because tactical victories along the RBP didn't alter the basic strategic equation in the Philippines a jot. A counteroffensive would simply burn supplies and fuel, and further exhaust Phil-American soldiers whose reserves of energy were fast waning. Ultimately, whether it came on Bataan or somewhere outside of their final redoubt, the end for the garrison was still inevitable. Even as these events were unfolding, there was growing uneasiness in Washington regarding the fates of two very important men, President Manuel Quezon and General Douglas MacArthur. Under no circumstances could Quezon be allowed to fall into Japanese hands. The Filipino president had recently floated a bizarre proposal wherein the U.S. would grant the Philippines immediate independence. It would then declare itself neutral, and troops on both sides would exit the country. This only increased Washington's concerns that he was becoming unhinged. Accordingly, on the evening of 20 February, Quezon and his family were whisked out of Corregidor via submarine, eventually reaching Australia in late March to form a government in exile. As for MacArthur, by any reasonable standard, his military performance to date had been weaker than Lutheran church coffee. He'd barely put up a fight at Lingayen, bungled Baton's logistics, and then issued a blizzard of press releases trumpeting his own name while actually contributing nothing to the desperate battles raging along the MBP and RBP. In other armies, he might have been retired, or worse, for his blunders. Yet, despite his poor objective showing, particularly in hindsight, from a relative standpoint vis-a-vis the larger debacle at Pearl Harbor and the pathetic performance of the British in Malaya, MacArthur didn't look as awful as he was. This, coupled with his blizzard of self-aggrandizing communiques, had made him, as noted, a hero in the eyes of the American public, and simultaneously transformed him into a political hot potato. Roosevelt did not want to hand congressional Republicans a club should MacArthur and his wife and child be captured or killed by the Japanese. He also had little interest in letting the general, a staunch Republican, and a man with whom FDR already had strained relations, spend any time in Washington if it could be helped. The result was that instead of being sidelined or sacked, MacArthur's reward for failure in the Philippines was nothing less than a new theater command. February's crises in Asia were highlighting the criticality of retaining Australia as a base of operations. Indeed, American troops were already being sent to defend it, meaning a new American Supreme Commander was needed there. For all these reasons, the decision was made to have FDR issue a direct order to MacArthur, which he could not refuse, that he get himself out of the Philippines. Plucking MacArthur off the rock, however, meant abandoning his troops to their fate, hardly a noble act befitting America's most famous general. Accordingly, Marshall and General Sutherland began greasing the skids by awarding MacArthur a highly irregular Medal of Honor, which would act as a mechanism for justifying his evacuation. In the words of historian John McManus, this was an uncharacteristically dishonest moment, perhaps Marshall's worst as Chief of Staff. It also had the effect of setting MacArthur even further outside the bounds of normal military discipline, making him that much more difficult to control, a process that would continue until his final dismissal in 1951. MacArthur balked at leaving Corregidor, even floating the notion of resigning his commission and serving as a simple soldier on Bataan. This was ludicrous, of course, and his staff let him know it. He ultimately relented, but only after he and his staff had screwed themselves up into believing that the only reason Marshall and FDR wanted him in Australia was that Washington had belatedly sent a massive relief force there, which MacArthur would shortly be leading back to the Philippines. That an officer of MacArthur's stature could talk himself into believing any such thing only further demonstrates his nebulous grasp of the strategic realities. As Richard Frank notes, despite Stimson and Marshall's disingenuous insinuations that aid was being dispatched to the Philippines, by mid-January, MacArthur should have understood that relief would not come. Given the disaster at Pearl Harbor, even if American ground forces had been landed in Australia instead, where was the naval power that could push them 2,000 miles from Darwin to Bataan? The notion was farcical. However, armed with this self-made delusion, MacArthur finally accepted Washington's order, asking only that he be allowed to decide the timing of his departure, so as not to break the morale of his forces. USAF's leader was right to worry about that, because the adrenaline rush from victory on the RBP was fast wearing off. On Bataan, the health and well-being of his men were already trending toward catastrophe. Food was the overriding concern, with one American remembering that by now he was eating edible plants, roots, snails, snakes, wild chickens, bananas, wild pigs, and anything else. Medically, things were ruinous as well, as poor nutrition, bad water, and poor sanitation began ushering in disease. The garrison needed 100,000 quinine pills daily. After 15 February, precisely none were to be had. Malaria was eventually cutting down 600 men a day. Scurvy, beriberi, pellagra, rickets, and widespread dysentery began appearing too. At the field hospitals, practically everyone was suffering from parasitic infections like ringworm, scabies, and intestinal worms. Patients, doctors, and nurses alike were living under open tents, in dust and filth, and absent any sanitation. At night, rats and snakes scurried and slithered through the patient wards. On 23 February, Roosevelt broadcast his first fireside chat since the beginning of the war. Baton's defenders hoped for some word from FDR that relief was on the way. Instead, they got an overview of the grim global strategic landscape and the president's warning that the nation was in for a long, hard struggle. The reaction on Baton was immediate. In the words of Colonel Maloney, the president had, with regret, wiped us off the page and closed the book. There would be no relief. The only thing MacArthur's men could do now was prepare themselves for the next Japanese assault. Nimitz contests the Central Pacific. Admiral Chester Nimitz, the Pacific Fleet's new CNC, was in the hot seat as the Imperial Navy's rampage continued. With 5 battleships still sitting on the bottom of Pearl Harbor and the Central Pacific dominated by the Japanese, there was no possibility of coming to anybody's rescue in the Philippines or the Indies. But CINCPAC wasn't about to sit on his hands, nor would Admiral King let him. As soon as he took command, he had begun devising means for keeping the Japanese off balance. His only remaining offensive assets were his carriers and submarines, though the latter were intended primarily for commerce destruction. That left just the carriers for striking the enemy's island bastions. Nimitz had to be careful. With only 3 operational carriers, Lexington, Yorktown, and Enterprise, he was in no position to offer battle to Kido Butai's lethal sextet. Instead, he began aiming a series of raids against Japanese outposts, seeking to raise a ruckus and forestall Imperial moves against the supply lines running to Australia. The first of these materialized on 1 February. Vice Admiral William Halsey, the aggressive commander of TF-8, hurled Enterprise's aircraft against Woji, Maloelap, and Kwajalein in the heart of Japan's defenses in the Marshall Islands. His subordinate, Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, in Yorktown, meanwhile, attacked Jelluit, Mili, and Macon. 3 weeks later, Halsey repeated the exercise against Wake. Though the damage inflicted by these raids was comparatively minor, the effect on American morale was outsized. Halsey, with his jutting jaw, furious hatred of the enemy, and penchant for generating memorable quotes, immediately became a media darling. The Japanese, for their part, publicly dismissed the raids as publicity stunts. Behind the scenes, Shokaku and Zuikaku were quietly recalled to home waters to guard against any further American incursions. The Americans were also operating a 3rd carrier task force in the South Pacific, safeguarding the movement of 2 convoys to Bora Bora. At the mission's conclusion on the 20th, Vice Admiral Wilson Brown's Lexington moved in to deliver a hit-and-run raid against Rabaul, but was prematurely discovered by Japanese scouting aircraft. A squadron of twin-engine Betty bombers had recently arrived at the base, and this unit, the 4th Kokutai, promptly attacked Lexington. It was decimated for its trouble, with 15 of 17 aircraft shot down and nothing to show for it. This was a deceptively important defeat, essentially destroying the striking power of one of Japan's most important new outposts. It also demonstrated to the Japanese that American carriers were formidably defended and not to be attacked without adequate fighter escort. These pinpricks would hardly be worth mentioning were it not for their implications for imperial strategy. Japan's new empire was being bought largely with air power and would have to be defended with the same. Japan intended ringing its ramparts with a series of island air bases, whose overlapping aerial coverage would hold any American attacks at bay until Japanese carriers could arrive to restore the situation. These February raids demonstrated the bankruptcy of such a strategy. Given the vastness of the Pacific, there would need to be a lot of outposts, and each strongly defended. Yet the mobility inherent in the carrier weapon system ensured that multiple American flat tops could pop up pretty much anywhere around the perimeter. Given how weak Japan's aircraft production currently was, it was going to be a tall order to supply the planes necessary to defend Japan's new holdings, particularly if the Japanese continued expanding their defensive perimeter as aggressively as they had been. Back in Washington, Admiral King and General Marshall were already taking steps to secure the vital supply routes to Australia. Despite some misgivings from Marshall, GIs were in the process of occupying a laundry list of places in the South Pacific that most Army officers couldn't have found on a map 6 months prior. Palmyra, Christmas Island, Samoa, Fiji, Tonga, Noumea, Efate, and Espiritu Santo. By March 1942, 79,000 troops had been dispatched to the Pacific, 4 times the number that had gone to Britain since the outbreak. A third of the cargo shipped overseas by the Army during the same period had gone to Australia. By the end of March, most of these Pacific garrisons would be in place, and the Army was prepared to start shipping in a handful of combat divisions as well. King also let it be known to the Joint Chiefs in mid-February that it was likely that Marine Corps combat forces would be needed for offensives in the Solomon Islands area and the Bismarck Archipelago. In other words, Germany first or not, King intended to mount an aggressive defense of the Pacific. This also laid the groundwork for what would become the decisive campaign in the Pacific later in the year. Cinching the noose around Java. With Balikpapan, Kendari, and Amboina having fallen at the end of January, the Japanese had established the advanced positions needed to isolate Java. Singapore's demise on the 15th only made matters easier for them. Next on the list was Makassar, on the southwest tip of Celebes, which was captured on 9 February, followed by the southern Borneo town of Banjarmasin, which fell to the Sakaguchi detachment a day later. As soon as their airfields were repaired, Japanese air units started moving in. Japan's air umbrella had now been pushed far enough south that almost every point left in Dutch possession was overshadowed by Japanese wings. The dwindling number of Allied air bases in the region were being hit relentlessly. The narrative accounts of the air actions around Java are, frankly, grindingly monotonous, but can be distilled to essentials. Every day, at points around their ever-shrinking defensive perimeter, Allied aircraft went up to contest Japanese attacks. Most days, they failed. And regardless of the outcome, fewer of them came back to the roost. Attrition cut both ways, of course, and the Japanese were suffering losses too. However, with quality and quantity both working in their favor, they were steadily grinding the Allied squadrons to powder, destroying their machines, killing their pilots, exhausting their ground crews, and sapping everyone's morale. Singapore's fall in the middle of the month had uncovered Sumatra. Beyond its positional value adjacent to Java, the island's capital at Palembang possessed a refinery and the 2 most productive oil fields in the Indies, with 2.8 million tons of production annually. This was roughly a third of the oil Japan was hoping to capture in the war, making Palembang essential. Not surprisingly, given the hypervelocity of General Imamura's rush to the south, he was already on his way to take it. A powerful naval force under Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo was even now churning south from Camaran Bay. Ozawa was covering a convoy carrying the 38th Division's 229th Infantry Regiment, fresh from its conquest of Hong Kong. As his squadron passed Singapore, he found the waters teeming with steamers and other small craft fleeing the final collapse of the city. Neither hoary old tramp freighters nor sleek pleasure craft could long withstand Ozawa's ministrations, nor those of the Japanese planes swarming overhead. Ozawa's bristling escorts sank as many as 70 hapless vessels. Of the nearly 5,000 refugees who fled in the final days, fewer than 1 in 4 avoided being killed or captured, adding a dreadful coda to Singapore's agony. Palembang lies 50 winding miles up the Musi River from the sea, and the Japanese were concerned that the river would be covered by enemy ground forces, which indeed it was. Accordingly, the Imperial Army had prepared a surprise parachute landing aimed at the refinery and one of the capital's 2 airfields. On the morning of the 14th, roughly 450 Japanese paratroops floated down onto the surprise defenders. Despite heavy casualties and levels of confusion on both sides bordering on the farcical, the Japanese managed to get themselves somewhat organized, and were then, as usual, simply too obdurate to be overrun. They grimly hung on, waiting for the 229th Infantry to make it ashore. The Japanese regiment suffered heavy casualties as their landing barges made their way up the river. However, once the 229th linked up with the Japanese paratroopers, the jig was up. Palembang was captured on the evening of the 16th. One half of Java's encirclement was now accomplished. 3 days later, to the east of Java, Imamura's forces descended on both Timor and Bali. The capture of Denpasar on Bali, located only 150 miles east of Surabaya, would pose a dire threat to that great port. In the event, the Japanese captured it with a single battalion brought south in 2 transports. This was a bold move, given that Bali sat practically on Surabaya's doorstep. But Allied air squadrons in eastern Java had been decimated, and though a minor naval battle occurred during the landings, the Japanese ultimately got ashore without much difficulty on the 18th. Timor, for its part, was mostly occupied by the 23rd. However, the remnants of the Australian and Dutch garrisons would wage a guerrilla campaign there for the better part of a year, eventually sucking in the entire 48th Division to put it down. Still, from an immediate military standpoint, the Japanese had now secured an important blocking position, cutting off Australian reinforcements to the Indies. As part of safeguarding the eastern flank of the advance, Nagumo's carrier striking force of Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu sortied from Palau on 15 February and sailed toward Australia itself. Their target was Darwin, the tiny port currently serving as the transshipment point for almost all the Allied materiel flowing to the Indies. On the morning of the 19th, Nagumo's 4 carriers sent a total of 188 aircraft aloft. Catching the meager defenses completely by surprise, Nagumo's aviators shot up everything in sight. At noon, a second force of 54 Betty bombers from Kendari gave the town another plastering. By this time, Darwin's facilities had been largely flattened. The airfield and hangars had been heavily damaged, most of the aircraft destroyed, tank farms set ablaze, and about half the 45 ships in the harbor either sunk or damaged. Casualties were comparatively light at about 250 killed, but Darwin had been put out of business for the time being. Java was now totally isolated, setting the stage for a final naval battle, followed by its invasion. The Battle of the Java Sea. The Japanese forces that would crush the Dutch were already at sea. A first convoy, carrying 16th Army's General Imamura, sortied from Cam Bay on 18 February. It would land troops on Java's northwestern tip, and then drive on Batavia and Bandung. A second convoy sailed from Jolo a day later, aiming at capturing Java's eastern provinces, including Surabaya. Both convoys were detected by Allied aircraft on the 25th. Vice Admiral Conrad Helfrich, now head of naval forces in the area, ordered Rear Admiral Karel Doorman to take his combined striking force to Surabaya and then intercept the eastern Japanese convoy coming down through the Makassar Strait. Doomed campaigns always seem to have a way of pushing forward an unwilling individual to put a human face to military misfortune. Dorman was destined to be Abda's, despite its formal demise 2 days earlier. Dorman probably knew this would be his role, given the way things had been going for his command in the past few weeks. Grimly stoic, the Dutch admiral was something of a cipher and communicated little. Events were to prove that he was no great tactician either. Then again, given the array of Japanese naval forces now bearing down on the Indies, even Horatio Hornblower or Jack Aubrey would have been unlikely to pull anyone's fat out of the fire. Worse, Dorman was working for a superior in Helfrich who not only had no comprehension of the crippling handicaps air power imposed on those naval forces that had less of that vital commodity, but was also coldly indifferent to the fate of his men. Dorman's flotilla was already exhausted. Since the beginning of February, it had been yanked first east toward Makassar and bombed for its trouble, then west to Sumatra, where it was bombed again, then back east to contest the landings on Bali, where it had been defeated. In the process, 2 light cruisers had been damaged so heavily that they had withdrawn, a destroyer sunk, another grounded and lost, and all the remainder enduring a steady stream of nicks and bruises from Japanese aerial ordnance. This left Dorman's striking force in poor shape to fight what everyone knew would be a fateful battle. Dorman spent February 25th and 26th trolling the waters north of Surabaya looking for the IJN. By the morning of the 27th, he'd turned for Surabaya once more to refuel. He had in hand the wounded heavy cruiser USS Houston, whose aft turret had been hit by a Japanese bomb, limiting her to 6 forward-firing 8-inch guns, the anemic HMS Exeter, which sported only 6 8-inch barrels herself, the Dutch light cruisers HN LMS De Ruyter and Java, the former modern, the latter not, and the Australian light cruiser HMAS Perth. Accompanying them were 9 Dutch, British, and American destroyers, most of which were antiquated. Hardly had he made the harbor entrance around lunchtime than an aerial sighting of the Japanese convoy came in. Dorman came about immediately and shaped a course northward. As it turned out, he did not have far to go. The Eastern Japanese convoy of 41 ships, strung out in a rather ragged, unprofessional double column some 20 miles long, was accompanied by light cruiser Naka and 8 destroyers. Screening ahead was light cruiser Jintsu and a further octet of destroyers. Sailing well astern was Rear Admiral Takagi Takeo, with his heavy cruisers Nachi and Haguro and their 2 escorting destroyers. Takagi's duo were distinctly dangerous customers, each packing 10 8-inch naval rifles and a total of 24 lethal Type 93 Long Lance torpedoes into their lean frames. The Japanese destroyers also carried large numbers of Long Lances. The immediate problem for the Japanese, though, was that Takagi was about 60 nautical miles astern of the convoy. When the Allied naval force began showing signs of making a run on it, the enemy was as close to Takagi's charges as he was. As soon as he received aerial reports that Dorman had come about, he began hustling south. Had Dorman been luckier, or Japan's cruisers less swift, he might have got in among the sheep before Takagi made his appearance. Certainly, the Japanese were uncomfortably aware of this possibility. Then again, the small forest of 5-inch guns mounted by the Japanese tin cans was not easily dismissed. More importantly, the escorts carried more than enough torpedoes, 216, to sink every ship in Dorman's flotilla thrice over. By the time the Dutch spotted the Japanese, around 1612, both Naka and Jintsu could see Nachi and Haguro coming up from behind at 32 knots, white water foaming from their bows. Takagi had arrived. Though the track charts of the ensuing engagement are convoluted, the logic driving them was straightforward. Dorman needed to break through to the convoy, which he knew lay somewhere to his north. The Japanese needed to prevent him from doing so. Accordingly, the 2 Japanese destroyer squadrons would deliver torpedo attacks if possible, and counter any sudden Allied lunges, while Nachi and Haguro maneuvered independently and focused on Dorman's cruisers. For its part, Dorman's flotilla had no real choice except to maneuver en bloc. With ships from 4 navies with no common doctrine under him, the easiest thing to do was put his flagship De Ruyter in the lead and have his heavy units follow. He had to attack. Indeed, the orders from his inflexible superior, Helfrich, made it clear that every ship in the striking force was expendable, indeed, was expected to be expended in the defense of Java. Dorman was outgunned and slightly slower. The only way to the convoy was by fighting through and destroying Takagi's flotilla. Dorman's guns duly roared against his enemies at about 1616. Carol Dorman tried. Whatever else may be said about the man, he was persistent. But he was frustrated time and again by the greater speed of his opponents, who forced him onto a westward course and into a long-range gunnery duel. For his part, Takagi felt somewhat outgunned by the combined striking force's 5 cruisers and knew that the safety of the convoy was his primary obligation. Given this, he would start by holding the enemy at arm's length with long-range gunfire, which was the doctrinally correct solution. Then, once night fell, Takagi and his staff felt that they would be in a better position to destroy the enemy at a stroke in a night engagement, using their superior torpedoes. Again, the tactical solution that Japanese doctrine called for. A centerpiece of Japanese surface tactics, particularly at night, was their aforementioned Type 93 Long Lance torpedo, one of the few truly secret weapons of the war. Whereas other navies used electrical or kerosene air-powered torpedoes, the Japanese had painstakingly worked through the thorny engineering problems associated with using pure oxygen, resulting in a much more powerful motor. The Long Lance was significantly bigger and faster than the standard U.S. destroyer torpedo and carried a much larger warhead. Its range was an astonishing 40,000 meters, equivalent to a battleship gun. This made sense because the Long Lance was designed to kill enemy capital ships. No other navy had anything remotely like it, and the Allies would have no idea of its performance characteristics until late 1943. The first stage of the battle settled down into an hour-long gunnery exchange with both sides banging away at each other at ranges between 20,000 and 28,000 yards. Neither side impressed. Allied shooting just wasn't lucky, despite Exeter sporting a modern Type 284 radar. As for the Japanese, their salvos were tight. Too tight, actually. But their profligate expenditure of 8-inch ammunition availed them not at all, with the official Japanese history commenting that the long range meant that Takagi's division only wasted its shells. Almost predictably, given the way things have been going in the Pacific for the past 3 months, it was Takagi who drew first blood, pumping an 8-inch shell into Exeter's boiler rooms at 1714 and hacking her speed to 11 knots. Wreathed in smoke, she hauled out of line to avoid being run down by Houston. Naka and her destroyers, followed by Jintsu, then put 39 torpedoes in the water. About a third of these long lances detonated prematurely. Nervous Japanese sailors had set their detonators to be too sensitive, causing them to self-explode when they encountered even slightly rougher seas or enemy wakes. Only a minute after Exeter's mishap, though, destroyer Courtenaire collected a long lance amidships. She immediately jackknifed and sank, at which point the Allied formation temporarily fell to pieces. Ahead in De Ruyter, it took Dorman a few minutes to notice that no one was following him anymore. He came about to collect his charges, while the destroyers laid smoke. The next half hour saw the Japanese herding the Allied ships generally to the east. Exeter, visibly smoking and bringing up the rear, was the logical focus of Japanese gunfire and torpedo attacks. Whenever the Japanese would lunge in, the Allied destroyers would react by dashing out to lay smoke and cover her. Destroyer Electra got caught in one of these hazardous ventures, emerging from a smoke screen to find most of Nishimura's ships staring back at her, whereupon she was summarily dispatched after a short fight. Electra's sacrifice, however, bought enough time for Exeter to limp off toward Surabaya, along with 2 of the destroyers. 2 more Allied attempts to work around the Japanese eastern flank then followed, resulting in yet more frustration as the swifter Japanese ships thwarted Dorman's every move. For his part, Takagi was similarly frustrated, as several more torpedo spreads from his light forces failed to produce any results, and his 8-inch ammunition was now running perilously low. As darkness drew down, the Japanese disengaged to the northwest, leaving Dorman heading east toward Surabaya. The Dutchman's case now was desperate. His 4 American destroyers, low on fuel and out of torpedoes, had departed. This left Dorman with only destroyer Jupiter and his 4 remaining cruisers. With the light fading and no Japanese ships in sight, Dorman decided to make one last run to the north to see if he could locate the convoy, an act that later left one American destroyer skipper wondering whether the Dutchman had more guts than brains. As if to highlight the snake-bit nature of his force, almost immediately upon coming about, Jupiter ran into a poorly marked Dutch minefield, exploded, and started sinking. Now devoid of any screen, Dorman doggedly pressed north, determined to carry out what he saw as his duty. However, even in the murk, he was still being infuriatingly shadowed by Japanese float planes, who laid a continual string of twinkling flares in his wake. Takagi had guessed Dorman's intentions in any case, and had already brought his 2 heavies about. Sighting the Allied cruisers at 2303 coming north at him out of the gloom, Takagi quickly came about on a reciprocal course and opened fire with his rear turrets, luring the Dutchman on. At 2323, judging the firing angles to be propitious, his 2 cruisers loosed a salvo of 12 torpedoes over their shoulders to starboard. This time, the Japanese connected. As the Allied column began making a slow turn to starboard, first Java, then De Ruyter were hit by long lances. An observer on Houston noted, "There was one hell of an explosion," and then watched in horror as Java was covered in flames with debris being hurled aloft. Minutes later, another gigantic blast billowed up on De Ruyter. Both ships immediately began sinking, with heavy loss of life. Dorman's last orders to Houston and Perth were to make for Batavia and not attempt to rescue survivors, an order that Helfrich later criticized, not out of humanitarian concerns, but because, in his opinion, Houston and Perth should have continued attacking until they too were sunk. Dorman went down with his ship. So ended the Battle of Java Sea, with a burst of fiery finality. It had hardly been a tactical masterpiece for either party. The Japanese had expended absurd amounts of 8-inch ammunition for a minuscule number of hits. Allied gunnery had scored more often, but nothing that had delivered telling damage. Japanese torpedo gunnery had also been notably poor by their high standards. 153 fish fired for only 3 hits, albeit the final 2 had conclusively settled the battle in Japan's favor. Altogether, 5 Allied ships had been lost, along with 2,300 sailors killed. And yet, the near-total destruction of the combined striking force would end up delaying Java's invasion by only a single day. Carol Dorman may have been the most visible face of the disaster, but it was Conrad Helfrich's insistence that the striking force fight to destruction that sent Dorman's 4 remaining ships on their final run to disaster. By sundown on the 27th, there was little point in Dorman making this last gasp. With Exeter and his entire screen now out of action, he could not be expected to beat Takagi's undamaged forces, let alone destroy the invasion convoy behind them. That Dorman did come about was almost certainly due to Helfrich's expectations. The result was hundreds of dead Dutch sailors and 2 more ships lost that might have otherwise escaped to Australia and delivered further service, as all 4 of the American destroyers who fought at Java Sea ultimately managed. Now, with Allied air and naval defenses both essentially wrecked, Java was naked to invasion. 5. March 1942. The Führer would not believe what he did not want to believe. General Gunther von Blumentritt. There are times when I wish to God I had not been placed at the helm of a ship that seems to be heading inevitably for the rocks. General Alan Brooke. Grand Strategy, Economic. Axis Deliberations. With the muddy season fast approaching on the Eastern Front, and the successful culmination of Japan's opening campaign already within sight, March was dominated by Axis planning for follow-on attacks. In a strict Clausewitzian sense, where we think of a three-layer cake of strategy, operations, and tactics, this time was mostly spent on operational planning. As one of my favorite military history bloggers, Brett Devereaux, put it, as a rule, if "don't have a war" isn't an option, you are not actually doing strategy. That ship had obviously sailed for the Axis. That said, both Germany and Japan would shortly decide on military operations designed to have an impact at the level of national policy, by trying to end the war against at least one of their opponents this very year. Japan's and Germany's plans would envision capturing yet more enemy territory, which was natural enough given the nature of their wars to date. Yet there seems to be a tendency when analyzing military conquests to view them like board games that focus on the notion of unlimited acquisition. In Risk, Monopoly, or Axis and Allies, capturing more real estate is always good, because it provides something that strengthens your empire: raw materials, troops, production points, and so forth. For many people, these games have fostered mental models wherein bigger is axiomatically better. However, this is not always true in real life. Larger empires are harder to defend, and at least in the short term, such as the likely duration of a war, they impose economic burdens that can't be immediately offset by the acquisition of the new holdings. This is especially true if the newly secured territory is impoverished, barren, or both. Germany's triumph over France in the Low Countries is a prime example of the benefits accruing from capturing well-developed territories. France, Holland, and Belgium were modern economies, with a high per capita GDP. Their populations were prosperous and productive, and could therefore be robbed and then put to useful work. Their governments generally had vaults stuffed with foreign currency and gold, i.e., robbing again, although this frequently assumed less obvious forms, like reparations and occupation costs. Within their borders could often be found substantial stocks of finished goods, fuel, and processed raw materials, leading to yet more robbing. Their economies featured well-developed industrial and agricultural sectors, i.e., they made useful things, and extensive communications infrastructures, so it was easy to move those things around. In all, their economic outputs could theoretically be added relatively easily to those of the Reich. Although, as we have seen, this was proceeding poorly, mostly because the Reich preferred plundering to integration. On the other hand, capturing some place in the middle of the Russian steppe, or in the Chinese hinterland, was an entirely different proposition. These areas typically produced nothing beyond basic agricultural commodities and privation. Their populations were often hostile, poor, and hardly worth stealing from, and couldn't be put to work doing anything but farming. There were few roads, railroads, or canals in these places, and they were thus often little more than regional stepping stones to other, more valuable areas. Capturing Libya, for example, whose oil reserves had yet to be discovered, was economically pointless. In fact, it was a net negative, since it had to be garrisoned and supplied. It had value to Germany and Italy only insofar as either the Suez Canal or the Middle East oil fields beyond could subsequently be secured. This raises the second rationale for taking a region: securing raw materials. The Second World War was fundamentally driven by Germany and Japan's needs to create economic autarky. Despite the region's low per capita GDP and infrastructure, capturing the oil of Borneo, Sumatra, and Java was a prerequisite for a self-sustaining Japanese empire. That said, Securing raw materials was only half the battle. The difficulties and costs in extracting, transporting, and processing them into something useful are often underestimated. For Germany, taking raw materials placed heavy burdens on the Reich's railroad system, particularly in the frontier areas, where the overworked lines were also being used for other things, such as moving troops around and hauling masses of innocent civilians away to be murdered. As for Japan, oil, tin, rubber, and other raw materials had to be shipped back to the home islands via seaborne communication lines thousands of miles long. Capturing low per capita GDP areas, no matter how valuable in terms of resources, has the short-term effect of making the overall economy of your new empire that much poorer. This is particularly bad if your own economy, like Japan's, at only about $2,400 per head, was already poorer than your opponent's. Germany, being reasonably wealthy, was in a slightly better position to capture stretches of the Kalmyk steppe than Japan was in grabbing useless islands in the middle of the Pacific. But neither acquisition was necessarily wise without pressing reasons. The discipline necessary to decline capturing available, but essentially worthless, pieces of real estate was something that the Axis, particularly the Japanese, sometimes sorely lacked. Beyond economics and raw materials, the third classic reason for capturing a piece of property is that it dominates the land or sea around it. Gibraltar, Hawaii, the Panama and Suez Canals, Singapore, and Malta are all examples of territories whose economic worth pales in comparison to their strategic locations. Other locales would acquire similar status: the island of Midway, fleetingly, Guadalcanal, for longer, and ultimately the Marianas in 1944. Strategic locales may be worth the price of acquisition, yet always bring with them the same burdens of defense. Finally, there is a marked tendency for aggressors, particularly in the heady throes of early victory against a weak or disorganized enemy, to increase their territorial appetites beyond their ability to sustain. It becomes all too easy to conquer oneself into a dead end. Ill-guided empires are prone to charging ahead with conquest after conquest until they belatedly notice that they're stranded in the middle of nowhere, too weak to go on, but unable to retreat. All these factors would manifest themselves in the months ahead as the result of Axis decisions made in March. Japanese strategy. We turn first to Japan. March would see the capture of both Rangoon and the Netherlands East Indies, basically wrapping up the first phase of Japanese operations. Some areas of Allied resistance would remain, most notably in the Philippines, but the fate of Wainwright's command was preordained. Thus, by March, it was clear that the southern resource area would be secured, and with it, the oil and other raw materials for which Japan had gone to war in the first place. It might be assumed that the Imperial Army and Navy would at this very moment be putting the finishing touches on their next moves. Nothing was further from the truth. Admiral Yamamoto complained in a letter written shortly after New Year's that he'd been doing nothing for a month, ever since the 13th of December. It gets pretty boring. Know any good books? This is a stunning indictment of the workings of Japan's upper leadership. Unlike the Germans, who were by March grappling with how to recover from the setbacks of the winter, Japan's war had gone smoothly thus far. But beyond launching a lightning assault to grab the raw materials they needed, Japan's senior military men had only the vaguest notions of what came next. As Japanese Army expert Edward Drea notes, there was no strategic or operational plan after the first 6 months of hostilities, and no thoughtful consideration given to war termination. Had the Germans beaten the Soviets, as the Japanese expected when they were deliberating war the previous summer, positive diplomatic effects would have fallen into Japan's lap by virtue of being on the winning team. But the Germans hadn't won, at least by the start of 1942. And with the Allies having issued the Declaration of the United Nations in January, the bright prospects of a negotiated peace had dimmed. The Japanese had no fallback plan for handling that eventuality. The only real option now was to forge ahead and come up with a credible follow-on operational plan. However, the Army and Navy, as always, had fundamentally different ideas on what that might look like. Even as the Imperial Army had been rampaging through the Pacific in the opening months of the war, its attentions were still largely focused on the ongoing struggle in China and on keeping a vigilant Wacht am Amur on the Soviet Bear. To the American public, largely unfamiliar with the campaigning in China, it seems obvious that the Pacific War revolved around a contest between Japan and America. The Imperial Army didn't see it that way. The Chinese and Soviets still dominated their strategic perspective, and the Army, incredibly, wouldn't make the mental leap to viewing America as its primary antagonist until Saipan fell, in mid-1944. In early 1942, to quote Edward Drea, the Army's outlook remained that the Pacific War was the wrong war at the wrong place at the wrong time and with the wrong enemy. In fact, the Army was hoping to scale down its commitments in the newly occupied zones so it could get back to the war that actually mattered, China. It is an understatement to say that this was unrealistic in the face of the new strategic realities that Japan had created. Given that the war in the Pacific was seen as their show, it fell on the Imperial Navy's shoulders to develop a follow-on plan. The process was complicated by a number of factors. First, the Japanese Army and Navy enjoyed inter-service relations that were, as noted previously, icy under the best of circumstances. Second, while the Navy provided naval transportation and commerce protection, it had few ground troops of its own. This meant that any large-scale ground operation required the active participation of the Army. Third, Japan alone of the major combatants had no national executive authority capable of bashing heads together and making the armed services cooperate on strategy. Hirohito was hampered by constitutional constraints on his wartime powers. As biographer Herbert Bix noted, he was also too inhibited and slow in producing ideas, and thus was never able to surmount rivalries between the military services and thereby maintain their unity of purpose and effort. The result was often paralysis within the imperial military. As a final hindrance to effective strategy formulation, the Imperial Navy was at war with itself. Normally, planning was the province of the Naval General Headquarters, GHQ, in Tokyo. However, Admiral Yamamoto, as head of Combined Fleet, had seized this responsibility for himself shortly before the outbreak, and he wasn't about to give it up. Naval GHQ, though, was by March determined to try and wrest its prerogative back, despite the fact that Yamamoto's political clout had been augmented by Japan's early successes. This, then, was the convoluted political landscape through which the Japanese had to wend their way, seeking what they hoped would be a successful approach for follow-on operations. A number of options suggested themselves to the Navy. The first was to wrap things up, switch to a defensive stance, and begin preparing for the inevitable Allied counterattack, and then defeat it. This might have been Japan's best option, had it wished to prolong the war and hold out for a compromise peace down the road. If one believed that bleeding the Americans white and forcing them to the bargaining table was a credible route to war termination, then the sooner Japan began putting its defenses in order, the better. Elements within the Imperial Army certainly favored this approach, judging, as Drea puts it, that a major Anglo-American counteroffensive could begin not sooner than the latter half of 1943, and that the interval should be used to prepare strong defenses in the Southwest Pacific and Indian Ocean fronts. However, this option was largely dead on arrival. Creating any sort of defensive line around the Empire's borders was farcical, given its length, more than 11,000 miles, and the fact that much of the perimeter consisted of postage stamp-sized islands separated by vast stretches of empty ocean. During the interwar years, adhering to the Washington and London naval treaties had hobbled Japan's ability to fortify its holdings. Yet even after withdrawing from the treaty system, Japan had been unable to do much more. Building up these remote outposts into credible defensive bases required large quantities of supplies, construction equipment, concrete, aircraft, artillery, and particularly men. Yet the drain on Japanese resources created by the China incident meant that even on the islands, the Japanese-owned pre-war almost no fortifications had been built. The Japanese had viewed them mostly as offensive springboards, rather than defensive bastions in any case. Even Japan's huge, mysterious base at Truk in the Carolines was a pale shadow of Pearl Harbor in terms of its facilities. More importantly, convincing a military as reflexively aggressive as Japan's to switch to the defensive was a difficult sell under the best of circumstances. It meant voluntarily handing the enemy the initiative and allowing the Americans to hit the empire at the time and place of its choosing. Particularly at the end of a wildly successful opening campaign, this made about as much emotional sense to the average Japanese general as suggesting to his American counterpart that maybe he didn't need quite so much firepower. It was a cultural non sequitur. Japan was going to attack. The only question was where. This led directly to strategic option number 2, invading Australia, which the Japanese correctly judged would eventually be used by the Allies as a springboard for operations against the southern flank of their new empire. On the face of it, the notion of Japan capturing an area as large and distant as Australia appears absurd. However, Australia was sparsely populated, and it might have been conceivable for the Japanese to have occupied some of the major coastal cities, particularly Brisbane, Melbourne, and Sydney, thereby denying their use to the Allies. Whatever merits this option might have had, though, the Imperial Army quickly scuttled it. They judged that Australia would be stoutly defended, would take as many as 10 divisions and 1.5 million tons of shipping to subdue, both of which were simply not available. Option number 3 was attacking into the Indian Ocean, with the goal of capturing Ceylon and/or parts of India, and perhaps even pursuing further operations aimed at the Middle East and its oil. This proposal requires careful evaluation, as it has been taken up by notable commentators like H.P. Wilmot and Gerhard Weinberg. On the face of it, securing or even isolating some or all of India, the crown jewel of Britain's colonies, would constitute a massive loss of Allied power, as Weinberg put it. Wilmot agreed, noting, India was the anchor of the British war effort in both the Middle and Far East, yet given the state of nationalist opinion within India, and the British loss of Malaya and Singapore and her defeats in southern Burma, there was every chance that further British reverses might well result in the collapse of her authority on the subcontinent. Removing India from the British Empire also raised the specter of cutting off all communications with nationalist China. Even Japan's capturing Ceylon represented a dire threat by jeopardizing Lend-Lease aid to the USSR via the Persian Gulf, and also the supply lines to Egypt. Japanese submarines based in Colombo could have been very bad news in this regard, and would have stretched Allied naval assets to the breaking point, particularly as Paukenschlag was ongoing. In the most grandiose of scenarios, it might have allowed the Axis to physically meet up in the Middle East, with Germany thrusting down through the Caucasus and the Japanese up through the Red Sea, destroying the Allied position in the region and perhaps driving Britain from the war. There were certainly elements within the Imperial Army that viewed picking off the weakest member of the Western Allies as pivotal to the outcome of the war in Asia and the Pacific. However, Japanese prospects for victory in a theater as huge as the Indian Ocean were slim indeed. Japan's logistical hub in the area, Singapore, was already nearly 3,000 nautical miles from Tokyo, while the mouth of the Red Sea was another 3,700 nautical miles beyond that. Given this, an Indian Ocean gambit seems unlikely to have recommended itself to the Japanese. Though this option was wargamed aboard Yamato in late February, it was greeted only tepidly. Rear Admiral Ugaki Mitome, Yamamoto's right-hand man, noted in his diary that, The idea of the operation in the Indian Ocean was not good, explicitly mentioning concerns about enemy air power. The Imperial Army likewise quickly became disinclined to accept the manpower commitments such a gambit would entail. Finally, the Germans were making it clear that their priorities lay in the USSR for the time being, and hence, they would not be committing further troops to the Middle East anytime soon. Although Japan would launch a powerful carrier raid into the Indian Ocean in April, the theater had been shelved as a strategic avenue by mid-March. With the defensive line, the capture of Australia, and invading India out of the picture, two final options presented themselves. The first focused on the Southwest Pacific. In lieu of directly invading Australia, the next best thing would be cutting its supply lines by extending Japanese control down the Solomon Islands, into New Caledonia, Fiji, and Samoa, thus preventing Australia from being turned into a launch pad for a counterattack. This was the favored approach of Admiral Inoue Shigeyoshi's Fourth Fleet, which had responsibility for the area, as well as Naval GHQ. The Army liked this option too, as it required far fewer troops to capture smallish tropical islands than to invade and garrison either Australia or Ceylon. Accordingly, on 13 March, the Army and Naval GHQs formally ratified agreements designating Fiji and Samoa as their favored next series of operations. Admiral Yamamoto had other ideas. He preferred an attack aimed near Hawaii, threatening America's remaining carriers and their base at Pearl Harbor. Until these flat tops were safely in their watery graves, the Empire's maritime perimeter would never be secure. Indeed, those enemy carriers were actively nibbling all around the Empire's margins. Yamamoto was determined to destroy them. Likewise, he also had a long-standing interest in eventually invading the Hawaiian Islands. Their capture would represent a priceless bargaining chip in any peace negotiations with the U.S. Accordingly, as early as January, Yamamoto had ordered his staff to begin crafting an operational plan around these goals. By March, he had selected the atoll of Midway as his target. Yamamoto's plan was aimed squarely at American morale, and its centerpiece would be a decisive naval battle, Kantai-Kessen, so destructive to America's main fleet that it could no longer wage war. This approach had worked for the Japanese at Tsushima in 1905, where their destruction of the Russian fleet had decided the outcome of the Russo-Japanese War. Throughout the 1920s and 30s, the Imperial Navy had treated Kantai-Kessen as an article of faith. Yamamoto's Midway plan reflected the same belief. By destroying their carriers, he would force the Americans to the negotiating table. That the Japanese believed in the notion of a single war-winning battle, and would go on believing it throughout the war, betrayed a fundamental misreading of both their primary opponent and the sort of war they had unleashed. Things had come a long way since 1905. For one thing, modern nation-states were much more robust than they had been 40 years prior. And for its part, the United States was infinitely more powerful than the decrepit czarist monarchy Japan had beaten. As Stalin was discovering himself at the same time on the Eastern Front, modern wars couldn't be won in a day, or even a month. They could only be won after years of grinding attrition. Yamamoto never grasped this, nor did the Japanese Navy. On the face of it, Midway seemed like a most unlikely location for a decisive naval encounter. Lying some 1,100 nautical miles northwest of Oahu, at the far end of the Hawaiian Islands chain, it consisted of about 2 square miles of real estate, containing a seaplane base, a small airfield, and little else beyond a prodigious supply of albatross guano. But capturing it would provide the Japanese with a toehold near Hawaii and a base from which to develop further operations aimed at Pearl Harbor. Midway was also well outside the range of most of Oahu's aircraft, meaning if the Americans wanted to defend it, they would be obliged to bring out their carriers to do so. However, neither Imperial Naval GHQ nor the Army wanted anything to do with Midway, let alone operations aimed at Hawaii. Their objections were threefold. First, the operation would be conducted beyond the range of land-based air support, which had been one of the linchpins of Japan's campaign thus far. Yet, it was within range of enemy B-17s based out of Oahu. Second, the logistical requirements for keeping such a remote outpost in supply, particularly when placed practically at the doorstep of the lion's den, were daunting. Third, both Naval GHQ and the Army were skeptical that the Americans would even fight for Midway. It was so small as to be insignificant, and so close to Hawaii that even should it be lost, the Americans could easily recapture it. Nevertheless, Yamamoto was determined to have his way, and in a series of conferences in Tokyo in early April, he forced his boss, Admiral Nagano, and Naval GHQ to reverse course by playing the same card he'd played back in October 1941: blackmail. Having met with unprecedented success at Pearl Harbor, Yamamoto was now the military equivalent of a rock star. He had stacks of fan mail from civilians and school children across Japan who had worshipfully followed his Navy's every triumphal move over the previous 3 months. Yamamoto knew he had Nagano's number, and true to form, as he had before Pearl Harbor, Nagano now folded again. However, as their quid pro quo for letting Yamamoto put the Central Pacific at the top of the to-do list, Nagano's planners demanded 2 things. First, they required that Yamamoto incorporate a subsidiary operation aimed at capturing key points up in the Aleutian Islands chain in Alaska. For reasons that in retrospect still appear utterly inexplicable, certain Navy and Army staff officers considered the Aleutians a potential avenue for offensive air actions aimed at the home islands, and maybe even a jumping-off point for an American invasion. The Japanese should have taken a little closer look at the geographical realities of the area. With weather that run the gamut from wretched to unspeakable, only one small port, and practically no infrastructure to speak of, the very notion of the Aleutians being a launching pad for much of anything offensive was ludicrous. Nevertheless, Naval GHQ demanded that Yamamoto capture crucial points in the island chain while he was also busy capturing Midway. The second demand was more perilous. Yamamoto was obliged to provide carrier support for a planned invasion of Port Moresby, located on the southern coast of New Guinea. As will be discussed later in this chapter, Admiral Inoue's recent landings at Lae and Salamua on the northeastern coast of New Guinea had elicited a most unpleasant reaction from a pair of American carriers that were unexpectedly lurking in the area. Not only that, but Allied aircraft based in Moresby were grinding down Rabal's air groups. With American carriers active in the neighborhood, if Moresby was to be captured, the Japanese invasion forces would need carrier support of their own. Yamamoto initially tasked the flat-top Kaga for the job, then decided that a complete carrier division, Cardiv 5, containing Shokaku and Zuikaku, was more prudent. There was actually nothing prudent about this at all, and it betrays both Yamamoto's and Naval GHQ's lack of understanding of the reasons underlying their recent naval successes. The Japanese fondly imagined that their current naval ascendancy was due to the superior quality of their aircraft and aviators over the Americans and British. There was an element of truth to this, but what made Kido Butai such a formidable implement was the number of aircraft its 6 carriers brought to battle. With 350-odd planes, there was no other carrier force on the planet that could tangle with it if all of its flight decks were used en masse. Splitting up the 3 carrier divisions composing Kido Butai to send them on separate errands exposed them to attack in detail. The Imperial Navy needed to recognize that there were 2 sorts of strategic objectives in the Pacific: those worth hitting with all of Kido Butai's flat tops, and those worth hitting with none. There wasn't much middle ground. That meant, in turn, that the sequence of Japan's operations needed to account for the necessity of resting and refitting this scarce carrier resource. The Imperial Navy couldn't do everything at once. Here was a truly crucial failure on Yamamoto's part. Having won the ability to determine strategy, he should have been just as disciplined as Admiral King and declined to engage in any sideshows that detracted from his central vision. Of the options to hand, aiming at the Central Pacific was probably the best card Yamamoto could play. He understood that only the slim prospect of breaking its morale held out the hope of driving America from the war. Cutting off Australia's supply lines would never deliver that sort of psychological blow, whereas sinking all of America's carriers, along with some battleships too for good measure, just might. If precipitating a carrier battle with the U.S. Navy was the goal, then raising a ruckus in the general neighborhood of Oahu was not a bad way of going about it. Indeed, Naval GHQ's belief that the Americans wouldn't bother defending Midway turned out to be mistaken. The Central Pacific was better from a logistical standpoint, too. The question then became whether Yamamoto and his staff could craft a battle plan that would maximize their odds of beating the Americans in a decisive battle near Midway. German strategy. Given the failure of Barbarossa, Hitler had essentially three options open to him: negotiating for peace, switching to the defensive, or attacking and seizing the resources necessary for a longer war. Negotiation was out. The Anglo-American bloc had made it clear they were fighting to the finish. Likewise, coming to terms with the Soviets would have meant compromising the very core of Hitler's social Darwinist belief system by admitting that maybe the Slavs weren't quite the Untermenschen he had portrayed them to be. It also meant renouncing, in the words of Germany's official histories, Hitler's most ambitious war aim, the final annihilation of the Soviet Empire. For these reasons, offers by Sweden and Japan to help broker a peace deal were rejected, as were tentative feelers from the USSR itself. Anglo-American intelligence agencies, which were reading Japan's secret diplomatic traffic, were understandably much relieved by this, since a separate peace deal by the USSR would have been a disaster for Washington and London. Going over to the defensive wasn't much better, as it meant condemning Germany to a drawn-out war of attrition against the USSR and Britain, and now the US as well. Hitler sensed nothing but defeat down that road. OKH's leader, Halder, and others claimed afterwards to have examined defensive options and vigorously opposed the Führer's schemes for a renewed offensive, but these post-war assertions are disproven by OKH's own records. Thus, much like the Japanese, Hitler and his generals could see no hope other than taking the offense and achieving a decisive victory of some sort. The question was where. Just as the Japanese were toying with the notion of operations aimed at the Indian Ocean, the Kriegsmarine was advocating the same approach. As early as December 1941, and more vigorously in March 1942, Grand Admiral Raeder and the Naval War Staff laid memorandums on Hitler's desk describing the opportunities that might accrue from leaning more decisively into the Middle East. Britain could not give up her positions in India and Egypt, her oil sources in Persia and Mesopotamia, her dominions in Australia and New Zealand, or the sea communications in the area that stitched the whole thing together. Accordingly, the naval staff argued that Germany should work with Japan to exploit Britain's weaknesses in the Middle East, particularly because only in this theater was there a realistic chance for active cooperations between the two allies. Vice Admiral Weniger, Germany's naval attaché in Tokyo, crystallized Raeder's thinking when he stated, "If the Axis powers succeed this year in establishing a link-up through the Indian Ocean, then the war will be decided in their favor." German sources make it clear that Hitler did understand the underlying rationale of Raeder's proposals. Likewise, his expectations for the success of the Japanese once they entered the war, which he described as a turning point of unimaginable scale, demonstrate that he was fully aware of the global conflict's multidimensional nature. But as the German official histories point out, the reason a joint German-Japanese strategy was never executed had to do with the non-synchronous nature of operational successes in the European and Asian theaters, which rendered coordinated action impossible. By March, Japan had almost reached its high water mark, and was disinclined to operate in the Indian Ocean in any case, for all the reasons just discussed. Meanwhile, the Reich was still winding down the brutal winter's campaign and was in no position to launch a large joint offensive. The timing simply didn't work. This meant that the Soviet Union was once again centered in Hitler's sights. Despite the Wehrmacht's winter setbacks, the Führer still remained optimistic. He knew that the Red Army had suffered enormous casualties. The reports from Army Group Center of the windrows of Soviet dead outside Moscow made that clear. He knew, too, that the Soviet economy had to be suffering, and even on the brink of disaster. If treated to another summer's worth of calamities on the scale of Kiev and Vyazma, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that the Soviet military or economy might finally collapse. Soviet resources were not limitless. With Stalin's state out of the way, Germany could then turn and face the West. Thus, another major offensive in Russia seemed the most propitious course of action. This approach also resonated with Germany's military culture. In the words of Robert Citino, the hard-charging German officer corps was not a military caste that spent a lot of time cautiously adding up the odds and only then daring to move. Rather, it had always relied on action as much as theory. Whatever his disputes with his generals, Hitler was essentially cut from the same cloth when it came to his respect for aggression. As the German official histories note, the Führer and his officers knew the clock was ticking and that 1942 represented the last year when the bulk of the German army might, perhaps, be employed undisturbed on one front. The Wehrmacht would attack somewhere, trying to cripple the USSR before the Americans could mobilize fully. There was no question, in the Führer's mind at least, about where the new offensive should be aimed. He wanted nothing to do with another try against Moscow. After 9 months of war, he was certain the Soviet capital's defenses would be bristling, which was indeed the case. Instead, Hitler would attack in the south, and for purely economic reasons. Like Japan, Germany desperately needed oil. Even before the war, Germany imported more than 60% of what it consumed, mostly from Romania. By now, in the midst of a protracted multi-front war, and despite drastic cuts in domestic consumption, the Wehrmacht was only managing to limp along on these imports in Germany's synthetic stocks. Much more was needed, and there were only two places to get it: the Middle East or the oil fields in the Caucasus. The Iraqi and Persian fields, even if they could be conquered quickly, had higher sulfur content, meaning new refineries would have to be built, and came with formidable transportation problems. The one pipeline that delivered Iraqi crude to the Mediterranean was nearly 1,200 miles long and unlikely to be captured intact. Even then, oil would have to be moved across the Mediterranean by tankers, which would be problematic unless British air and sea power could be driven from the area. The Caucasus oil fields at Maykop, Grozny, and Baku were far away as well, but still a better bet. Indeed, as early as October 1941, Hitler had contemplated their seizure, even before the Wehrmacht's summer campaign had definitively stalled. Capturing these fields would solve Germany's oil problem. It would also badly hurt the Soviets, since Caucasus fields supplied more than 80% of the USSR's petroleum needs. Without oil, Soviet tank factories like Tankograd and Nizhny Tagil might as well be turning out toasters. As a bonus, the Caucasus Mountains contained manganese, copper, zinc, lead, and other minerals. Finally, taking the Caucasus would cut off the USSR from Lend-Lease aid coming up from Persia. For all these reasons, the South was the logical focus for this summer's campaign. Thus, the USSR would shortly be the recipient of something no other nation on Earth had yet experienced: a second blitzkrieg. With the question of where to campaign now settled, OKH's staff got busy preparing drafts of an operational plan. The result was typical of Halder's training: a short document sketching out the operational objectives in which headquarters would be responsible for achieving them. In classic German fashion, it left the details of how to enact that concept to Army Group South's commander, Field Marshal Fedor von Bock. Hitler, however, wanted nothing to do with giving more control to his generals, especially not to the man who had failed to capture Moscow the previous fall. He personally reworked Halder's plan, releasing it on 5 April as Führer Directive No. 41. Throwing aside the brevity to which generations of German staff officers had traditionally aspired, Hitler's rewrite was a strange, rambling missive that historians David Glantz and Jonathan House describe as a cross between an operations order, military strategy, and wishful thinking. Directive No. 41 delineated a campaign unfolding in 4 distinct phases, only 3 of which were laid out in any real detail. Phase 1 would see 2nd, 4th Panzer, 6th, and 2nd Hungarian armies all lunging east from their current positions toward the major city of Voronezh on the banks of the Don River. Thereafter, 2nd Army would guard the northern flank as 6th and 4th Panzer pivoted south and began working their way down the right, west bank of the Don toward the city of Milerovo. Phase 2 anticipated 1st Panzer and 17th Armies attacking out of the southern portion of their current defensive line. 17th Army would head for Rostov-on-Don, at the northeastern tip of the Sea of Azov, while 1st Panzer Army would drive for a link-up at Milerovo with the other forces coming down from the north. The Soviet armies located west and south of the Don would be crushed. Phase 3 would see a drive straight east by 6th Army, 1st Panzer Army, and 4th Panzer Army toward Stalingrad, which lay on the right bank of the Volga, Europe's mightiest river. The Italian 8th Army would trail in their wake, taking up defensive positions along the south bank of the Don. Once the Volga was reached, Stalingrad would be captured if practicable, or otherwise besieged and nullified. The Wehrmacht would by now have secured an enormous new defensive line, perhaps 450 miles long, stretching from Orel to Voronezh, then south along the winding banks of the Don to Stalingrad. Only once this northern flank was secured would the unplanned Phase 4 begin, unleashing a drive to the south, capturing the mountain passes across the Caucasus, and securing the oil fields. There were several major problems with Unternehmen Blau, Operation Blue, as it was labeled. First, it was based on a misassessment of Soviet strength by German military intelligence. While the Soviet economy was indeed badly hurt, and its civilian sector in dire straits, it was still producing plenty of weapons. German estimates of Soviet tank production, for instance, were all over the map, ranging from 500 to 900 units monthly. The actual number was 2,000 a month, of which about half were medium and heavy models. The same was true of artillery. The Germans estimated monthly production of 650 tubes of 76 millimeters or greater. The Soviets actually doubled their 1941 production by churning out more than 2,750. Aircraft production was estimated at 550 to 750 machines monthly, against the reality of more than 2,000, triple that of the Reich. In other words, the Germans were deluding themselves. Yet, when Halder tried informing Hitler that Soviet tank production had now recovered to as many as 600 to 700 units a month, the Führer's reaction was to slam the conference table and declare it impossible. This fit a pattern of the Führer's psyche, consistent with his malignant narcissism. As Germany's official history noted, contrary information and experience only rarely had a lasting effect on Hitler's political and strategic picture of the situation. As a rule, they were quickly reinterpreted into ideologically conforming arguments. Hitler himself had no hesitation whatsoever in justifying this procedure by declaring belief in the success of a cause to be an essential prerequisite. One German general put it more simply: the Führer would not believe what he did not want to believe. Then again, given that negotiation was out of the question and offensive action had been decided upon, it didn't really matter whether the Soviets were building a lot of tanks or not. The German army had rarely not been outnumbered in its wars. This was nothing new. The second major problem with Blau stemmed from the increasingly tight control Hitler was now demanding over operations. The Führer noted that despite the previous summer's outsized victories like Kiev and Vyazma, the boundaries of many of the Kessel battles fought during 1941 had been too extended and porous, allowing substantial numbers of Soviet soldiers to slip the trap. Halder and other OKH staff members shared these misgivings. The result was that Directive No. 41 admonished the armored units not to advance too quickly and too far. Instead, each encirclement must be absolutely sure to annihilate the enemy. However, in the words of Citino, exhaustive laundry lists like this felt more like a detailed instruction manual to the hired help than a traditional German military directive. The Führer was destroying the Army's ability to exercise initiative in the field, historically one of its signal strengths. Halder and other senior generals, such as Bach, must bear their share of the blame in this respect too, and that they broadly shared the Führer's views. Problem number 3 was that the drive against the Caucasus would eventually necessitate Army Group South driving in 3 separate directions. One aimed at holding the Voronezh sector against attack, a second one aimed at Stalingrad and the Volga, and a third eventually aimed far to the south into the Caucasus. Hitler had tacitly acknowledged this by designating that Army Group South would eventually need to be divided into 2 groups, Army Groups B and A. This ignored the fact that the Germans no longer possessed the material resources to run multiple campaigns heading in divergent directions the way they had last summer. That was precisely the reason that Army Groups North and Center wouldn't be conducting any major attacks during the upcoming months. Blau's fourth major flaw was that it hinged on attaining a wildly improbable geographic goal whose capture might or might not change the course of the war. Taking the oil fields at Grozny and Maikop would be nice to haves for the Germans, but their production wasn't all that vast. By contrast, the entire strategic concept of obtaining sufficient oil for the Reich and simultaneously denying it to the Soviets hinged on taking Baku. That city, practically floating on a giant underground lake of petroleum, represented the lion's share of Caucasus oil reserves and by itself produced 75% of the USSR's petroleum. Yet it lay nearly 900 miles from German lines. This was half again as far as the Wehrmacht had managed to advance toward Moscow the previous summer, and would have to be negotiated across an even flimsier road network. This prospect would have been almost laughable had it not been so desperate. The Wehrmacht did not have the strength to advance all the way to Stalingrad and across the Caucasus Mountains and on into Baku. Hitler assumed that the will to victory, Siegeswille, when wielded by steely German soldiery, would somehow serve as a final, incontrovertible trump card, bridging the gap between unreachable strategic goals on the one hand and significant material shortfalls on the other. Even if Baku could be taken, the odds that it would materially improve the Reich's petroleum situation weren't great. Refining and then moving the oil 1,750 miles to occupied Poland, roughly the distance from Boston to Denver, involved immense technical challenges. German studies indicated that repairing sabotaged wells, rebuilding infrastructure, and developing transportation routes meant that the Caucasus oil fields would likely not be producing in quantity for years after their capture. As for hurting the Soviets, the studies produced by the German War Economy and Armament Department were only cautiously optimistic that the Soviet economy would be as badly dislocated by Baku's capture as Hitler supposed. But whether the Führer understood these technical details or not, it probably would not have altered his decision to roll the dice. In the words of one OKH staffer, Hitler felt that he must do something, and that something must be offensive. Thus, in both the Japanese and German deliberations this month, we see notes of underlying urgency. Despite the rampant hubris coursing through the veins of the imperial military during this heady period, Yamamoto was increasingly uneasy. He stated around this time that the combined fleet absolutely must take the offensive and strike the enemy with effective blows. Given that the Americans possessed economic power that was 5 to 10 times ours, Japan had no choice but to increase the intensity of our attacks, hitting the enemy's vital places, one after the other. The subtext was almost audible. Victory had to be achieved in 1942 or not at all. Hitler, while outwardly expressing optimism and resolve, felt the same way. From the outlines of Directive No. 41, it appears that his hope for Germany to land a crippling blow against the Soviets might only come about as a byproduct of his oil-driven offensive, namely, that somewhere, out there on the steppes, after another beating at the hands of the Wehrmacht, the Red Army would finally collapse. Both Yamamoto and Hitler were exposing the foundational bankruptcy of their respective national strategies. Since the Allies had ruled out negotiation, the Axis game plans both amounted to little more than continuing what they'd been doing to date, striking the enemy as hard as possible, wherever possible, and hoping they collapsed. In other words, Axis excellence on the operational level would have to substitute for a lack of options at the level of national strategy. Battle of the Atlantic. King takes the helm. On 29 March, Admiral Ernest J. King achieved his life goal, taking over as Chief of Naval Operations, CNO, from Admiral Harold Stark. Stark, having been in overall command during the debacle of Pearl Harbor, was being politely shepherded from the Navy's top job to command U.S. Naval Forces Europe. King now vaulted over his former boss and friend to become the most powerful man in the U.S. Navy, wearing the hats of both Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and CNO. From this lofty vantage, King would oversee the Navy's efforts worldwide for the duration of the war, responsible for shaping U.S. naval strategy and working with the other Allied navies, in particular the Royal Navy, to ensure that the coalition's war aims were achieved. Events this year would prove that King had few equals as a strategist and operational expert, but he possessed fewer skills as a diplomat and consensus builder. He was rude, abrupt, and utterly intolerant of fools. King's daughter once quipped that her father was the most even-tempered person she knew, always in a rage. In the words of James Hornfisher, there were few men whom he regarded as his equal as to brains. He would acknowledge no mind as superior to his own. This, in turn, led to inflexibility and stubbornness. King's obdurate nature was on full display among not only the Allied High Command, but also his sister service members. Dwight Eisenhower, who would go on to prove that he could work with practically anybody, whether he liked them or not, observed that one thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. Irascible as King was, he often got his way because his personality, intellect, and depth of operational experience were so formidable. Despite his personal triumph this month, at this moment King's disposition was being further taxed by the disasters overtaking the U.S. and Allied navies worldwide. Just 5 days before his promotion, the Abda Command had essentially been wiped out at the Battle of Java Sea. The final dismemberment of Allied defenses in Borneo, Java, and Sumatra could not be long in coming. It was similarly apparent that American forces in the Philippines were headed for eventual defeat. King's Navy had no ability to relieve Baton's brave defenders. The Pacific was completely dominated by the Imperial Navy, against whose carrier force the U.S. currently had no effective counter. Admiral Nimitz was doing his best in Hawaii, but thus far there had been no real opportunities to strike back beyond launching a few carrier raids against the Japanese perimeter. These were nothing more than pinpricks, and Nimitz and King knew it. But at this point, the strategic initiative on the world's largest ocean lay firmly in the hands of the enemy. All the U.S. Navy could do was try to weather the storm. Despite all this, King was already itching for an opportunity to strike back and begin reshaping the war to the advantage of both America and the Navy. Paukenschlag continues. Nearer home, in the waters off the U.S. coast, German submarines were continuing their depredations. with the Canadians offering slimmer pickings. In his third assault, Dönitz allocated 9 Type 9s and Type 7s apiece to American waters, along with a smaller allotment patrolling Canadian waters. The results this month, if not as spectacular as February's toll, were still horrific. A total of 344,000 tons sunk off the Americas, and 452,000 tons worldwide. More than half of them were tankers. Johann Moore's U-124 single-handedly turned the waters off Cape Hatteras into a shooting gallery, sinking 7 ships, including 5 tankers, for 42,048 tons and damaging another 3 tankers. On his way home, he sent his patrol report to Dönitz in rhymed couplets. The new moon night is black as ink. Off Hatteras the tankers sink, while sadly Roosevelt counts the score, some 50,000 tons, by Moore. Moore's patrol had been stunning, the best since Hartigan's curtain raiser 2 months prior. Even better, only 3 German subs were sunk in return. With naval enigma decrypts having gone silent, more and more Allied convoys were encountering German submarines in the North Atlantic. Most of these boats were transiting to U.S. shores, though Dönitz never hesitated to use them against convoys if the opportunity afforded itself. Simultaneously, a semi-standing U-boat pack off the western approaches continued extracting a steady toll of merchantmen, and demonstrated that despite the slaughter taking place off the Americas, the wider shipping lanes were also far from safe. The western approaches in mid-Atlantic were within the Royal Navy's purview, but the Americas were not, and it was here that the bulk of the losses were occurring. Churchill ratcheted up the pressure on the U.S. Navy regarding this problem. Cabling Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's right-hand man, on the 12th, Churchill demanded that something be done to expedite convoying. Among other things, he conveyed a suggestion from the First Sea Lord, Dudley Pound, that the U.S. Navy pull 2 of its escort groups out of Iceland for use along the U.S. coastline. This suggestion angered King, who was not the sort to bend to external pressure to begin with. It also opened old wounds. Before the U.S. entered the war, in his capacity as commander of the Atlantic Fleet, King had analyzed the existing escort system and made a series of proposals for revamping and simplifying the convoy routing structure to better take advantage of the U.S. Navy escort's superior endurance. Short-range Canadian escorts from Halifax would patrol the outbound leg, then hand the torch to longer-range British and Canadian escorts based at St. John's, who would accompany convoys to Britain. Local forces based in Northern Ireland would join up at a point some 700 miles from the UK. As historian Clay Blair noted, this would also free up American ships for the imminent probability of a submarine attack. In other words, even before the outbreak of war, King had been aware of the need for convoying and was trying to figure out how best to provide the escorts required. King's proposal, in the words of one Canadian historian, was a masterful example of the USN's estimate process and provided a number of clear-cut advantages. Yet in late 1941, it had been peremptorily dismissed by Pound, who had a reputation for stubbornness nearly the equal of King's, on flimsy grounds. Pound wanted Britain to have overall strategic control of the entire North Atlantic convoy route. To this, King would not accede. American control up to the mid-ocean meeting point was working nicely as far as he was concerned. Then, during the January Arcadia meetings, the British Admiralty accepted most of King's recommendations anyway, over Pound's continued objections. Now in March, Pound had counter-proposals of his own. Yet they weren't consistent with King's priorities, in that they pulled American escorts off the North Atlantic routes at a time King felt was loaded with danger. Despite the sinkings on the East Coast, helping safeguard its half of the North Atlantic was still very much a part of the USN's workbook. At the same time, both King and Pound remained in the dark regarding German intentions and their force levels. German yards were reportedly cranking out nearly 20 new boats a month. No one in the Allied navies yet understood, that the Germans had now also managed to get their Type 7s into the game off the East Coast. Not until July would the Allies have conclusive proof that Type 7s could operate so far west. So far as King knew in March, all the havoc occurring off the East Coast was caused by the larger, longer-range Type 9 boats. That meant that packs of the more numerous Type 7s were still out there somewhere, probably in the middle of the Atlantic. Attacks on those convoys had dropped by the end of 1941, but they were still occurring. If the recent ONS 67 disaster was any indication, the mid-ocean escort groups remained unable to defend against a sustained pack attack. Sucking more ships away southward in reaction to Paukenschlag might be asking for real trouble. The last thing King wanted to do was precipitate a second shipping crisis to go along with the one he was already facing, a concern the British shared. Personal relations between the two senior Allied admirals had soured to the point where forward progress was impossible. Having had two perfectly solid proposals turned down by Pound, the CNO no longer trusted him or respected his intellect. The latter was the kiss of death with King, and it is here that his greatest weakness as a leader became apparent, his disinterest in diplomacy or compromise. A more collaborative individual might have been able to make progress at this juncture to everyone's mutual benefit. But King had had enough of Pound. He'd handle the emergency off America's East Coast as he saw fit. This was unfortunate, because the U.S. Navy could have learned a great deal from the Royal Navy's ASW tactics and doctrine. Instead, it would cope with the U-boat threat on its own. The upshot of all this is that Roosevelt replied to Churchill's concerns on 16 March, noting that there were still insufficient escorts available on the East Coast to start up convoying, for several reasons. Neither the British nor the Canadians were yet capable of providing their full quota of escorts for the North Atlantic runs, meaning that U.S. destroyers were still shouldering much of the burden of escorting the long middle leg in many cases. Likewise, though Britain had recently lent the U.S. some ASW trawlers for use along its coasts, these ships were only just arriving in mid-March. Many needed repairs, and most wouldn't be ready before April. Roosevelt also noted the further drain on U.S. fleet destroyers created by Britain's request that America send a task force, built around the battleship Washington and the carrier Wasp, to Scapa Flow to act as a counterweight against Tirpitz. At the same time, 10 destroyers were returning from an earlier troopship convoy and guarding the battleship New York in the process. Roosevelt asked Churchill to talk to Pound about implementing some of King's proposed revisions of the North Atlantic convoy routes, so that more American destroyers could be brought back for ASW work off the coasts. Roosevelt commiserated with Churchill that the U.S. Navy had been slack in its ASW preparations, while conveniently neglecting to mention his own personal disinclination to lay down destroyer escorts before the war, but promised things would get better once America's merchant ship construction program got into full gear. King, doubtless stung by Roosevelt's slack comment, appended his own remarks to Roosevelt's return communique, exhorting the British Prime Minister to step up RAF attacks on Germany's submarine yards. Churchill replied that strategic air attacks against submarines were a high priority, a sentiment not shared by Britain's bomber barons, having already tried and failed with the same gambit in 1941. He also asked that the Americans accelerate their own bomber buildup in England so that everybody could pitch into burning Germany's cities to the ground. Unsurprisingly, the RAF remained unenthusiastic about up-prioritizing further attacks against subyards, and Germany's submarine production hardly faltered throughout 1942. With the message from Pound now in hand advising him that British experience showed that unescorted convoys were better than nothing at all, on 20 March, King instructed Admiral Royal Ingersoll, commander of the Atlantic Fleet, to implement an initial set of convoy routes from Trinidad via the Bahamas to Halifax, and from Boston to Halifax and back. Ingersoll was none too happy, reminding his superior that American destroyers were being pulled in a dozen different directions at once. In addition to the Washington Wasp battle group heading to Scapa Flow, The British had requested another American fast battleship carrier force be based in Argentia and Newfoundland to forestall Tirpitz's potential threat in the Denmark Straits. This brought total American anti-Tirpitz assets to 2 fast battleships, 2 carriers, 4 heavy cruisers, a light cruiser, and 10 destroyers. American destroyers were likewise escorting the British carriers Furious, Archer, and Avenger from American ports back to England. As if this weren't enough, on the 12th, the Prime Minister sent a personal letter to Roosevelt. Upcoming operations against Madagascar, discussed later, would shortly necessitate Britain's Force H to move from Gibraltar to southern waters, and so the Prime Minister nonchalantly inquired, "Would it be possible for you to send, say, 2 battleships, an aircraft carrier, some cruisers and destroyers from the Atlantic to take the place of Force H temporarily?" FDR responded affirmatively, despite the fact that battleships and their sub-hunting escorts did not grow on trees. Churchill creating new naval commitments was not what was needed at this time, particularly when his minions were simultaneously screaming bloody murder at King regarding British shipping losses off America. American troopship convoys being run over to England still needed heavy escort. Indeed, the British were providing such scanty protection near the end of their journeys that King, infuriated, would shortly shoulder sole responsibility for these convoys, using American destroyers to escort them all the way across the Atlantic rather than turning them over to the Royal Navy at the East Ocean meeting point as originally agreed. Ingersoll simply didn't have the escorts on hand he needed for all these tasks, many of which, by rights, ought to have been shouldered by the Royal Navy. King, though, now under heavy pressure himself, was not a man to be gainsaid. The result toward the end of March was the Bucket Brigade, an informal East Coast escort network. Ingersoll managed to scrape together about 90 small armed vessels, sub-chasers, Coast Guard cutters, and British trawlers. None was more than 173 feet in length, and most were utterly incapable of dealing with a German submarine, either surfaced or submerged. It was hoped their mere presence would lend some deterrence value. Along with them came a quartet of blimps, 82 Navy aircraft, and a similar number of AAF planes. This tatterdemalion task force shortly began shuttling groups of ships during daylight hours from one protected anchorage to the next, where they would lie up overnight. In the south, havens were established at Key West, Jacksonville, Charleston, and Cape Fear or Cape Lookout. Moving north, the heaviest escort of the journey would take them around the highly dangerous Cape Hatteras area and on into Hampton Roads near Norfolk. From there, many ships could traverse inland waterways up to Philadelphia or Camden. Vessels leaving New York could then get all the way north to Boston via the Cape Cod Canal, where the real convoy system started for transatlantic journeys. The resulting system was hideously inefficient. Convoys by nature hobble shipping throughput, and a convoy that only moved half the day was even worse. Nor did independent sailings along the eastern seaboard stop. Many captains continued opting for solo voyages. But until something more formal and formidable could be put in place, the Bucket Brigade would have to do. Shipping protection arrangements off the U.S. thus remained weak. Still, they were at least beginning to coalesce towards something a little more organized. For now, given the dearth of both escorts and information, the Americans would simply have to hunker down and make do. Air War Europe. Night Navigation, NG. The Bunt Report had made it obvious that one of Bomber Command's most glaring deficiencies was the quality of its navigation. Before the war, operating under the assumption that air defenses would prove minimally effective and daylight operations would be the norm, scant attention had been paid to nighttime navigation. No serious attempt had been made to appreciate what a bomber crew could actually see at night, then figure out how to get a plane from point A to point B and back. As the British histories note, the situation in 1941 was not far removed in its technique from the days of open cockpit flying, when navigation was simply a question of instinct and map reading. Even in early 1942, despite having been operating in darkness for 2 years, things hadn't much improved. It was blithely assumed that some form of magic was happening in the cockpits to support all those optimistic crew reports coming back to the squadrons. The Bunt report had categorically destroyed that assumption. The reality was that, flying in low visibility over blacked-out terrain and often in dodgy weather, Arthur Harris's bombers had no real idea of where they were the vast majority of the time. The need for better crew training was obvious. Navigators were already the most highly trained members of the crew except the pilot, but they needed to be better still. One thing that couldn't really be counted on was much in the way of an on-the-job learning effect. New bomber crews did learn a lot during their first sorties, of course. However, they also tended to become casualties quite quickly, taking their knowledge with them. Accordingly, any improvements to navigation and bombing accuracy had to be baked into both the aircraft's equipment and the training the crewmen received before they embarked on their typically abbreviated careers. At the beginning of the year, most navigation had to be done by dead reckoning, which was affected by wind speed and direction, with both being difficult to gauge in the pitch dark in an airplane. As 1941 had gone on, experienced navigators were tasked with sending back reports of the winds they were experiencing via the afternoon's forecast. These updated figures were then broadcast back out to the aloft force, and individual navigators were expected to use this up-to-the-minute data to correct their own courses. This technique, while crude, was at least a step in the right direction. What was really needed was something more sophisticated, and March would see the introduction of the first of these aids, G. The system was based on a group, known as a chain, of 3 widely spaced radio beacons, with the centermost sending out a precisely timed signal to the 2 repeaters, which then repulsed their own signals out to an aircraft. By detecting the microsecond differences between when each signal arrived, the plane's onboard equipment provided a fix that could be plotted on a grid system, hence G for grid. G had been originally intended to help returning bombers find their airfields over the UK, no small matter in the dark. It had been transformed into a bombing tool when it was discovered that the system had much longer range than originally thought, better than 300 miles, which meant it could cover Western Germany. Accuracy wasn't exactly world-beating, a theoretical minimum of a few hundred meters. But given that the goal was to burn out large urban areas, that might be good enough. And under optimal conditions, G might even enable precision bombing again, even at night. The initial plan was to use G to enable a new tactic called Shaker, wherein a first echelon of G-fitted bombers would navigate to the center of an urban target and mark it with flares and high explosives. A second wave would come in right behind, dropping loads of incendiaries to set the target afire and act as a beacon, and follow-up waves would then ladle their mixed loads of incendiaries and high explosives on top. Saturation and destruction was the goal. If Shaker was successful, the plan was to use it as frequently as possible before the Germans figured out how to start jamming G, which would probably happen in under 6 months. But with more than 100 G-equipped bombers on hand and Bomber Command desperately needing to up its game, mid-March was the time to try. Air operations. The result of these various technological and institutional pressures was a flurry of March raids. The first, consisting of 235 aircraft, the largest operation to date, was sent up on the night of the 3rd, 4th, not against Germany, but France. There, in Paris's western suburbs at Billancourt, sat the enormous Renault factory, which was cranking out 14,000 trucks a year for the Wehrmacht. This was not a trial of Shaker per se, as G was not yet operational. Nevertheless, flares were used to good effect. The bombers then attacked with a 4-fold increase in concentration over anything that had been achieved before, and losses were light. The plant was heavily damaged. Photographs taken afterward showed large-scale devastation, and an estimated 40% of Renault's machine tools destroyed. The first use of the new 4,000-pound demolition bomb, affectionately known as a cookie, had done exactly what it was supposed to do: blow the roofs off buildings so that the incendiaries could get into their interiors. French casualties were heavy: 391 killed and another 558 seriously injured. Billancourt had been attacked during a full moon, with little cloud cover, and against weak anti-aircraft defenses. Those latter two hardly ever applied over the Ruhr, as Harris well knew. 5 nights later, the first combat usage of G took place in a raid against perhaps the most difficult of the Ruhr targets, Essen. The results were disappointing, with G only managing to get the bombers into the general area and heavy smog preventing a good visual fix for either flares or bombs. Bomber Command tried again the following night, and the night after that as well. Subsequent analysis showed that only about 10% of the bombers got within 5 miles of their target. The Germans had used decoys and false fires to good effect. For a total commitment of 524 bombers, the most meaningful target the British could claim to have scratched off the master target list was the Blumenhof restaurant in Grüge Park. 99 Germans had been killed, most of them in towns miles from Essen, for the loss of 12 bombers. 3 nights later, on the 13th-14th, G-driven Shaker finally proved its worth in a successful raid against Cologne that seriously damaged a rubber plant and other industrial facilities. 2 more raids against Essen on the 25th to 27th were less good, with 358 aircraft achieving basically nothing, as the Germans again had used decoy fires to lure the raids off course. A grand total of 11 people were killed on the ground, yet 20 bombers had been lost, 5.5% in total, with their crews. Then, on the night of the 28th-29th, came Lübeck. In the final major raid of the month, Harris dispatched 234 bombers against this lightly defended city, conveniently locatable on the Baltic coast. Lübeck was chosen not because of any noticeable arms production, but because, in Harris's words, it was built more like a firelighter than a human habitation. Its urban core was an island between the Trave River's wide-flung arms, composed of densely inhabited medieval wooden buildings on narrow, winding streets, and connected to its suburbs by only a handful of bridges. If a conflagration could be started there, firefighting would be nearly impossible. And so it proved. Attacking on a moonlit night, G got the bombers 3/4 of the way to the target, allowing a first wave of flare-equipped Wellingtons manned by elite crews to put their target indicators right on the money. Follow-up waves dropped first incendiaries and then mixed loads of fire and explosives from as low as 2,000 feet. Almost all the planes claimed to have made it to the target, and the result was devastation. 1/5 of the old city was burnt out, with a trio of ancient churches in the Altstadt destroyed, along with their priceless artifacts, and 3,400 buildings wrecked or heavily damaged. More than 300 Germans were killed, the heaviest death toll in a raid so far. Harris was elated. Finally, he could point to tangible results using his incendiary-based methods. While G and Shaker had turned in a mixed report card for the month as a whole, they had at least demonstrated potential. Enter the Lancaster. As it happened, the 10-March raid against Essen also witnessed the first mission over Germany for what would become Bomber Command's most famous plane, the Avro Lancaster. Rugged, reliable, and capable of hauling aloft an absurdly heavy payload in its capacious 33-foot-long bomb bay, the Lanc was arguably the best heavy bomber of the war in terms of efficiently delivering tonnage. It was one of those rare aircraft that came off the design boards and the assembly floor pretty much perfect to begin with, which was ironic, because it was actually the bastard child of the unloved Avro Manchester. That plane, heavy and plagued by both mechanical difficulties and a small payload, had threatened Avro with the possibility of being forced by the Air Ministry to switch production over to rival Handley Page's Halifax, unless a fix could be found. Avro thereupon lengthened the Manchester's fuselage and wings, replaced its underpowered Vulture engines with 4 hefty Rolls-Royce Merlins, and voila! The Lank was fast and handled with uncanny nimbleness for its size. Some pilots even looped and rolled them. It was destined to overshadow its other 4-engined RAF counterparts, the workmanlike Halifax and the ungainly Short Stirling. Lancasters would ultimately fly almost twice as many operational sorties as the runner-up Halifax and drop more than 60% of Bomber Command's total tonnage during the war. They would also be shot down in flocks, with 3,836 ultimately being lost, about 100 a month by 1943. As it turned out, the one thing the Lank wasn't terribly good at was keeping its crew alive after it got hit. When a Lancaster went down, odds were that only one of its 7 crewmen would manage to bail out. The others, trapped in a tumbling aluminum tube, usually in pitch blackness, unable to grab a parachute and reach an exit hatch, which were often too small to fit through in any case, fell a final, terrifying 4 miles until they augured. Halifax crewmen were only slightly better off, with about 1 in 4 surviving a shoot-down. An average Lancaster and its crew of 7 survived just 27 missions, about 4 months, before being flushed down the attritional loo. In that time, however, it would have shoveled about 150 tons of high explosives down onto Germany. The Lancaster's survival in the air was actually appreciably longer than its other 4-engine brethren, with the Halifax lasting an average of 21 sorties, and the Stirling just 11. What happened to the crew afterward, to all outward appearances, didn't matter all that much in Bomber Harris's clinical worldview, and his men knew it. One Bomber Command pilot, listening to a squadron mate complaining of his slim odds of survival and threatening to tell Harris himself, mordantly replied, "You needn't worry. You represent just 14 bomb loads to him. That's economics, you know." That seems to have pretty much summed up Harris's attitude on the matter, and this aspect of his personality reflects less favorably on his reputation. Much like Ulysses Grant during the Civil War, Harris had to face up to the arithmetic of attrition. Heavy losses would be the inevitable cost of bombing out Germany. Harris's biographer, Henry Probert, along with Max Hastings, both assert that Harris was deeply affected by these losses and took every step to ensure they were kept to a minimum. Beyond his internalizing these pressures via chain smoking, however, it is difficult to discern any external evidence supporting those claims. Harris never interceded with Avro, say, on the matter of making the Lancaster's forward escape hatch a little larger, difficult though that undeniably might have been from a design and production standpoint, or aggressively adopted newer technologies seeking to forestall losses. Beyond being unfailingly loyal to his men, particularly the old lags that had flown numerous missions, there seems little evidence that saving their lives was high on Harris's priority list. Harris was not an early adopter of new technology, nor an innovator in any sense of the word, and his crewmen paid the price. Crews and attrition. This brings us to attrition. Like the U-boat war, the British bomber offensive was less a matter of pitched battles than the steady hum of attrition, implacably and impartially exacting a toll on aircraft and airmen as the cost of meting out destruction to the Reich. It was a campaign best expressed in spreadsheet form. Bombs dropped per plane, casualties per sortie, tonnage of bombs per bomber lost, which is often unsatisfyingly abstract. We prefer human stories to reams of numbers. And honestly, what's the difference between 3%, 4%, or 5% attrition anyway? The answer is a lot, particularly when you're fighting a multi-year war. 30 days of combat at 3% attrition will leave 40 of 100 men alive. 5% will leave just 20. The maximum attrition rate Bomber Command felt was sustainable was 4%, which was just about where things stood at the end of 1941. The winter's hiatus had helped bring that number down a bit. However, with the area bombing directive in February marking the resumption of high-intensity operations, the odds were that losses would start trending back up again. That meant a lot of Commonwealth aviators were going to die. A normal tour in Bomber Command started with